It all begins on a morning too still to be ordinary. Within the grand estate of the Welton family, silence looms. A young man slowly wakes, eyes heavy with unrest. Another sigh. That same nightmare again, it won't let go. His name? Jamie Welton. The eldest son of the Welton royal family and its rightful heir, and the heir already whispers that change is near. But Jamie is no ordinary noble, and the heir already whispers that change is near. He is the reincarnation of Diablo Volfer, and the heir already whispers that change is near. A powerful sorcerer who was defeated and sealed away long ago, and the heir already whispers that change is near. Flashback to the past, Diablo Volfer stands defiantly, and the heir already whispers that change is near. As a glowing seal forms beneath his feet, and the heir already whispers that change is near. He laughs, declaring that not even 12 gods together can defeat him, and the heir already whispers that change is near. All they can do is trap him, and the heir already whispers that change is near. Smirking, he mocks them, and the heir already whispers that change is near, saying they can seal him however they like, and the heir already whispers that change is near. But when he returns, their bright world will be swallowed by darkness, and the heir already whispers that change is near. He promises them suffering so immense they'll beg for death, and the heir already whispers that change is near. One of the gods replies calmly, and the heir already whispers that change is near, saying they look forward to that day, and the heir already whispers that change is near. But for now, Volfer will endure endless torment, and the heir already whispers that change is near. The 12 gods then bind him in an eternal prison, and the heir already whispers that change is near. Time passes, and a crack finally appears in their barrier, and the heir already whispers that change is near. Diablo Wolfer escapes reborn as Jamie Welton, and the heir already whispers that change is near. The cherished child of the Welton family, and the heir already whispers that change is near. Returning to the present, and the heir already whispers that change is near. Jamie is greeted by the cheerful voices of his parents, and the heir already whispers that change is near. His father marvels at the baby's bright, and the heir already whispers that change is near. Sparkling eyes which remind him of his wife's, and the heir already whispers that change is near. She laughs, and the heir already whispers that change is near, pointing out how much Jamie's expressions resemble his father's, and the heir already whispers that change is near. When Jamie first wakes up in his new life, and the heir already whispers that change is near. He doesn't understand what's happening, and the heir already whispers that change is near. He tries to speak, but only babyish sounds come out, and the heir already whispers that change is near. Confused, he wonders where he is, and the heir already whispers that change is near. What's going on and why he can't talk normally, and the heir already whispers that change is near. Over time, Jamie grows up as an aristocrat, and the heir already whispers that change is near. Cherished by his loving parents, and the heir already whispers that change is near. 9 years pass, and Jamie finds himself sitting by the window, and the heir already whispers that change is near. Lost in thought about his past life, and the heir already whispers that change is near. Taking a deep breath, and the heir already whispers that change is near. He thinks to himself that today will probably be another boring day, and the heir already whispers that change is near. Suddenly, he hears hurried footsteps in the hallway, and the heir already whispers that change is near. His nanny bursts into the room, and the heir already whispers that change is near, greeting him with a cheerful good morning, and the heir already whispers that change is near. Young Master Jamie turns to greet her politely, and the heir already whispers that change is near. She walks over smiling and asks why he's up so early, and the heir already whispers that change is near. Jamie explains that he's admiring the morning sky, and the heir already whispers that change is near, which looks especially beautiful, and the heir already whispers that change is near. The nanny's face lights up as she praises him, and the heir already whispers that change is near. Calling him wonderful, Jamie glances away, and the air already whispers that change is near. Thinking her compliment is a bit much, and the air already whispers that change is near. The nanny starts helping him get dressed, and the air already whispers that change is near, and remarks that enjoying the sky is nice, and the air already whispers that change is near. But his parents are waiting for him, and the air already whispers that change is near. She asks if he mind her assistance, and the air already whispers that change is near. And Jamie agrees without hesitation, and the air already whispers that change is near. Once he's ready, the nanny leads him to the dining room, and the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie lets out a quiet sigh, and the air already whispers that change is near. Already feeling the monotony of the day, and the air already whispers that change is near. His family is gathered around the table, and the air already whispers that change is near. And his mother greets him warmly, and the air already whispers that change is near. As Jamie sits down, and the air already whispers that change is near. His mother gushes about how adorable the children are, and the air already whispers that change is near. Teasingly saying their cuteness must come from her husband, and the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie smiles politely, but his thoughts drift to his mother's, and the air already whispers that change is near. Noble lineage, Sears Bell Welton, and the air already whispers that change is near. The only daughter of the Bell family, and the air already whispers that change is near, is an important figure in this new life of his, and the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie's father, Argino Welton, and the air already whispers that change is near. The head of the royal family, and the air already whispers that change is near, is one of the kingdom's 5 sword masters, and the air already whispers that change is near. Argino chuckles at his wife's compliment, and the air already whispers that change is near, saying their children are angels because they take after her, and the air already whispers that change is near. He adds that their sparkling eyes are proof of it, and the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie looks at his younger sister, and the air already whispers that change is near. Sarah Welton, the second child of the family, and the air already whispers that change is near. Sarah picks up a piece of food with her fork, and the air already whispers that change is near, and playfully tells Jamie to open wide, and the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie obliges, thanking her for feeding him such delicious food, and the air already whispers that change is near. In return, he picks up a bite of her favorite dish and feeds her back, and the air already whispers that change is near. Their parents watch with happy smiles, and the air already whispers that change is near. But Jamie hides his expression, and the air already whispers that change is near, annoyed by how dull it all feels, and the air already whispers that change is near. All he wants is some peace and quiet, and the air already whispers that change is near. After breakfast, Jamie retreats to his room, and the air already whispers that change is near. He collapses face first onto his pillow, and the air already whispers that change is near, muttering to himself, and the air already whispers that change is near. But he can't get used to how cute his family can be, and the air already whispers that change is near. Hugging his pillow, he thinks of ways to pass the time, and the air already whispers that change is near, like exploring the private library, and the air already whispers that change is near. Yet a darker thought crosses his mind, and the air already whispers that change is near. He wishes he could just die because of his inability to speak properly, and the air already whispers that change is near, as if his tongue doesn't work right, and the air already whispers that change is near. Despite this, he admits he has grown fond of the mansion, and the air already whispers that change is near. Suddenly, a flying eye lands on his head, and the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie grabs it, realizing his reincarnation has granted him new powers, and the air already whispers that change is near. Crushing the eye in his hand, and the air already whispers that change is near. He watches its black blood spread over his fingers, and the air already whispers that change is near. He thinks bitterly of the 12 gods, and the air already whispers that change is near. Clinging to their beliefs like parasites, and the air already whispers that change is near. Even though he's weak now, and the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie knows time is on his side, and the air already whispers that change is near. In a world that has forgotten much about dark magic, and the air already whispers that change is near. The gods may still look down on him, and the air already whispers that change is near. But that won't last forever, and the air already whispers that change is near. Just then his nanny bursts into the room, and the air already whispers that change is near, reminding him it's time to read children's books with his mother, and the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie stays silent, curses flashing through his mind, and the air already whispers that change is near. When she calls his name again, and the air already whispers that change is near. He forces a smile and says he's coming, and the air already whispers that change is near. As he follows her, he thinks sarcastically, and the air already whispers that change is near. That pretending to be the cute, and the air already whispers that change is near. Little boy might as well be worse than being sealed again, and the air already whispers that change is near. When they arrive, and the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie greets his mother and sister with a polite smile, and the air already whispers that change is near. Asking what book they'll read today, and the air already whispers that change is near. Sears and Sarah surprised by his sweetness, and the air already whispers that change is near. Rush to hug him tightly, and the air already whispers that change is near. Squeezing him with affection, and the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie endures it with a forced grin, and the air already whispers that change is near. Cursing internally, Sears showers Jamie with affection, and the air already whispers that change is near. Her love evident in every gesture, and the air already whispers that change is near. While Jamie quietly endures it, and the air already whispers that change is near. She introduces the book they will read, and the air already whispers that change is near. The Great Magician Heinies, and the air already whispers that change is near, and asks if the children like the name, and the air already whispers that change is near. The children settle beside her as she begins reading the fairy tale, and the air already whispers that change is near. After finishing, she closes the book, and the air already whispers that change is near. Announcing that Heinz lives happily ever after, and the air already whispers that change is near, and asks if they enjoy the story, and the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie smiles and expresses his admiration for Heinz, and the air already whispers that change is near, saying he wants to become a magician like him, and the air already whispers that change is near. Sears responds with praise, and the air already whispers that change is near, reminding Jamie of his intelligence, and the air already whispers that change is near, and how he has already defeated 3 of his magic teachers, and the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie wonders silently if she is mocking him, and the air already whispers that change is near. Sears pats his head and mentions, and the air already whispers that change is near, that his father has invited the kingdom's most powerful magician, and the air already whispers that change is near, specifically for him, and the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie studies her face and concludes that she is not joking, and the air already whispers that change is near. Forcing another smile, he acknowledges how wonderful his father is, and the air already whispers that change is near. Rising from the couch, he prepares to leave, and the air already whispers that change is near. But Sears stops him, reminding him to enjoy the fresh air, and the air already whispers that change is near. Instead of spending all his time in the library, and the air already whispers that change is near. She opens her arms, insisting he hug her, and the air already whispers that change is near. With a heavy sigh, Jamie reluctantly complies, and the air already whispers that change is near. Thinking about how much he wants to leave, and the air already whispers that change is near. She suggests he play with her instead, and the air already whispers that change is near, squeezing him tightly as he inwardly begs her to stop, and the air already whispers that change is near. Later, Jamie sits by the window reading a book, and the air already whispers that change is near. He closes it with a sigh, and the air already whispers that change is near. Disappointed that it offers no new insights on mana, and the air already whispers that change is near. Frustrated by the lack of useful material in the library, and the air already whispers that change is near. He realizes it is already lunchtime, and the air already whispers that change is near. Dreading another meal with his family, and the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie hurries to the dining room, and the air already whispers that change is near. Hoping to arrive before the nanny fetches him, and the air already whispers that change is near. On his way out, he encounters an old man in the corridor, and the air already whispers that change is near. The old man gazes at the statue near the dining room entrance, and the air already whispers that change is near, and comments on the rarity of using such an artifact as decoration. And the air already whispers that change is near. Something fitting for the prestigious Welton family, and the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie observing him, and the air already whispers that change is near. Begins to wonder who this man could be, and the air already whispers that change is near. When the old man finally notices Jamie, and the air already whispers that change is near, he greets him with a calm demeanor, and the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie studies him, and the air already whispers that change is near, and immediately senses the sheer amount of mana radiating from him, and the air already whispers that change is near, flowing endlessly like a powerful storm, and the air already whispers that change is near. He quickly concludes that this man must be a 7th level magician, and the air already whispers that change is near, at the very least growing suspicious, and the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie questions how someone like this entered the mansion, and the air already whispers that change is near. He considers the possibility of teleportation or even robbery, and the air already whispers that change is near, but quickly dismisses the idea, and the air already whispers that change is near. When he notices the old man's composed behavior, and the air already whispers that change is near, it doesn't match that of someone, and the air already whispers that change is near. Invading the residence of a sword master, and the air already whispers that change is near. The old man, meanwhile, and the air already whispers that change is near, observes Jamie's reaction closely, and the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie demands to know the man's identity and how he got there, and the air already whispers that change is near, reminding him that this is not a public space, and the air already whispers that change is near. The old man senses Jamie's aura, and the air already whispers that change is near, and notes that the boy's strength is remarkable, and the air already whispers that change is near, comparable to a tiger cub destined to grow into a full-fledged tiger, and the air already whispers that change is near. Much like his father impressed, and the air already whispers that change is near. The old man silently concludes that Jamie is no ordinary child, and the air already whispers that change is near. However, he remains silent, and the air already whispers that change is near, refusing to answer Jamie's question, and the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie finds this infuriating, and the air already whispers that change is near, interpreting the man's calm attitude as condescension, and the air already whispers that change is near. Feeling disrespected, Jamie thinks the old man should kneel before him, and the air already whispers that change is near. Yet here he stands acting as if everything is perfectly normal, and the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie's annoyance boils over into anger, and the air already whispers that change is near, deciding to teach the man a lesson, and the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie prepares to unleash his magic, and the air already whispers that change is near, determined to show him the consequences of underestimating him, and the air already whispers that change is near. The old man observing Jamie's intentions, and the air already whispers that change is near, acknowledges the boy's formidable strength, and the air already whispers that change is near, and realizes the rumors about him are not not exaggerated, and the air already whispers that change is near. Despite his young age, Jamie's mana is extraordinary, and the air already whispers that change is near. Intrigued, the old man decides to test Jamie by using magic himself, and the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie notices the old man's actions, and his face twists with rage, and the air already whispers that change is near. Inwardly he seethes, and the air already whispers that change is near, questioning how this fool dares to challenge him, and the air already whispers that change is near. Diablo wolf fur, who in a past life nearly destroyed all the gods, and the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie fires a flash at the old man, and the air already whispers that change is near, but he remains standing totally unharmed, and the air already whispers that change is near. Only a little dust rises at the entrance to the dining room, and the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie thinks this is not at all what he imagined, and the air already whispers that change is near. It does nothing to the man, and the air already whispers that change is near. The old man smiles widely and seems impressed, and the air already whispers that change is near. He wonders aloud if Jamie is really only 9 years old, and the air already whispers that change is near. He shouts that it was a good try and declares that it is now his turn, and the air already whispers that change is near. He channels his magic toward Jamie, and the air already whispers that change is near. Who thinks the man is incredibly skilled, and the air already whispers that change is near. A bright flash flies in Jamie's direction, and the air already whispers that change is near. But he realizes the spell isn't actually aimed at him, and the air already whispers that change is near, meaning he doesn't need to evade it, and the air already whispers that change is near. The old man is surprised and notices that Jamie doesn't even flinch, and the air already whispers that change is near. At that very moment, Argino appears, and the air already whispers that change is near, protecting Jamie from the magic, and the air already whispers that change is near. He tells the old man that he has gone too far, and the air already whispers that change is near. Argino then walks up to Jamie and asks if he is okay, and the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie confirms that he is fine and pretends to wipe away his tears, and the air already whispers that change is near. Argino is surprised, thinking his child is crying, and the air already whispers that change is near. He turns furiously to the old man, and the air already whispers that change is near. Marquis Linmel and says he wants to have a few words with him, and the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie looks at the old man with a malicious smile, and the air already whispers that change is near. Marquis, noticing the change in Jamie's behavior, and the air already whispers that change is near, thinks Jamie is acting more modestly in front of his father, and the air already whispers that change is near. Marquis laughs hard, finding the situation surprising and quite funny, and the air already whispers that change is near. He even says he envies Argino, and the air already whispers that change is near. Argino is taken aback, and the air already whispers that change is near, and wonders if Marquis attacked his child because he is unwell, and the air already whispers that change is near. Afterward, the two retire to Argino's office and begin drinking tea, and the air already whispers that change is near. Argino places his cup on the table, and the air already whispers that change is near, and reminds Marquis that Jamie is his son, and the air already whispers that change is near, and the heir to the Welton family, and the air already whispers that change is near. Marquis takes a sip of tea and replies that he knows, and the air already whispers that change is near. Argino, displeased, and the air already whispers that change is near, asks what he means by that, and the air already whispers that change is near. Marquis tells him to calm down, and the air already whispers that change is near, mentioning that Argino's aura makes him uneasy, and the air already whispers that change is near, as expected from a sword master, and the air already whispers that change is near. It is quite intimidating, and the air already whispers that change is near. The Marquis then asks how much Argyle really knows about Jamie, and the air already whispers that change is near. Argyle replies, asking what he should know, and the air already whispers that change is near. The Marquis answers, and the air already whispers that change is near. That Argyle should understand how brilliant Jamie truly is, and the air already whispers that change is near. This makes Argino angry, and the air already whispers that change is near. And he says that's why he trusted the Marquis with Jamie, and the air already whispers that change is near, only for the Marquis to suddenly attack him. And the air already whispers that change is near. Observing Argino's anger, the Marquis thinks to himself, and the air already whispers that change is near. That Argino doesn't know anything about Jamie, and the air already whispers that change is near. He decides to pretend he didn't hear Argino's words, and the air already whispers that change is near. Argino asks what the Marquis means by that, and the air already whispers that change is near. As he reflects on it, he remembers that Marquis Linmel, and the air already whispers that change is near. Who is considered the most powerful 8th grade magician alive, and the air already whispers that change is near. Probably wouldn't recognize Jamie's potential, and the air already whispers that change is near. This leads him to wonder, and the air already whispers that change is near. If Jamie might not be as talented as he believed, and the air already whispers that change is near. The Marquis notices Argino's doubts, and the air already whispers that change is near, and quickly clarifies that this isn't what he meant, and the air already whispers that change is near. Argino asks him to explain more clearly, and the air already whispers that change is near. The Marquis responds that he couldn't take Jamie as an apprentice, and the air already whispers that change is near, because he wouldn't be able to handle him, and the air already whispers that change is near. Argino is stunned and asks, and the air already whispers that change is near. If an 8th level magician can't handle Jamie, and the air already whispers that change is near, then who can? And the air already whispers that change is near. The Marquis smiles and says that Jamie can already read his movements, and the air already whispers that change is near. Argino is shocked, and the air already whispers that change is near, thinking that's impossible no matter how smart Jamie is, and the air already whispers that change is near. The Marquis continues saying, and the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie also figured out that the spell wasn't aimed at him, and the air already whispers that change is near, and didn't even flinch. That's not all, and the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie has already reached 3rd class magician status, and the air already whispers that change is near. Through self-training despite his young age and physical limitations, and the air already whispers that change is near. His skill level is even higher than 4th class, and the air already whispers that change is near. Argino is surprised but pleased, and the air already whispers that change is near. The Marquis adds that Jamie isn't just a genius, and the air already whispers that change is near. He's a monster, this child doesn't need a teacher, and the air already whispers that change is near. He just needs their support to keep growing, and the air already whispers that change is near. The Marquis speculates, and the air already whispers that change is near, that they may have just given birth to a legendary 9th grade magician, and the air already whispers that change is near. Argino remains silent, clenching his fist in shock, and the air already whispers that change is near. Wondering if Jamie can really become a legendary 9th grade magician, and the air already whispers that change is near. The Marquis rises from the couch and apologizes for attacking Jamie, and the air already whispers that change is near. He says that enormous discoveries await in magic in the entire world, and the air already whispers that change is near. Laughing, he adds that it will be quite fun, and the air already whispers that change is near. With a flash of bright sparks, and the air already whispers that change is near. His body disappears from the office, and the air already whispers that change is near. Argino remains seated, lost in thought, and the air already whispers that change is near, reflecting on everything that just happened, and the air already whispers that change is near. He leans back and lets out a heavy sigh, and the air already whispers that change is near. As night falls, Jamie returns to his room, and the air already whispers that change is near, muttering how tired he is, and the air already whispers that change is near. His mother having learned of the old man's actions, and the air already whispers that change is near, begins to fuss over him, and the air already whispers that change is near, wrapping him tightly in her arms and asking if he's okay, and the air already whispers that change is near. She wonders if he was terribly scared, and the air already whispers that change is near, and promises to deal with the old man, and the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie frustrated, and the air already whispers that change is near, thinks about how much time he's wasted, and the air already whispers that change is near. He removes his jewelry and examines the real spell, and the air already whispers that change is near. It's not bad at all, the composition technique, and the air already whispers that change is near. Balance and type are all top-notch, and the air already whispers that change is near. But rather than being impressed with the Marquis, and the air already whispers that change is near, Jamie finds himself more impressed by his father, and the air already whispers that change is near. Count Argino Welton, he smiles, and the air already whispers that change is near, chuckling to himself, acknowledging his father's strength, and the air already whispers that change is near, and admitting that his father truly deserves to be his father, and the air already whispers that change is near. Suddenly Marquis's voice cuts through the silence, asking, and the air already whispers that change is near. What's so amusing, Jamie turns to see the old man sitting on his bed, and the air already whispers that change is near, his face twisted in a terrible grimace, and the air already whispers that change is near. Marquis remarks that Jamie must have been so deep in thought, and the air already whispers that change is near, that he didn't even notice him, and the air already whispers that change is near. Startled, Jamie screams in fear, and the air already whispers that change is near. Falling to the floor, he demands to know why Marcus is there, and the air already whispers that change is near, accusing him of scaring him, and the air already whispers that change is near. The Marquis laughs and asks if Jamie is really so easy to frighten, and the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie insists on knowing how the Marquis got into his room, and the air already whispers that change is near. The Marquis casually explains that he teleported into the room, and the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie mutters under his breath, and the air already whispers that change is near. Realizing that his father must have allowed the Marquis to live, and the air already whispers that change is near. Though he already knows Marquis is unusual, and the air already whispers that change is near. The ability to teleport in without any issues makes him uneasy, and the air already whispers that change is near. The Marquis grins, commenting on how humble Jamie is around his father, and the air already whispers that change is near, and questions why Jamie acts so differently with him, and the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie picks himself up off the floor and counters, and the air already whispers that change is near, asking if Marcus really thinks family and strangers are the same, and the air already whispers that change is near. The old man laughs, calling Jamie amusing, and the air already whispers that change is near, then adds that he wishes Jamie were a little stronger, and the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie asks what he means by that, and the air already whispers that change is near, and starts wondering who this strange old man really is, and the air already whispers that change is near, and why he looks at him in such a peculiar way, and the air already whispers that change is near, especially since they've only just met, and the air already whispers that change is near. Marquis hands him a book, and the air already whispers that change is near, saying it's for him, and the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie examines it and realizes it must be a magical memoir, and the air already whispers that change is near. The book falls into his hands, and the air already whispers that change is near, and he asks why Marquis is giving it to him, and the air already whispers that change is near. Marquis explains that the magic Jamie uses has become obsolete, and the air already whispers that change is near. So he decided to give him the book, and the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie finds the comment humiliating, and the air already whispers that change is near. Understanding that Marcus is implying his magic is outdated, and the air already whispers that change is near. Marcus asks if Jamie is so moved by the gift, and the air already whispers that change is near. He clarifies that the book contains many of his original spells, and the air already whispers that change is near, and that Jamie will be the first to read it, and the air already whispers that change is near. Excited, Jamie immediately opens the book, and the air already whispers that change is near, and starts examining the spells created by the great magician, and the air already whispers that change is near. He wonders how the magic of Marcus's time differs from his own, and the air already whispers that change is near, and resolves to prove his worth, and the air already whispers that change is near. Even if Marcus thinks his magic is outdated, and the air already whispers that change is near. Suddenly Marcus speaks again, and the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie looks up from the book as Marcus begins to disappear, and the air already whispers that change is near. His voice filled with high hopes for Jamie, and the air already whispers that change is near. He speculates about how much stronger Jamie will become, and the air already whispers that change is near. By the time they meet again, and the air already whispers that change is near. As the Marquis fades from view, and the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie confidently replies, and the air already whispers that change is near, that he will be much stronger than Marquis can imagine, and the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie returns his attention to the book, and the air already whispers that change is near, his eyes scanning the text, and the air already whispers that change is near. It describes a method, and the air already whispers that change is near, where one channels all the magic in the world through themselves, and the air already whispers that change is near, absorbing it with their heart, and the air already whispers that change is near. This technique is the most effective way to control mana, and the air already whispers that change is near. However, there's a significant limitation, and the air already whispers that change is near. The amount of mana that can be absorbed is restricted, and the air already whispers that change is near. Marquise's earlier comment about Jamie's magic being outdated, and the air already whispers that change is near, makes Jamie reflect on the kind of spells Marquise has created, and the air already whispers that change is near. As he flips through the pages, and the air already whispers that change is near, he finds the methods both amusing and complex, and the air already whispers that change is near. He realizes, and the air already whispers that change is near, that the technique requires him to feel every particle of mana, and the air already whispers that change is near, allowing it to pass through his entire body and skin, and the air already whispers that change is near. Feeling exhausted, Jamie lies down on the bed, and the air already whispers that change is near. Acknowledging that mastering this method will take considerable effort, and the air already whispers that change is near. He thinks about how old techniques can't easily be surpassed, and the air already whispers that change is near, but recognizes two key flaws in the method, and the air already whispers that change is near. Smiling, he reaffirms his identity as Diablo Wolverine, and the air already whispers that change is near. With renewed enthusiasm, Jamie rises, and the air already whispers that change is near. From the bed, opens the book again, and the air already whispers that change is near, and admits that Marquise has given him a new perspective, and the air already whispers that change is near. Determined, he vows to read every page, and the air already whispers that change is near. However, he realizes he'll need assistance, and the air already whispers that change is near. Snapping his fingers, he summons a flying eye, and the air already whispers that change is near, which lands on his shoulder, and the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie turns to the flying eye, and the air already whispers that change is near. Asking if it can release some mana, and the air already whispers that change is near. The familiar black responds with a sound, and the air already whispers that change is near. Focuses, and then sharply opens its eye as it rises into the air, and the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie watches intently, noting the first disadvantage of the technique, and the air already whispers that change is near. The absorption of mana by the body has a limit, and the air already whispers that change is near, meaning he will need to carefully maintain the right proportions, and the air already whispers that change is near. However, with Black's help, and the air already whispers that change is near, this issue will be resolved, and the air already whispers that change is near. Since Black shares a soul contract with Jamie, and the air already whispers that change is near, it can burn the required amount of mana, and the air already whispers that change is near, ensuring that the proportions remain balanced, and the air already whispers that change is near. With the first disadvantage addressed, and the air already whispers that change is near, Jamie shifts his focus to the second problem, and the air already whispers that change is near. The second challenge Jamie realizes lies in his own body, and the air already whispers that change is near. If his heart can only accept a limited amount of mana, and the air already whispers that change is near. He reasons that the solution is simple, and the air already whispers that change is near. He just needs to distribute the mana throughout his entire body, and the air already whispers that change is near. This approach, he concludes, and the air already whispers that change is near, will eliminate any restrictions, and the air already whispers that change is near, and allow him to harness the mana without limit, and the air already whispers that change is near. The next morning, the nanny calls for the Count to come to Jamie's room, and the air already whispers that change is near. She peers in anxiously, and the air already whispers that change is near. Noticing Jamie sitting on his bed deep in meditation, and the air already whispers that change is near. Concerned about Jamie, she calls out to the Count, and the air already whispers that change is near. Argino enters the room and asks, and the air already whispers that change is near. What's wrong? And the air already whispers that change is near. The nanny explains that something seems off with the young master, and the air already whispers that change is near. The Count watches Jamie closely, and the air already whispers that change is near, and sees that mana is swirling around him, and the air already whispers that change is near. Although he knows Marcus has given Jamie something, and the air already whispers that change is near, he's amazed, and the air already whispers that change is near, that his son has learned to manipulate mana in just one night, and the air already whispers that change is near. He wonders if his sweet son truly has so many hidden talents, and the air already whispers that change is near, instructing the nanny to leave Jamie undisturbed for the day, and the air already whispers that change is near. Argino adds that someone should be placed at his door to keep watch, and the air already whispers that change is near. The nanny assures him she will personally keep an eye on Jamie, and the air already whispers that change is near. So there's no need to worry, and the air already whispers that change is near. As Argino leaves, and the air already whispers that change is near, the nanny expresses her hope that everything will be okay, and the air already whispers that change is near. With the young master walking away from the room, and the air already whispers that change is near, the Count reflects on the idea of Jamie becoming a magician, and the air already whispers that change is near, instead of a swordsman, and the air already whispers that change is near. He wonders if this is influenced by his wife's family, and the air already whispers that change is near. But even so, Jamie's abilities are beyond his expectations, and the air already whispers that change is near. A smile spreads across his face, and the air already whispers that change is near, as he imagines Jamie potentially becoming a 9th grade magician, and the air already whispers that change is near. Time passes, and Jamie eventually opens his eyes, and the air already whispers that change is near, joyfully proclaiming his success, and the air already whispers that change is near. At first, and the air already whispers that change is near. Managing mana is difficult because of its unpredictable movements, and the air already whispers that change is near. But after several attempts, and the air already whispers that change is near. He succeeds, however, and the air already whispers that change is near. He realizes his current limit is at the 4th level, and the air already whispers that change is near. And he sighs in disappointment, and the air already whispers that change is near. Frustrated that he's already nearing this limitation, and the air already whispers that change is near. The little black familiar on his head squeaks, and the air already whispers that change is near, prompting Jamie to look up and ask what it wants. And the air already whispers that change is near. He acknowledges that he has no immediate desire, and the air already whispers that change is near. To improve his physical abilities, and the air already whispers that change is near. Understanding that he is still too young and weak, and the air already whispers that change is near. The black familiar moves to Jamie's shoulder, and the air already whispers that change is near. Squeaking again, Jamie smiles, and the air already whispers that change is near. Glad for its support and decides to be patient, and the air already whispers that change is near. He knows he has already made good progress, and the air already whispers that change is near. So the next step won't be too hard, and the air already whispers that change is near. He tells Black to use a spell called Indisability, and the air already whispers that change is near, which makes him disappear like he's vanished in a thin air. And the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie thinks about meeting his father, and the air already whispers that change is near, but knows he must hide his mana, and the air already whispers that change is near. If his father discovers his true abilities, and the air already whispers that change is near. Everything could go wrong, and the air already whispers that change is near. Black hides Jamie's mana, and the air already whispers that change is near. And Jamie notices that he can barely feel its presence, and the air already whispers that change is near, which is just what he wanted, and the air already whispers that change is near. Confident that his father won't detect him, and the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie leaves his room ready to meet him, and the air already whispers that change is near. He walks through the corridors with a faint black aura around him, and the air already whispers that change is near. Meanwhile, the Count is in a meeting with a priest, and the air already whispers that change is near. The Count looks busy and asks the priest why he's there, and the air already whispers that change is near. The priest answers that he just wanted to greet him, and the air already whispers that change is near, and thank him for allowing the Guinness religion to grow in his territory, and the air already whispers that change is near. The Count explains that he supports his community, and the air already whispers that change is near, which is why he's given the Guinness religion a chance, and the air already whispers that change is near. The priest asks for more details, and the air already whispers that change is near. So the Count adds that since the Zenith religion is gaining popularity, and the air already whispers that change is near, he wants to make it the strongest in his lands, and the air already whispers that change is near. The priest understands that the Count is showing his authority, and the air already whispers that change is near, and warns him not to treat his followers as tools, and the air already whispers that change is near. Of the gods, though, he's heard rumors about the Count, and the air already whispers that change is near. The priest now takes him more seriously, and the air already whispers that change is near. The Count, sensing the meeting should end, and the air already whispers that change is near, says he's very busy. The priest laughs, and the air already whispers that change is near, thanks him, and leaves, blessing him with wishes from the great Zenith, and the air already whispers that change is near. The Count smiles politely, and the air already whispers that change is near, but drops it as soon as the door shuts behind the priest, and the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie, hiding behind a column, and the air already whispers that change is near, watches the priest leave, and the air already whispers that change is near. He notices the crescent moon symbol with a yellow sphere, and the air already whispers that change is near, and feels a dark energy coming from him, and the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie wonders why such a person is here, and the air already whispers that change is near, and how the Zenith religion ended up in his homeland, and the air already whispers that change is near. He bites his nails, and the air already whispers that change is near, questioning why his father has made his land so religious, and the air already whispers that change is near, and why he chose the Zenith religion specifically, and the air already whispers that change is near. Jamie concludes that the religion has no place in their lands, and the air already whispers that change is near, and realizes, and the air already whispers that change is near. His only choice is to convince his father to drive them away, and the air already whispers that change is near, especially since the religion is officially sanctioned, and the air already whispers that change is near. Determined to start his investigation, and the air already whispers that change is near. They head into the living room, calm but filled with purpose. Jamie, beaming with pride, begins showcasing his progress. Argino nods slowly, pride flickering in his eyes. "Does this mean you've mastered all?" he asks. Jamie gives a confident nod, and Argino smirks. "You really do love magic, don't you?" Jamie responds that magic is simply very powerful, as tension builds beneath the surface. Argino's expression shifts as tension builds beneath the surface, and Jamie asks if something is wrong, as tension builds beneath the surface. Argino admits he had imagined Jamie would grow up like any other child, as tension builds beneath the surface. Jamie asks what he means by that, as tension builds beneath the surface. Argino reflects on Jamie's hidden talents, as tension builds beneath the surface, and the difficulties of living as a genius, as tension builds beneath the surface. He thinks about how people often admire talented children at first, as tension builds beneath the surface, only to grow tired and criticize them later, as tension builds beneath the surface. He wonders if embracing his genius is truly in Jamie's best interest, as tension builds beneath the surface. Argino grips the armrest, as tension builds beneath the surface, and tells Jamie that if he doesn't enjoy magic, as tension builds beneath the surface, he can stop and pursue something else, as tension builds beneath the surface. However, if Jamie is determined to follow this path, as tension builds beneath the surface, Argino promises not to oppose him and will support him as best he can, as tension builds beneath the surface. Jamie smiles and reassures his father not to worry, as tension builds beneath the surface, affirming he will never give up magic, as tension builds beneath the surface. Argino smiles back impressed, as tension builds beneath the surface. He looks at Jamie, as tension builds beneath the surface, marveling at how much mana a 9-year-old can possess, as tension builds beneath the surface. He can already feel mana radiating from Jamie's entire body, as tension builds beneath the surface. Suddenly, as tension builds beneath the surface, he realizes that the mana seems to be stored throughout Jamie's body, as tension builds beneath the surface. Not just his heart concerned, as tension builds beneath the surface. He asks if Jamie has learned everything from the memoirs, as tension builds beneath the surface. Marquis Linmel gave him the previous day, as tension builds beneath the surface. Jamie confirms, adding to himself that he has also, as tension builds beneath the surface, improved some of the techniques described in the book, as tension builds beneath the surface. A cold sweat rolls down Argino's face, as tension builds beneath the surface, as he wonders how much Marquis has taught Jamie, as tension builds beneath the surface. He questions how a child could learn so much in just one day, as tension builds beneath the surface, and begins to consider the possibility that Jamie might truly, as tension builds beneath the surface, become a legendary 9th grade magician, as tension builds beneath the surface. Laughing at the thought, he admits to himself that compared to Jamie, as tension builds beneath the surface, he feels insignificant. Argino expresses his pride in Jamie, as tension builds beneath the surface, laughing heartily that day, as tension builds beneath the surface. Jamie laughs along, but as his father pats him on the head, as tension builds beneath the surface. His amusement turns awkward as tension builds beneath the surface. He silently wishes his father would stop as tension builds beneath the surface. Suddenly, as tension builds beneath the surface, Argino points at Black and asks if Jamie summoned the creature himself, as tension builds beneath the surface. Startled, Jamie nervously asks if his father can see it, as tension builds beneath the surface. In a panic, Black flies above Jamie's head, as tension builds beneath the surface, and Jamie realizes despite his efforts to make Black invisible, as tension builds beneath the surface. His father can see it. Argino smiles as tension builds beneath the surface, observing the familiar shape as tension builds beneath the surface. He notes that it looks like a bat as tension builds beneath the surface, but seems too round and cute to be one as tension builds beneath the surface. He spreads his arms to show its size and asks if he's right as tension builds beneath the surface. Jamie, unsure of his father's strength as tension builds beneath the surface, wonders if Argino has figured out that he used dark magic as tension builds beneath the surface to create the familiar as tension builds beneath the surface. He admits to shaping it as a bat and explains that he tried to hide it as tension builds beneath the surface, thinking his father would be surprised as tension builds beneath the surface. Argino hugs him, immediately amazed at his talent as tension builds beneath the surface, and proudly declaring how lucky he is to have such a genius for a son as tension builds beneath the surface. After a while, Jamie leaves the room as tension builds beneath the surface, feeling exhausted and overwhelmed by his family's affection as tension builds beneath the surface. He wonders why they love him so much as tension builds beneath the surface. As night falls, Jamie puts on his cloak and summons Black as tension builds beneath the surface. The familiar appears behind him as tension builds beneath the surface, its large black wings flapping as tension builds beneath the surface. Jamie declares, as tension builds beneath the surface, that he needs to uncover why the religion has chosen his territory as tension builds beneath the surface, and decides it's time to take action as tension builds beneath the surface. Black picks him up as tension builds beneath the surface, and together they soar into the sky above the night city as tension builds beneath the surface. Meanwhile, in an alley, as tension builds beneath the surface, two men from a criminal organization meet as tension builds beneath the surface. One asks what the boss has said as tension builds beneath the surface. The other replies, as tension builds beneath the surface, that the boss has instructed them to follow the plan carefully as tension builds beneath the surface, to avoid death, sighing as tension builds beneath the surface. The first man wonders what the future holds for them as tension builds beneath the surface. Philip, one of the men, as tension builds beneath the surface, admits he doesn't understand what they've gotten into with their boss as tension builds beneath the surface. Jance's partner, as tension builds beneath the surface, explains that the boss is willing to sacrifice anything as tension builds beneath the surface. To achieve his goals, he points out that Hisa, as tension builds beneath the surface, is a land where even Earl Welton allows organizations as tension builds beneath the surface, like theirs, to coexist as tension builds beneath the surface, as long as they don't cross certain lines, as tension builds beneath the surface. However, human trafficking has clearly crossed that line, as tension builds beneath the surface. Philip hopes they can escape quietly without getting caught, as tension builds beneath the surface. Chance dismisses this, asserting they will inevitably be caught, as tension builds beneath the surface. He emphasizes the Count's love for his children, as tension builds beneath the surface, and notes that as tension builds beneath the surface, if the Count discovers they're using children for human trafficking, as tension builds beneath the surface, he will eliminate all criminal organizations in the city, as tension builds beneath the surface. Philip counters that the boss seems confident they won't get caught, as tension builds beneath the surface. Jenks grits his teeth as tension builds beneath the surface, questioning if the boss really thinks a swordmaster won't catch them, as tension builds beneath the surface. Philip replies that Hani's people will supposedly help them, as tension builds beneath the surface. Jenks scoffs, remarking that Hani is willing to do anything, as tension builds beneath the surface. Philip wonders aloud what their options are, as tension builds beneath the surface. Escape or betrayal? Jance insists betrayal is out of the question, as tension builds beneath the surface. Due to the underworld's strict rules, as tension builds beneath the surface, and suggests they try to escape as tension builds beneath the surface. Philip agrees as tension builds beneath the surface, arguing that it's better to die trying to escape than any other way, as tension builds beneath the surface. Jance, however, as tension builds beneath the surface, worries that no matter how vast the lands are, as tension builds beneath the surface, they'll be hunted down either way, as tension builds beneath the surface. Philip acknowledges the concern as tension builds beneath the surface, but decides to wait and see how things unfold as tension builds beneath the surface. As they speak, Jamie quietly sneaks up behind them as tension builds beneath the surface. Jance asks who initiated the slave trade in this territory as tension builds beneath the surface, while Jamie peeks around the corner, listening intently as tension builds beneath the surface. Philip speculates, as tension builds beneath the surface, that the boss must have received an irresistible offer, as tension builds beneath the surface, and acted on impulse, though he's still unsure of the motive, as tension builds beneath the surface. Suddenly the men notice Jamie, as tension builds beneath the surface. They demand to know who he is, as tension builds beneath the surface, and Jamie, smiling, as tension builds beneath the surface, simply remarks that he finds the situation very interesting, as tension builds beneath the surface. Jance clenches his fist and declares that if Jamie won't talk, as tension builds beneath the surface, he should prepare to die. He and Philip attack Jamie, as tension builds beneath the surface, but Jamie suddenly disappears, as tension builds beneath the surface, leaving them searching frantically as tension builds beneath the surface. Jance remarks in confusion that Jamie has vanished as tension builds beneath the surface, insisting there is no one there as tension builds beneath the surface. Suddenly Jamie's voice echoes as tension builds beneath the surface, freezing them in place as tension builds beneath the surface. Jamie asks them what they have been discussing so enthusiastically as tension builds beneath the surface. He reappears before them, kneeling, and demands to hear everything as tension builds beneath the surface, preferably with all the details as tension builds beneath the surface. Using his magic, he terrifies them into submission as tension builds beneath the surface. Both men sit down and confess everything as tension builds beneath the surface. Jamie listens in silence, realizing that they are trafficking people as tension builds beneath the surface. Including children, he reflects bitterly as tension builds beneath the surface, that these are the types of people his father despises most as tension builds beneath the surface. He finds their actions infuriating as tension builds beneath the surface, and wonders if they have some death wish as tension builds beneath the surface. He thinks about how both gods and humans manipulate others as tension builds beneath the surface for their own ends as tension builds beneath the surface, noting that these criminals are no different from the gods as tension builds beneath the surface. He also questions what their boss has been thinking as tension builds beneath the surface when assigning them such a mission as tension builds beneath the surface, certain that his father would detest this as tension builds beneath the surface. Jamie feels a bad premonition as tension builds beneath the surface. He jumps off the boxes he has been sitting on as tension builds beneath the surface and uses magic on the men as tension builds beneath the surface, commanding them to go to the Count's estate as tension builds beneath the surface and confess everything they know as tension builds beneath the surface. The two men, compelled by his magic, as tension builds beneath the surface, stand up to obey as tension builds beneath the surface. Jamie remarks that the morning will certainly be tumultuous as tension builds beneath the surface. As the robbers make their way to the estate, as tension builds beneath the surface, Jamie instructs Black to prepare for their return as tension builds beneath the surface. Before they can take off, however, as tension builds beneath the surface, both men are violently thrown back at lightning speed as tension builds beneath the surface. Philip hits the wall wall, leaving a gaping hole in his stomach as tension builds beneath the surface, while his companion is completely burned as tension builds beneath the surface. Philip's lifeless body falls onto the road with a sickening sound as tension builds beneath the surface. Jamie turns to see what has happened as tension builds beneath the surface. Suddenly, a man's laughter erupts behind him as tension builds beneath the surface, mocking the fallen men as thick-headed idiots as tension builds beneath the surface. One of the man's accomplices reminds him to keep quiet as tension builds beneath the surface, fearing that the guards might already be following them as tension builds beneath the surface. Jamie turns to face them as tension builds beneath the surface and tries to process what kind of person this loud as tension builds beneath the surface. Deranged individual might be as tension builds beneath the surface. Using his magic, Jamie addresses the man as tension builds beneath the surface, demanding to know why he dared to attack those under his command as tension builds beneath the surface. A magic circle appears behind Jamie as tension builds beneath the surface as he casts a spell on the fallen robbers as tension builds beneath the surface, forbidding them to die until they complete his instructions as tension builds beneath the surface. Their wounds begin to heal as tension builds beneath the surface, shocking Honey, who is responsible for the attack, as tension builds beneath the surface. Honey notices Jamie and sarcastically remarks on the unexpected guest as tension builds beneath the surface, instructing his subordinates to capture both Jamie as tension builds beneath the surface, and the two injured men as Jamie continues his spell as tension builds beneath the surface. Honey barks at his subordinates to hurry as tension builds beneath the surface, threatening them with death if they delay as tension builds beneath the surface. Two men begin dragging Philip and Janice as tension builds beneath the surface, who are almost fully healed as tension builds beneath the surface. Honey mocks them, further promising to kill them again as tension builds beneath the surface. Later, as tension builds beneath the surface, a tear rolls down Philip's cheek as he pleads with Jamie for help as tension builds beneath the surface. Jamie, watching them being dragged away as tension builds beneath the surface, calls Honey scum. Honey laughs mockingly and dismisses Jamie's words as tension builds beneath the surface. Suddenly, a sharp magical projectile flies toward Jamie as tension builds beneath the surface. Aimed at his head, Honey gleefully attacks as tension builds beneath the surface, piercing Jamie's body repeatedly with magic as tension builds beneath the surface, laughing maniacally and enjoying the sight as tension builds beneath the surface. He declares that it is so cool as tension builds beneath the surface, and wants to hear Jamie scream before his death as tension builds beneath the surface. Honey burns Jamie's body to ash and turns to his accomplice as tension builds beneath the surface, who watches in horror. The accomplice asks why Honey killed him as tension builds beneath the surface, but Honey seems confused, saying he had aimed for the boy as tension builds beneath the surface. Suddenly, Jamie's voice speaks directly into Honey's ear as tension builds beneath the surface, asking if he has enjoyed himself as tension builds beneath the surface. Startled, Honey backs away as Jamie confronts him as tension builds beneath the surface, questioning his amusement at killing his partner as tension builds beneath the surface. Honey begins to panic as tension builds beneath the surface, realizing that he has mistakenly killed someone else as tension builds beneath the surface, and that Jamie is alive as tension builds beneath the surface. The ominous aura emanating from Jamie leaves him paralyzed with fear as tension builds beneath the surface. Jamie criticizes Honey's arrogance as tension builds beneath the surface, calling him out for overestimating his abilities as a third-class wizard as tension builds beneath the surface. Honey, enraged and terrified as tension builds beneath the surface, attempts to use the Buster spell as tension builds beneath the surface, summoning a massive stream of fire intended to incinerate Jamie as tension builds beneath the surface. Completely confident in the spell's power, as tension builds beneath the surface. Honey believes it will reduce Jamie to ashes, as tension builds beneath the surface. Amid the blinding flash of magic, as tension builds beneath the surface, Jamie stands unharmed and begins explaining the human psyche, as tension builds beneath the surface. He states that people feel utterly helpless, as tension builds beneath the surface. When facing someone far stronger than themselves, as tension builds beneath the surface, which is why he enjoys manipulating those weaker than him, as tension builds beneath the surface. Honey collapses to his knees as tension builds beneath the surface, his face hitting the ground as tension builds beneath the surface. He lies motionless, overwhelmed by Jamie's power, as tension builds beneath the surface. Honey's partner, witnessing the ease with which Jamie defeats him, as tension builds beneath the surface, calls Jamie a monster and decides to flee, as tension builds beneath the surface. Before he can escape, Jamie uses dark magic to surround their bodies, as tension builds beneath the surface, compressing them painfully as tension builds beneath the surface. The bandits scream in agony as Jamie's magic crushes them, as tension builds beneath the surface. Jamie approaches Honey, announcing that his time has come, as tension builds beneath the surface. He grabs Honey by the hair, as tension builds beneath the surface, lifting his head as tension builds beneath the surface, and declares that Honey will answer all his questions as his slave, as tension builds beneath the surface. Honey immediately addresses him as master and obeys without resistance, as tension builds beneath the surface. Honey begins talking about little children as tension builds beneath the surface, but Jamie cuts him off, saying he has heard it all before, as tension builds beneath the surface. He tells Honey that attempting to manipulate him is a waste of time, as tension builds beneath the surface. Jamie thinks to himself, as tension builds beneath the surface, that his father will eventually discover the truth, as tension builds beneath the surface. Thanks to the two bandits he has already sent, as tension builds beneath the surface, he lets Honey go and considers what to do with him, as tension builds beneath the surface. Although he has stopped Honey's death, as tension builds beneath the surface, his soul is almost completely destroyed as tension builds beneath the surface, while his body is physically fine as tension builds beneath the surface. It won't sustain him for long as tension builds beneath the surface. Jamie contemplates his options as tension builds beneath the surface. Since Honey is only a third-class magician, as tension builds beneath the surface, he could potentially turn him into an undead, as tension builds beneath the surface. However, due to his damaged soul, as tension builds beneath the surface, Honey would decay rapidly as tension builds beneath the surface. Even if revived, as tension builds beneath the surface, Jamie realizes that while Honey might appear normal on a battlefield, as tension builds beneath the surface, his decaying state would draw too much attention as tension builds beneath the surface. In a peaceful place like this, as tension builds beneath the surface, with no better alternative, as tension builds beneath the surface, Jamie decides to try another method, as tension builds beneath the surface. Smiling, he reasons that as a third-class magician, as tension builds beneath the surface, Han and I should have enough mana for his needs, as tension builds beneath the surface. He points his hand toward Honey's head and begins absorbing his mana, as tension builds beneath the surface, wishing himself a bon appetit, as tension builds beneath the surface. After finishing, Honey's body begins to boil, as tension builds beneath the surface. Jamie remarks that the mana isn't bad, as tension builds beneath the surface, though it contains impurities due to Honey's human nature, as tension builds beneath the surface. He feels fortunate to consume such a large amount of mana, as tension builds beneath the surface, and wipes his lips with a handkerchief, as tension builds beneath the surface. Turning to Philip and Jance, as tension builds beneath the surface, Jamie wonders aloud what to do with them approaching them, as tension builds beneath the surface. He observes that even though he has given them some of his mana, as tension builds beneath the surface. They won't survive long in their current state, as tension builds beneath the surface. Sparks of dark magic separate from Jamie's body, as tension builds beneath the surface. And black materializes from the energy as tension builds beneath the surface. Black squeaks inquisitively as tension builds beneath the surface. And Jamie addresses the two bandits as tension builds beneath the surface, saying that because they still have unfinished business as tension builds beneath the surface. He can't let them die. Jamie decides to use necromancy as tension builds beneath the surface, a magical technique for reviving dead bodies as tension builds beneath the surface. He reflects that necromancy isn't the same as resurrection, as tension builds beneath the surface. Bodies revived through necromancy aren't truly alive, as tension builds beneath the surface, but are undead existing in a state contrary to the laws of nature, as tension builds beneath the surface. These undead creatures are neither fully alive nor fully dead, as tension builds beneath the surface. Jamie instructs Black to assist him as tension builds beneath the surface, and the familiar rises into the sky as tension builds beneath the surface, waiting for the command as tension builds beneath the surface. Jamie initiates the spell and addresses the bandits as tension builds beneath the surface, commanding them to relinquish their mortality and rebel against death as tension builds beneath the surface. Philip's veins bulge as tension builds beneath the surface, as Jamie notes that his spirit still lingers in the afterlife, as tension builds beneath the surface. Jamie declares that immortality awaits them, as tension builds beneath the surface, and urges them to forsake death, as tension builds beneath the surface. The bandits' eyes roll back as tears stream down their faces, as tension builds beneath the surface, screaming in agony, as tension builds beneath the surface. Philip and Jenks are brought back to life with Black's help, as tension builds beneath the surface. Once the ritual is complete, as tension builds beneath the surface, the bandits kneel before Jamie, as tension builds beneath the surface, pledging their loyalty and awaiting his orders, as tension builds beneath the surface. Jamie stares at them in disbelief, as tension builds beneath the surface, wondering if the process is truly finished, as tension builds beneath the surface. He notices lingering black smoke around them, as tension builds beneath the surface, and questions if he has made a mistake, as tension builds beneath the surface. Black lands on his head, squeaking guiltily, as tension builds beneath the surface. Jamie, annoyed, as tension builds beneath the surface, asks what Black has done wrong, as tension builds beneath the surface. Jamie reassures Black not to worry, as tension builds beneath the surface, insisting that everything has been done perfectly, as tension builds beneath the surface. Still frustrated, Jamie tugs at Black in irritation, as tension builds beneath the surface, and admits that although he knows the mistake is his, as tension builds beneath the surface, it is difficult to accept, as tension builds beneath the surface. Black squeals in response, as tension builds beneath the surface, and Jamie admits that he usually doesn't dwell on past successes, as tension builds beneath the surface. However, as tension builds beneath the surface, he is upset that all his previous undead servants are now missing, as tension builds beneath the surface. Black squeals for Jamie to stop, as tension builds beneath the surface, and Jamie remarks that he can't use the bandits in their current state, as tension builds beneath the surface. Anyway, he decides it would be better to get rid of them, as tension builds beneath the surface. Stroking his chin, as tension builds beneath the surface, he notes that with the black smoke emanating from them, as tension builds beneath the surface, they wouldn't be able to carry out Zenith's orders, as tension builds beneath the surface, or even walk down the street without attracting attention, as tension builds beneath the surface. Suddenly Black starts swaying side to side, as tension builds beneath the surface, before unexpectedly biting Jamie on the cheek, as tension builds beneath the surface. Annoyed, Jamie exclaims at the audacity of his familiar and questions as tension builds beneath the surface. Who gave it permission to bite its master? as tension builds beneath the surface. Black quickly flies away, landing on Hazard's head, as tension builds beneath the surface, where it begins absorbing all the dark haze surrounding the bandits. As tension builds beneath the surface, Jamie, surprised as tension builds beneath the surface, asks if Black is even capable of such a thing. As tension builds beneath the surface, Black chews the dark haze persistently, as tension builds beneath the surface. And after some time, not a single trace of it remains, as tension builds beneath the surface. Jamie acknowledges that the bandits can now be useful, as tension builds beneath the surface, and turns his attention to Black, as tension builds beneath the surface, who has grown significantly larger from the haze it has consumed, as tension builds beneath the surface. Jamie pets Black and praises it for a job well done, as tension builds beneath the surface. Jamie then turns to the two bandits and decides to give them new names, as tension builds beneath the surface. He commands them to rebel and names Jance, Ezid, and Philip Risa, as tension builds beneath the surface, after repeatedly ordering them to rebel, as tension builds beneath the surface. They finally regain consciousness, as tension builds beneath the surface. Jamie waves his hand, and the bandits, as tension builds beneath the surface, now free of the haze, stare ahead in confusion, as tension builds beneath the surface, observing their blank and surprised faces as tension builds beneath the surface. Jamie concludes that they likely have no idea what is happening, as tension builds beneath the surface. He decides to give them some time to adjust, as tension builds beneath the surface. After a long silence, Hazard finally breaks it, as tension builds beneath the surface, by asking if Jamie is the one who brought him back to life, as tension builds beneath the surface. Jamie confirms that this is indeed the case, as tension builds beneath the surface. Hazard grows fearful, trying to comprehend who Jamie is, as tension builds beneath the surface. He thinks about how young Jamie appears, as tension builds beneath the surface, likely only 9 or 10 years old, as tension builds beneath the surface, yet exudes a massive ominous aura, as tension builds beneath the surface. Hazard compares him to a sinister character from a childhood story, as tension builds beneath the surface, a creature that defies the world itself, as tension builds beneath the surface, something that shouldn't exist in this reality, as tension builds beneath the surface. Jamie grins and asks if he looks like a demon lord in their eyes, as tension builds beneath the surface. Risa, nervous but resolute, as tension builds beneath the surface, declares that he doesn't care if Jamie is a demon lord, as tension builds beneath the surface, or something else to him, as tension builds beneath the surface. Jamie looks like a human Jamie, as tension builds beneath the surface. Intrigued by Risa's defiance, as tension builds beneath the surface, thinks there must be flaws in his spell, as tension builds beneath the surface. Since Risa seems unaware of who his master now is, as tension builds beneath the surface, extending his index finger forward, as tension builds beneath the surface. Jamie decides that this behavior can't be overlooked, as tension builds beneath the surface. He points downward, causing Risa to fall abruptly, as tension builds beneath the surface, hitting his head on the ground, as tension builds beneath the surface. Jamie approaches Risa, as tension builds beneath the surface, and warns him that he will forgive the transgression this time, as tension builds beneath the surface. But if he ever makes that face again, as tension builds beneath the surface, there will be consequences, as tension builds beneath the surface. Terrified Risa acknowledges the warning, as tension builds beneath the surface, and Jamie turns to Hazard, as tension builds beneath the surface, stating that the same applies to him, as tension builds beneath the surface. Hazard quickly agrees, as tension builds beneath the surface, and Jamie reflects on the nature of soul subjugation, as tension builds beneath the surface. He understands that it doesn't matter what they want, as tension builds beneath the surface, as long as they're bound by the contract, as tension builds beneath the surface. Their lives belong to it, as tension builds beneath the surface. He muses is the essence of dark magic, as tension builds beneath the surface. Suddenly, as tension builds beneath the surface, Jamie remembers something and clarifies that he is not a demon, as tension builds beneath the surface. Lord Azar hesitantly asks who he is as tension builds beneath the surface. Jamie removes his hood and with a smile, as tension builds beneath the surface, reveals that he is an ordinary dark magician, as tension builds beneath the surface. A magician who once tried to kill the gods, as tension builds beneath the surface, and now lives solely for that purpose, as tension builds beneath the surface. Jamie instructs his new subordinates, as tension builds beneath the surface, to keep a close eye on the Zenith Church, as tension builds beneath the surface, and gather information about it, as tension builds beneath the surface. He tells them to bring him, as tension builds beneath the surface, anyone who might have knowledge about human trafficking, as tension builds beneath the surface, emphasizing that such a person must be the one to reveal everything, as tension builds beneath the surface. To his father, the two bandits obey without question, as tension builds beneath the surface. After issuing the orders, Jamie vanishes, as tension builds beneath the surface. Risa looks up, sighs in relief, as tension builds beneath the surface, and remarks that Jamie is gone, as tension builds beneath the surface. Azard also sighs, and they exchange glances hesitantly, as tension builds beneath the surface. Hazard suggests they start their work, as tension builds beneath the surface, and Risa agrees, as tension builds beneath the surface, acknowledging that they have no choice but to follow Jamie's commands, as tension builds beneath the surface. Meanwhile, Black expresses its complaints to Jamie, as tension builds beneath the surface, who reassures it that everything will be fine, as tension builds beneath the surface. He explains that the bandits are too afraid to disobey his orders, as tension builds beneath the surface. Black sits on Jamie's shoulder as he remarks that, as tension builds beneath the surface, thanks to their efforts, as tension builds beneath the surface, his father will be able to address the problem of the slave trade, as tension builds beneath the surface. Personally, Black, however, as tension builds beneath the surface, bites Jamie on the cheek again, squealing, as tension builds beneath the surface. Jamie responds by saying, as tension builds beneath the surface, he can't allow the trade to continue in these lands, as tension builds beneath the surface, as they will one day belong to him, as tension builds beneath the surface. Suddenly footsteps approach, as tension builds beneath the surface, and Jamie tells Black that they need to finish for the day, as tension builds beneath the surface. Out of nowhere, a boy runs into Jamie's back and falls to the ground, as tension builds beneath the surface. Confused, the boy wonders if he has crashed into someone, as tension builds beneath the surface. Annoyed, Jamie turns around and asks if the boy is blind, as tension builds beneath the surface. His irritation turns to curiosity when he realizes the boy is a child, as tension builds beneath the surface. The boy points out that Jamie is also a child, as tension builds beneath the surface. Black clings to Jamie's hair, as tension builds beneath the surface, as Jamie admits that he is only 9 years old, as tension builds beneath the surface. He decides to let the boy go this time, as tension builds beneath the surface, but warns him to be more careful in the future, as tension builds beneath the surface. Jamie walks away, as tension builds beneath the surface, and the boy quietly mutters that Jamie acts like an adult, as tension builds beneath the surface, despite having no gray hairs on his head, as tension builds beneath the surface. Just then, Black pulls on Jamie's hair, as tension builds beneath the surface. Making him stop abruptly, Jamie turns around surprised, as tension builds beneath the surface, and the boy frowns, asking what he wants, as tension builds beneath the surface. Jamie glances at Black and realizes, as tension builds beneath the surface, the familiar has reacted to the boy's comment about his hair color, as tension builds beneath the surface. Annoyed, Jamie wonders how Black has become so unruly, as tension builds beneath the surface, and thinks it lacks proper manners, as tension builds beneath the surface. Turning to the boy, Jamie threatens him, as tension builds beneath the surface, warning him to watch his words unless he wants to face consequences, as tension builds beneath the surface. Frightened, the boy apologizes profusely and runs off, as tension builds beneath the surface. Jamie sighs and asks Black if it is satisfied now, as tension builds beneath the surface. Black squeals contentedly, as tension builds beneath the surface, and Jamie decides they need to return home quickly, as tension builds beneath the surface. Once home, Jamie sits on his bed and scolds Black as tension builds beneath the surface, asking if it understands what it has done. As tension builds beneath the surface, Black squeals apologetically as tension builds beneath the surface. But Jamie warns that if it pulls a similar stunt again, as tension builds beneath the surface, the consequences will be harsher as tension builds beneath the surface. Black squeaks again as tension builds beneath the surface, and Jamie wonders where Black could have picked up such behavior as tension builds beneath the surface. Lying down on his bed, Jamie laments how tired he is as tension builds beneath the surface. He realizes he has used more power than anticipated as tension builds beneath the surface, and has much more work ahead as tension builds beneath the surface. He notes that his once easy and carefree life is over as tension builds beneath the surface. Jamie reflects on the looming threat of Zenith as tension builds beneath the surface, a god he despises whose influence is spreading in his territory as tension builds beneath the surface. The thought of Zenith makes him clench his fist as tension builds beneath the surface, placing his hand on his forehead as tension builds beneath the surface. Jamie resolves to face whatever challenges Zenith as tension builds beneath the surface, and his followers bring declaring that he will destroy them all as tension builds beneath the surface. Meanwhile, Azar returns to the shelter to continue their work as tension builds beneath the surface. He asks where the older brother is as tension builds beneath the surface. A frightened man hesitates and nervously inquires if Azar is alive as tension builds beneath the surface. Ignoring the question, as tension builds beneath the surface, Hazard repeats his demand to know the older brother's whereabouts as tension builds beneath the surface. The man finally admits that Han Ni has declared as tension builds beneath the surface. He will personally kill both Hazard and Riza, stammering as tension builds beneath the surface. He questions why Hazard is still alive as tension builds beneath the surface. Hazard, frustrated as tension builds beneath the surface, thinks about how he could have been overwhelmed by such weaklings as tension builds beneath the surface, who don't even know how to use mana, as tension builds beneath the surface. He punches the wall behind him and, addressing Pep as tension builds beneath the surface, demands he not make him repeat himself as tension builds beneath the surface. Pep, overwhelmed by fear as tension builds beneath the surface, thinks about Azar's newfound strength as tension builds beneath the surface, and wonders what has happened to him as tension builds beneath the surface. More importantly, he questions where all the other guys are as tension builds beneath the surface. Pep realizes that if others know Yance has returned as tension builds beneath the surface, it will cause chaos as tension builds beneath the surface. But it seems like Azar and Raza have already dealt with everyone as tension builds beneath the surface. Unsure of what to do, Pep raises his hands in surrender as tension builds beneath the surface, and says he doesn't know where his elder brother has gone as tension builds beneath the surface. Riza steps forward and asks if Pep is sure about that as tension builds beneath the surface. Terrified as tension builds beneath the surface, Pep nervously addresses him and insists he is telling the truth as tension builds beneath the surface. Stuttering and smiling nervously as tension builds beneath the surface, he assures them they can ask anyone and they will say the same as tension builds beneath the surface. Riza, unconvinced as tension builds beneath the surface, thinks about how tired he is as tension builds beneath the surface, and decides it is time to find the boss to fulfill Jamie's orders as tension builds beneath the surface, since the boss is well informed about everything happening in the city as tension builds beneath the surface. Riza reasons that he might also know something about the Zenith Church as tension builds beneath the surface. Riza asks Pep where the boss might be as tension builds beneath the surface. Pep panics internally as tension builds beneath the surface, realizing he needs to give a convincing answer or risk losing his life as tension builds beneath the surface. After thinking quickly, as tension builds beneath the surface. He replies that the boss likes girls and drinking, as tension builds beneath the surface. So he's likely at one of the nearby bars, as tension builds beneath the surface. Azar glances at Riza and agrees that Pep might be right, as tension builds beneath the surface. Riza nods and suggests they check out all the bars, as tension builds beneath the surface. Pep sighs in relief, thinking he has avoided danger, as tension builds beneath the surface. However, his relief is short-lived, as tension builds beneath the surface, as hazard strikes him in the face, as tension builds beneath the surface, and suggests taking him as a witness, as tension builds beneath the surface, since the master has ordered them to find one, as tension builds beneath the surface. Asgard debates aloud where they can hide Pep, as tension builds beneath the surface, and suggests tying him up in the forest, as tension builds beneath the surface. Riza kicking Pep agrees with the idea, as tension builds beneath the surface, but proposes locking him in the basement of his house instead, as tension builds beneath the surface. He reminds Asgard that they have wasted enough time and need to leave, as tension builds beneath the surface. Asgard slings Pep over his shoulder, as tension builds beneath the surface, and the two leave to continue their mission, as tension builds beneath the surface. He walks in and freezes. The room is littered with corpses. Stunned, he whispers, "What happened here?" One look tells him the truth. Every last one is dead. Fear grips his chest. Is he going to get punished again? He didn't meet the quota yesterday, and they never forgive failure, but realizes there is no one left who can punish him, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Panicked, he runs toward the exit, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, deciding to escape before anyone can suspect him of wrongdoing, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Morning arrives, and Jamie wakes up feeling exhausted, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, stretching and yawning, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. He notes how tired he is, and isn't surprised he has slept so long, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. He reflects that avoiding certain people might no longer be possible, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Heading to the dining room, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. He tells Black to disappear to avoid catching his father's attention, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Black obeys, and Jamie enters the dining room, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Greeting his parents and asking how they slept, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. His father wishes him good morning, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. And his sister Sarah cheerfully replies that she slept very well, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Noticing his mother isn't at the table, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie asks where she is suddenly, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. His mother pounces on him from behind her hiding place, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, exclaiming that she is right there, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Startled, Jamie screams and asks where she has been hiding, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, admitting he hadn't noticed her, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. His mother teases him, questioning if he is serious, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie looks away privately, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, admitting to himself, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, that he had known she was behind the door all along, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. His mother pats him on the head, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, and asks if her little Jamie had been scared, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie, playing along, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, confirms that he is fine once he realized it was her, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. His mother smiles and compliments his manners, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie, realizing what is coming, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, tries to redirect the attention, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, suggesting they start eating, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Ignoring him, his mother snuggles up to him, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, calling him cute and wanting to hug him again, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Sarah joins in saying she wants a hug too, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie, overwhelmed internally, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, screams for someone to stop them, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. The family sits at the table, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. And Sears hugs Sarah affectionately as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, calling her sweetie as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie glances at Sarah and muses about how soft children's cheeks are as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. He briefly entertains the idea of squeezing her cheeks as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, but catches himself embarrassed by the thought as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, hiding his face on the table as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. He realizes how much he has grown accustomed to this calm as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Familiar life after breakfast as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Sears mentions that everything will begin tomorrow as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Her husband agrees, and Jamie as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Picking up Sarah in his arms as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Asks what will happen as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Argino turns to his wife and asks if she hasn't told the children as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Sears looks away, admitting that she forgot as dread coils tighter around his thoughts because she has been so worried about their son as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie assumes she is referring to the technique he used earlier as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, knowing how much she tends to worry as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Lowering his eyes, Jamie apologizes sincerely as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Sears reassures him as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, acknowledging that nothing serious will likely happen to him as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, but warns him against exhausting himself as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. She adds that if he keeps pushing himself as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, it might break her heart as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, and she might faint in the corridor from sadness as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie promises not to do it again as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, and repeats his question about what is happening tomorrow as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Laughing Sears as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, reveals that the family will be attending a ball together as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie immediately realizes it is the grand ball as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, organized by Earl Simon and Earl Welton as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, where nearly all the nobility of the northern Seldom as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Empire will gather Sears delighted as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, explains that it is the perfect opportunity for the children as dread coils tighter around his thoughts to experience such an event as dread coils tighter around his thoughts for the first time as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Her excitement contrasts sharply with Jamie's realization as dread coils tighter around his thoughts that his precious free time is about to come to an end as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Later that night, Jamie dons his cloak and summons Black as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Black clings to him as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, as Jamie declares that it is time to visit the two blockheads as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. They make their way to town and enter Riza's house as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Azar and Riza seated at the table as dread coils tighter around his thoughts immediately stand and greet Jamie as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, acknowledging his arrival as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie removes his hood and asks if they have completed his tasks as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Riza apologizes as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, admitting they haven't learned anything about the Zenith religion yet as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, as it is a relatively new organization as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie concludes that as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, even the members of Livel as dread coils tighter around his thoughts wouldn't be able to uncover much in a single day as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Shifting his focus, Jamie asks about the other errand as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Riza points to a tied-up Pep and presents him as their catch as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Pep looks at Jamie and recognizes his distinctive hair color as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, realizing that the Welton family might have taken as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Control of the situation as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Riza informs Jamie that Pep is a member of Livel as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, and notes that Honey intended to kill him as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, proving that Pep isn't an ordinary pawn, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Azar adds that Pep claims to know nothing, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie decides to interrogate him and orders them to untie his mouth, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. As soon as the gag is removed, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, Pep begins pleading for his life, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, insisting he doesn't know anything, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. He promises to gather any information Jamie wants if spared, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie, unimpressed, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, calls Pep a child, causing Pep to feel a chill of fear, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie assures him that there is no reason to kill him, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. But he expects Pep to follow his orders, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Overwhelmed by Jamie's immense power, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, Pep cries and swears to do anything Jamie wants, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, even offering to find his boss, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie silences Pep, noting that he is being too loud, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. And Pep realizes he is suddenly unable to speak, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie explains that Pep only needs to do one thing, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, placing his hand on Pep's head, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie casts a spell commanding him to go to the Count's estate, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, and reveal everything about Livel's activities, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Pep rises without protest and leaves the house, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, heading toward the estate, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Hazard and Risa watch him go, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, and Jamie reassures them that Livel won't catch Pep, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, and that his father will handle the situation first, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. He instructs his subordinates to leave the city and hide, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. The two bow and accept Jamie's orders without question, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie, curious, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, asks why they don't question him, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. They reply that the master's orders are absolute law, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, and cannot be disobeyed. Black perches on Jamie's shoulder, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, watching as the scene unfolds, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Rise, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, comments that he thinks he understands why Jamie has given them these, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Instructions, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie recognizes that Risa seems to grasp the situation they are in, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. He confirms Risa's observation, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, thinking to himself that his father will likely destroy Livel, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie believes it won't benefit his father, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, to know about the existence of these two subordinates, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. During the destruction, turning away, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. He informs them that he will be gone for a few days, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, and instructs them to stay quiet until his return, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. They obey and Jamie leaves the house, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. As Jamie walks away, Risa runs after him, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Calling out, Jamie turns and asks what is wrong, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Risa, visibly concerned, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, questions what they have become, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, acknowledging that he knows they are dead and beyond repair, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Risa admits he doesn't want to return to his past life, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, while he appreciates his newfound strength, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. He is desperate to understand what kind of creature he has become, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie asks for clarification, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, and Risa expresses his suspicion, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, that they might now be top-rank undead, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, given their extraordinary strength, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie, surprised by the question, laughs, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Riza, thinking he has asked something foolish, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, apologizes if it sounds stupid, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie reassures him with a smile that it isn't a stupid question, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, and explains that it is actually amusing, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Most people, Jamie notes, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, would struggle with accepting their transformation into undead, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. But Riza and Hazard seem to have taken it in stride, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, which Jamie finds fascinating, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Riza thanks him, and Jamie reflects on how unique they are, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, compared to others he has encountered, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. While most reject the idea of becoming monsters, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, and lament their loss of humanity, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. These two are the opposite, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Hazard joins them outside, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, and Jamie observes that he has found reliable servants, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. He explains to them that they are just ordinary zombies, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, but he has preserved their appearances from before they died, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Their transformation has enhanced their strength significantly, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, making them far more powerful than regular people, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Risa lowers his eyes, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, disheartened, and acknowledges that they are just ordinary zombies, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie laughs and encourages them, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, stating that everything depends on their efforts, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. He adds that one day, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, they might ascend to become zombies of the highest rank, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. This inspires the two, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, and they promise to hide as instructed and wait for his return, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie prepares to leave, and Black squeals, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie tells Black not to call them pathetic, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, noting that he finds them intriguing, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, and reminiscent of someone from his past, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, concluding that they have stayed long enough, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie decides it is time to go back, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. That night the Welton household is unusually restless, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. One member of Laval, the criminal organization, and Hisa, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, decides to betray his own group, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, forcing the Count to stay behind to deal with the situation, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. As a result, only 3 members of the Welton family sears, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Sarah and Jamie set off for Reagan, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. The largest city in the East, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Riding in a carriage, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie considers that he could have reached the city himself, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Using his teleportation skill, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Watching his mother with his sleeping sister, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie reflects on how much stronger he has become, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Magic has advanced significantly since his time, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, becoming radically different, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. However, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, Jamie cannot determine how much time has passed since his death, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. He recalls historical accounts of events after his death, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, such as an army of demons attacking humans, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, under the leadership of a demon lord, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Though there have been no wars for several hundred years, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie concludes that a considerable amount of time must have elapsed, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Dark magic begins to radiate from him as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. As he thinks about the gods' inability to unite, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Something he finds advantageous for his goals, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Dealing with them individually will be easier, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Even if it means countless people will die, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Something he no longer considers his concern, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Sarah stirs slightly in her sleep, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Sensing the dark magic, noticing this, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie quickly reigns in his power, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. When his sister smiles in her sleep, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie resolves to focus on the upcoming ball first, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. The carriage rolls into the city, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Where the streets are adorned with well-maintained lawns, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Near the houses and small market stalls, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Nearby, a beautiful temple stands prominently, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie looks out of the carriage window and admires the view, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Commenting on how beautiful the city is, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. His mother responds enthusiastically, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Agreeing and pointing out, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. That Reagan is the most advanced city in their kingdom, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. She notes that no other place handles as much wealth as Reagan does, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Marveling at its prosperity, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie agrees and thinks to himself, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, that the city's reputation as one of the richest in the kingdom, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, is well-deserved thanks to Reagan, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. When the carriage stops, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. The coachman informs them that they have arrived, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie expresses his excitement, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, saying he is so eager to meet Count Simon, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, that it feels like his heart is about to leap out of his chest, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. His mother, finding his reaction adorable, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, hugs him and reassures him not to worry so much, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie wonders internally why he has to endure such situations, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. But his mother continues commenting on how cute his excitement is, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, and suggesting he hold her hand if he needs comfort, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. She finally lets him go and asks if Jamie admires Count Simon, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, because he wants to become a magician himself, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie, feeling cornered, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, gives an exhausted yes as an answer, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. His mother praises Count Simon, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, describing him as incredible, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. She explains that Simon, the same age as Jamie's father, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, is already a 7th grade mage, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, and a leader of the kingdom's Eastern Council of Nobles, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, alongside Earl Welton, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. She adds that Simon is also known as the Red Lotus Magician, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, because of his magic, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, which is said to be capable of killing 1,000 people, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. With a single spell, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie asked what kind of person Count Simon is, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. His mother thinks for a moment, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, before describing him as having hair as red as blood, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie, slightly surprised, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, reflects that he isn't interested in Simon's titles or reputation, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, but is intrigued by his strength and wants to speak with him, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. As the carriage enters the estate, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie wonders how his upcoming conversation with Count Simon, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, will compare to his brief, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Somewhat unproductive dialogue with Marquis Linmore, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. When they arrive, Sears steps out of the carriage, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, and instructs the children to follow her carefully, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie eagerly gets out of the carriage, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. A man who greets them asks Sears if she is the wife of Earl Welton, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, and she confirms the man offers to escort them to their chambers, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. He leads them to luxurious rooms, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, and informs them that these chambers are theirs, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. For the duration of the event, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. He adds that they can make any request through their personal butler, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Sears comments on how caring Count Simon is, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. And Jamie agrees, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Appreciating the thoughtfulness of having his own space, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie thinks about how he wouldn't have liked, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Sharing a room with his parents, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Sears instructs the children to return to her, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Once they have settled their belongings, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. After a few minutes, a maid begins braiding Sears' hair, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, and complimenting her on its smoothness and beauty, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie enters the room and is taken aback, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, commenting that his mother looks beautiful, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Sears laughs and asks Jamie if he truly thinks so, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. And Jamie confirms much to her delight, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Overjoyed, she runs to him, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, exclaiming that he also looks very handsome that day, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. The maid quickly reminds Sears to control herself, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, warning that she might ruin her appearance, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. With tears in her eyes, Sears pleads to hug Jamie just once, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. But the maid refuses, explaining that her dress would wrinkle, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie sighs in relief at being spared, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. And another maid announces that Sarah, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. The young lady is also ready, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Sarah steps out wearing a cute dress, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. And their mother Sears, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, exclaims with joy, praising how adorable she looks, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie looks at Sarah and compliments her, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, saying she looks like a doll, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Sarah, delighted, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, asks if she is cute. Jamie assures her that she is very nice, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, but points out that the dress must be uncomfortable, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. He encourages her to be patient until the end of the event, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. And Sarah agrees, the maid, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Then, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, reminds Jamie that he also needs to change into appropriate attire, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. After everyone is ready, they head to the banquet hall, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, where the event is just beginning, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie looks around, marveling at the grandeur of the ballroom, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. He reflects on how luxurious it appears, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, wondering if ballrooms have always been this opulent, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Sitting at the table, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, he asks if Count Simon really enjoys all this extravagance, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Sears confirms that he does, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, and adds that, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie will be even more surprised when he meets the Count in person, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Other ladies in the hall notice Sears and greet her warmly, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Complimenting her beauty, one remarks on how elegant her dress is, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, noting that it is made from organic cotton, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Grown on the Welton family's lands, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, and personally designed by Sears to be worn in winter, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Sears gracefully thanks them for their kind words, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Meanwhile, Jamie watches with distaste, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, recognizing, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, their attempts to ingratiate themselves with the Welton family, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. He thinks about how such sycophants remind him of people from his past, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, who flattered the gods despite his disgust, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. He is relieved that his mother knows how to handle such people, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. A man steps into the center of the hall and loudly calls for attention, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, introducing himself as Rywell Banner, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. A member of Reagan's administrative bodies, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. He welcomes everyone to Count Simon's ball, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. After a brief speech, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, he announces that the Count and his family will be arriving shortly, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, and asks everyone to take their seats, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, gesturing toward the entrance, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. The sound of footsteps fills the hall, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, as the red-haired Count Simon makes his entrance, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie feels a wave of nervousness as he sees him, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. The Count greets everyone warmly, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, expressing his hope that they will enjoy the event, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. As the Count moves through the hall, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, Jamie carefully observes him, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, noting his powerful presence, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, comparing him to Marquis Linmel, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie speculates that Count Simon might even be stronger, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. As Simon approaches their table, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, Jamie becomes even more intrigued, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, thinking that the Red Lotus magician exceeds his expectations, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. The Count, accompanied by his wife, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, approaches Sears from behind and greets her warmly, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, complimenting her appearance, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, and noting how much better she looks than last year, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Sears rises from her chair and thanks him teasingly, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, asking him not to bring up the past, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. She returns the sentiment, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, expressing gladness that he is in good health, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Simon inquires about Count Welton's absence, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, and Sears explains that he will arrive later, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, due to some pressing matters, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. The Count acknowledges this with understanding, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, turning his attention to Jamie, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Simon asks if this is her son, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Sears confirms, introducing Jamie and Sarah as her children, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. She encourages them to greet the Count, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, and they promptly do so, introducing themselves with politeness, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. The Count's wife compliments their beauty, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, and Sears adds that her children are also very smart, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. The Count's wife laughs, acknowledging her words, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Simon fixes his gaze on Jamie, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, scrutinizing him intently, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie realizes he is being assessed and confident in his abilities, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, welcomes the scrutiny, even feeling eager to display his strength, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Simon's lips curl into a subtle smile, and he addresses Jamie, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Confirming his name, Jamie smiles in response, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Affirming it, the Count then states that they will talk later, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. To which Jamie agrees. Simon moves on to greet other guests, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, leaving Jamie impressed, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie reflects that Count Simon has surpassed all his expectations, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, and eagerly anticipates their next meeting, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Everyone gathers to greet Count Simon, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, and his wife, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, warmly encourages the Welton family to make themselves comfortable, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. One of the Count's sons frowns as he observes Jamie, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, who is asking his mother when his father will arrive, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Sears replies that she expects him closer to midnight, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. The Count's family takes their seats at their table, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, and one of the boys asks his father, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, what he thinks of Earl Welton's son, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. The Count, mildly amused, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, asks why a 10-year-old child interests him so much, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. His son explains that while Jamie is young now, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, he will one day lead the Welton family, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Being of a similar age, it seems worthwhile to get to know him, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. The Count remains silent, contemplating, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. He has heard rumors about Jamie, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, showing leadership qualities among noble children, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. And it appears his son seeks his approval by befriending Jamie, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Finding this amusing, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, the Count decides to humor him and praises his son's foresight, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. His son, slightly pleased, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, presses further, asking if the Count can share more about Jamie, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Instead, the Count deflects by suggesting they focus on the meal, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, and his son reluctantly agrees, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. As they eat, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, the Count's wife gently advises her son to get along with Jamie, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, emphasizing the long-standing alliance between their families, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Her son assures her not to worry, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, and she smiles satisfied with his response, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Despite this outward compliance, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, the boy privately dismisses the idea of befriending Jamie, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, imagining a future where Jamie kneels before him, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, earning his father's approval, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. He pictures his father's proud hand on his shoulder, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, which fuels his ambition meanwhile, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. His older brother silently observing the exchange, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, grins knowingly as the banquet progresses, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Guests begin rising from their tables, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Sears reminds Jamie to make friends with everyone, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie agrees outwardly, but privately thinks he doesn't need friends, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, and will instead find a quiet place to spend his time, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Excusing himself, he wanders into the estate's backyard, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, and finds a luxurious garden with a gazebo and greenhouse, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. He admires the scenery, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, noting that Count Simon's wealth extends beyond magic, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, and hopes to meet him again soon, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Suddenly a voice interrupts his thoughts, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Asking whom he is talking to, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie instinctively casts a spell on his weapon and turns, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Pointing the tip of a magical spear at the girl standing behind him, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Realizing she poses no threat, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. He withdraws his weapon just in time, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. The girl, startled, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, exclaims at his sudden attack, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie, unfazed, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, retorts, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. That sneaking up on someone unannounced is equally questionable, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. The girl, offended, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, calls his actions rude, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. But Jamie coldly replies that she's lucky to be alive, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. She falls silent, and Jamie demands to know who she is, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, and how she has managed to sneak up on him, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Smiling coyly, the girl teases him, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, questioning whether she should reveal her identity after such behavior, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie finds her demeanor irritating, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, disliking her tone and the fact that she has managed to surprise him, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. He declares that he isn't in the mood to deal with her antics, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, and without warning fires a magical air bullet between her legs, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, leaving a depression in the ground, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. The girl, frightened, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, stares at the damage, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie explains that the air bullet is a second-level magic, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, and can be fatal without proper magical defense, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. He warns her to be cautious before pushing him further, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Terrified, the girl quickly introduces herself as Ash Vale, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. The eldest daughter of Viscount Vale, and a spiritualist of spirits, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie recognizes the term spiritualist, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, as referring to magicians who form contracts with nature spirits, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Spiritualists are rare and highly regarded, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, often earning noble titles, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie reflects on how remarkable it is for someone his age, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, to already be a spiritualist, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Such individuals typically begin studying at 10 years old, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. But Ash seems to be a prodigy, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. When Ash demands to know who he is, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie notes her determination and dislike for losing, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. He introduces himself as Jamie Welton, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, heir to the Earl of Welton, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, and expresses his pleasure in meeting her, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. He thinks about the Val family's loyalty to his own, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, which adds significance to their meeting, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Ash, surprised by his identity, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, hesitates to respond meanwhile, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Earl Welton interrogates the leader of Livell, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. A criminal gang, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Standing over the man, the Count, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Expresses his disgust at their involvement in human trafficking, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. He notes that while the gang has been useful at times, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, this betrayal is unforgivable, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. As the man begs for mercy, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Coughing up blood, the Count coldly ignores his pleas, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, declaring that only a madman, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, or someone tired of living would commit such an act, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. He orders the leader to be hanged the next day, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. The guards carry out his orders, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. And the count, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, instructs his men to prepare a carriage for his departure to Reagan, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. As the prisoners are escorted away, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. A hooded man watches from a tree, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, taking out a magic sphere, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. He reports that the gang has failed, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, and issues instructions to proceed with Plan B, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie wanders through the garden, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, noticing Ash following him closely, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. He abruptly stops, turns to her, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, and demands to know why she is trailing him, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. He dismisses her saying that her father, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, being his father's vassal, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, means nothing. Ash lowers her eyes, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, hesitates, and begins to speak, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. But Jamie cuts her off, telling her to stop speaking, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. So cryptically, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, he announces that he is heading back and instructs her not to follow, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. However, Ash grabs his hand, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, prompting an annoyed Jamie to question if she is serious, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. He turns back to her and asks why she keeps pestering him, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Ash replies that she has never met someone her own age before, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, and wants to be his friend, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Jamie, surprised, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts, silently processes her reasoning, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. He thinks it's strange, as dread coils tighter around his thoughts. Friends, he scoffs. They're pointless. Maybe someone like her needs that kind of bond, but not him. He turns, cold and certain, walking away without a pause. Go find someone else, he says without looking back. I don't need friends. Never did. Ash calls after him frustrated, as he shuts the world out with every step, and shouts that he is a pest before finally leaving him alone, as he shuts the world out with every step. Jamie reflects on her words, as he shuts the world out with every step, reaffirming to himself that he doesn't need friends, as he shuts the world out with every step. He thinks she doesn't understand that friendship, as he shuts the world out with every step. Like any other relationship, as he shuts the world out with every step. His irrational memories from his past resurface, as he shuts the world out with every step, angering him, as he shuts the world out with every step, as he blames her for reminding him of something unpleasant, as he shuts the world out with every step, lost in his thoughts, as he shuts the world out with every step. Jamie is suddenly interrupted by someone calling out to him, as he shuts the world out with every step. Turning, he sees a red-haired boy with a group of friends, as he shuts the world out with every step. Jamie instantly recognizes him as the son of Count Simon, as he shuts the world out with every step. The boy addresses Jamie, but Jamie's curt reply surprises him, as he shuts the world out with every step. One of the boys in the group questions Jamie's disrespectful tone, as he shuts the world out with every step. And another identifies the red-haired boy as Alf, as he shuts the world out with every step. The eldest son and heir of the Simon family, as he shuts the world out with every step. Jamie dismisses them as noisy, as he shuts the world out with every step, raising his index finger and casting a silencing spell, as he shuts the world out with every step. The group falls silent, unable to utter a word, as he shuts the world out with every step. Alf, nervous, asks if Jamie has just used a silencing spell on them, as he shuts the world out with every step. Jamie smirks and acknowledges that Alf recognizes the spell, as he shuts the world out with every step, remarking that Alf is slightly better than his companions, as he shuts the world out with every step, whom he calls monkeys. Alf, irritated, as he shuts the world out with every step, calls Jamie smug and reminds him that he is older, as he shuts the world out with every step. Jamie retorts that Alf should get straight to the point, as he shuts the world out with every step, before he silences him as well, as he shuts the world out with every step. Waving his hand, lightly Jamie causes Alf to cough into his fist, as he shuts the world out with every step. Regaining his composure, as he shuts the world out with every step. Alf smiles and assures Jamie he isn't looking for a fight, as he shuts the world out with every step, but merely wants to chat. He compliments Jamie, as he shuts the world out with every step, marveling at his ability to use silent spells, as he shuts the world out with every step, which he describes as incredible, as he shuts the world out with every step. Jamie abruptly asks who Alf is, as he shuts the world out with every step, dismissing Alf's words as useless chatter, as he shuts the world out with every step. He instructs him to leave, as he shuts the world out with every step. Alf, taken aback, as he shuts the world out with every step, asks if Jamie truly doesn't know who he is, as he shuts the world out with every step. Jamie replies that he is well aware Alf is the son of Count Simon, as he shuts the world out with every step. Slightly reassured, Alf says he is glad Jamie knows, as he shuts the world out with every step, as he had almost been disappointed, as he shuts the world out with every step. He suggests that since they are both heirs to noble houses, as he shuts the world out with every step, they should have no communication issues, as he shuts the world out with every step. Jamie silently observes Alf, as he shuts the world out with every step, thinking that if he hadn't demonstrated his magical skills, as he shuts the world out with every step, Alf and his friends might have tried to force friendship upon him, as he shuts the world out with every step. Alf continues stating that, as he shuts the world out with every step, since they are destined to become central figures, as he shuts the world out with every step, among the nobility of the eastern region, as he shuts the world out with every step. It makes sense to establish a friendship now, as he shuts the world out with every step. Jamie understands Alf's intentions, as he shuts the world out with every step. Clearly he wants to dominate him, as he shuts the world out with every step. Sighing, Jamie, as he shuts the world out with every step, thinks about how tiresome it is to listen to such pitiful attempts, as he shuts the world out with every step. He firmly replies that he isn't interested in Alf, as he shuts the world out with every step. His ideas, or even continuing the conversation, as he shuts the world out with every step. He tells Alf to leave, as there is nothing more to discuss, as he shuts the world out with every step. Alf, taken aback by the rejection, as he shuts the world out with every step, asks angrily if Jamie has just refused him, as he shuts the world out with every step. The blatant refusal irritates him, as he shuts the world out with every step. Drawing his magic staff, as he shuts the world out with every step, Alf declares his intention to crush Jamie's magic, as he shuts the world out with every step, and force him into submission, as he shuts the world out with every step. Smiling confidently, as he shuts the world out with every step. He points his staff at Jamie and awaits his response, as he shuts the world out with every step. Jamie chuckles, as he shuts the world out with every step, noting that Alf has intended to use brute force all along, as he shuts the world out with every step. Alf admits as much, explaining that he adjusted his approach, as he shuts the world out with every step. After witnessing Jamie's magical abilities, as he shuts the world out with every step, but is now reverting to his usual tactics, as he shuts the world out with every step. Jamie's expression darkens with disgust at Alf's duplicity, as he shuts the world out with every step, especially at such a young age, as he shuts the world out with every step. He questions, as he shuts the world out with every step, Alf's assumption that adults will allow him to act recklessly, as he shuts the world out with every step, pointing out that Alf will surely face consequences, as he shuts the world out with every step. If anything serious happens, as he shuts the world out with every step. Alf dismisses Jamie's concerns, as he shuts the world out with every step, confidently asserting that no one will see them, as he shuts the world out with every step. He reveals a magical pearl, as he shuts the world out with every step, crushes it and envelopes the area in a magical barrier, as he shuts the world out with every step. Jamie recognizes it as a magical artifact of illusion, as he shuts the world out with every step, which Alf confirms, as he shuts the world out with every step, before threatening that Jamie will soon be begging for mercy, as he shuts the world out with every step. Alf dispels Jamie's silencing spell, as he shuts the world out with every step, and his friends gasp for air, as he shuts the world out with every step. One of the boys expresses relief, as he shuts the world out with every step, saying he thought he was going to die under the spell, as he shuts the world out with every step. Another angrily accuses Jamie of arrogance, as he shuts the world out with every step, thinking he can get away with anything because of his family name, as he shuts the world out with every step. Jamie observes the artifact's magic dome, as he shuts the world out with every step, and thinks it is a clever tool, as he shuts the world out with every step. Ignoring their threats, he finds their arrogance amusing, as he shuts the world out with every step. One of the boys, frustrated by Jamie's silence, as he shuts the world out with every step, shouts that there will be no mercy, as he shuts the world out with every step. Jamie, unfazed, as he shuts the world out with every step, remarks on how interesting the situation is, as he shuts the world out with every step. Alf, assuming Jamie, as he shuts the world out with every step, is oblivious to the gravity of his predicament, as he shuts the world out with every step, begins to make a grand statement about the Welton family, as he shuts the world out with every step, but is abruptly interrupted when Jamie casts a spell, as he shuts the world out with every step. Jamie simply tells them to suffer, as he shuts the world out with every step. Blood flows from their eyes and mouths as they writhe in agony, as he shuts the world out with every step. Jamie warns them not to disable the artifact, as he shuts the world out with every step, smiling as he adds that if they do, as he shuts the world out with every step, everyone will witness their torment, as he shuts the world out with every step. The boys scream in pain, and after a while, as he shuts the world out with every step. The spell ends. Jamie has already left, as he shuts the world out with every step, leaving them to recover from their ordeal, as he shuts the world out with every step. As the boys regain their senses, as he shuts the world out with every step, one pleads for help and another complains of an unbearable headache, as he shuts the world out with every step. Alf stands up shakily, vomiting and coughing as he spits out drool, as he shuts the world out with every step. Overwhelmed, he thinks about how close he has been to death, as he shuts the world out with every step. Realizing Jamie's superior strength, as he shuts the world out with every step, he laments his own weakness, as he shuts the world out with every step. He acknowledges that Jamie is a 4th rank mage, as he shuts the world out with every step, while he is only a 2nd rank mage, as he shuts the world out with every step, which makes him feel utterly inadequate, as he shuts the world out with every step. Tears stream down Alf's face, as he shuts the world out with every step, as he questions why things have turned out this way, as he shuts the world out with every step. He wonders how someone from the Welton family, as he shuts the world out with every step, known for their swordsmanship, as he shuts the world out with every step, can possess such extraordinary magical talent, as he shuts the world out with every step. Consumed by jealousy, Alf resolves to crush Jamie's abilities, as he shuts the world out with every step, and ensure he will never wield magic again, as he shuts the world out with every step. Slowly rising to his feet, as he shuts the world out with every step, Alf vows that he won't forgive Jamie, as he shuts the world out with every step, and will make him pay for this humiliation, as he shuts the world out with every step. The boys return to the estate after their encounter with Jamie, as he shuts the world out with every step. One of Alf's friends nervously asks if using the magical artifact was, as he shuts the world out with every step, truly the right decision, as he shuts the world out with every step, given its dangerous nature, as he shuts the world out with every step. Alf dismisses his concerns, as he shuts the world out with every step, telling him to stay quiet and follow along, as he shuts the world out with every step. Suddenly, Alf's younger brother, as he shuts the world out with every step, Lennon calls out to him, as he shuts the world out with every step. Turning toward Lennon, Alf asks why he is there, as he shuts the world out with every step. Lennon smirks and replies that his presence should make Alf happy as he shuts the world out with every step. He reveals another artifact as he shuts the world out with every step, stating that no younger brother could stay calm as he shuts the world out with every step. After hearing his elder sibling had been humiliated as he shuts the world out with every step, Alf is taken aback and asks, as he shuts the world out with every step, how Lennon has acquired such a dangerous item as he shuts the world out with every step. Lennon evades the question as he shuts the world out with every step, handing over the artifact and encouraging Alf to teach Jamie a lesson as he shuts the world out with every step. Alf grins, agreeing that its origins don't matter as he shuts the world out with every step. What matters is using it to destroy Jamie as he shuts the world out with every step. Clutching the artifact, Alf resolves to exact his revenge as he shuts the world out with every step. Later that evening, Count Welton arrives at the estate as he shuts the world out with every step. Count Simon personally greets him with a smile as he shuts the world out with every step. Shaking his hand, Count Welton jokes about the personal greeting as he shuts the world out with every step, asking if the sun will soon rise in the west as he shuts the world out with every step. The two exchange pleasantries before heading to the reception area as he shuts the world out with every step. As they settle in, Count Welton inquires about the success of the event as he shuts the world out with every step. Count Simon casually mentions meeting Welton's son as he shuts the world out with every step, prompting the Earl to ask for his opinion of Jamie as he shuts the world out with every step. Simon remarks on Jamie's quick response as he shuts the world out with every step and comments that it is clear Welton dotes on his children as he shuts the world out with every step. Count Welton laughs, admitting that he lives for his children as he shuts the world out with every step. Simon, looking wistful as he shuts the world out with every step, says he envies him, sensing a deeper meaning as he shuts the world out with every step. Count Welton asks if Simon's circumstances remain unchanged as he shuts the world out with every step. Avoiding the question, Simon shifts the topic as he shuts the world out with every step, expressing his amazement at Jamie's talents as he shuts the world out with every step. Welton, seeing through Simon's vague statements as he shuts the world out with every step, smiles and asks if Simon believes Jamie to be exceptionally talented as he shuts the world out with every step. Simon clarifies that talent isn't sufficient to describe Jamie as he shuts the world out with every step. He declares Jamie the most gifted individual he's ever encountered as he shuts the world out with every step, possibly in all of human history, as he shuts the world out with every step. Count Welton removes his gloves as he shuts the world out with every step, recalling that Marquis Linmel has expressed a similar sentiment as he shuts the world out with every step. Simon, intrigued as he shuts the world out with every step, asks how Marquis met Jamie as he shuts the world out with every step. Welton explains that he has known of Jamie's potential early on as he shuts the world out with every step, but hadn't considered it extraordinary as he shuts the world out with every step. Seeking guidance, he had approached Marquis to mentor Jamie as he shuts the world out with every step. However, Marquis had refused as he shuts the world out with every step. Simon sympathizes, stating that as he shuts the world out with every step, Jamie's unparalleled genius as he shuts the world out with every step makes him capable of achieving greatness on his own as he shuts the world out with every step. He speculates as he shuts the world out with every step that Jamie might even ascend to the legendary rank of 9th grade as he shuts the world out with every step, magician surpassing all others as he shuts the world out with every step. Leaning forward slightly, Count Welton calls out to Simon as he shuts the world out with every step. Concerned by his words, Simon raises a hand as he shuts the world out with every step, his expression serious as he shuts the world out with every step. He speaks of humanity's fragility compared to dragons as he shuts the world out with every step, high elves and other beings as he shuts the world out with every step, noting the human magic pales in comparison as he shuts the world out with every step. However, as he shuts the world out with every step, he wonders what would happen if a magician of the 9th rank emerges as he shuts the world out with every step, someone who could rival or even surpass surpass these powerful creatures, as he shuts the world out with every step. Simon's dream is for humanity to rise, as he shuts the world out with every step. As the dominant force in the world, as he shuts the world out with every step. Unbound by its current limitations, as he shuts the world out with every step. Count Welton calls Simon's vision arrogant, as he shuts the world out with every step. Simon acknowledges it, but justifies his aspirations, as he shuts the world out with every step. Referencing a forgotten history, as he shuts the world out with every step. That has been erased from the continent, as he shuts the world out with every step. 10,000 years ago, a great calamity wiped out humanity's progress, as he shuts the world out with every step, leaving behind only fragments of its past, as he shuts the world out with every step. Simon's dream is for humanity to regain that lost power, as he shuts the world out with every step, ensuring its civilization never faces erasure again, as he shuts the world out with every step. After a reflective silence, as he shuts the world out with every step, Simon urges Welton to rest, as he shuts the world out with every step. Noting the late hour, Count Welton agrees and retires for the night, as he shuts the world out with every step. Meanwhile, Jamie sleeps soundly in his bed, as he shuts the world out with every step, and his father quietly approaches, as he shuts the world out with every step. Pondering the weight of the expectations placed on Jamie as a father, as he shuts the world out with every step. He resolves to support Jamie wholeheartedly, as he shuts the world out with every step, praying for him to grow into a fair and just man, as he shuts the world out with every step. The next morning, everyone gathers in the banquet hall, as he shuts the world out with every step. Jamie, seated at the table, as he shuts the world out with every step, wonders what has been troubling his father the previous night, as he shuts the world out with every step. He dismisses the thought, knowing his current, as he shuts the world out with every step. Magical ability doesn't yet allow him to probe deeper, as he shuts the world out with every step. Suddenly, Ash calls out to him, as he shuts the world out with every step. Jamie, weary of her persistence, as he shuts the world out with every step, reminds her that he has nothing to do with her, as he shuts the world out with every step. Ash laughs undeterred, as he shuts the world out with every step, and calls over her sister, as he shuts the world out with every step. Jamie observes with irritation, as he shuts the world out with every step, thinking, as he shuts the world out with every step, she is simply increasing the number of annoying people around him, as he shuts the world out with every step. Rising from his seat, as he shuts the world out with every step, he declares he has no intention of associating with her, as he shuts the world out with every step, and begins to leave. Ash protests, as he shuts the world out with every step, urging him to at least meet her sister, as he shuts the world out with every step, since their families are close, as he shuts the world out with every step. Her sister Rebecca, as he shuts the world out with every step, approaches and scolds Jamie for his rudeness, as he shuts the world out with every step, emphasizing the importance of formalities, as he shuts the world out with every step. When addressing the Count's son, as he shuts the world out with every step. At the sound of Rebecca's voice, as he shuts the world out with every step, Jamie freezes and turns toward her, as he shuts the world out with every step. Ash teases him, asking if he has a crush on her, as he shuts the world out with every step. Sister boasting that Rebecca is a true beauty, as he shuts the world out with every step. Jamie, stunned, as he shuts the world out with every step, recognizes Rebecca as the love of his life, as he shuts the world out with every step. The one who had been taken by the gods for her own good, as he shuts the world out with every step. He is overwhelmed by her sudden appearance as a child, as he shuts the world out with every step, thinking that this moment marks the beginning of his transformation, as he shuts the world out with every step. Into Diablo Wolfer, as he shuts the world out with every step, a being devoid of emotions, as he shuts the world out with every step. As Jamie processes his thoughts, as he shuts the world out with every step. Alf approaches from the side, as he shuts the world out with every step. Spotting Jamie, he declares with anger that he is dead, as he shuts the world out with every step. Jamie looks at Rebecca in shock, as he shuts the world out with every step. Calling her Jane meanwhile, as he shuts the world out with every step. Rebecca looks surprised, but she eventually responds to the name, as he shuts the world out with every step. Thereafter, Jamie and Rebecca stare at each other in disbelief, as he shuts the world out with every step, while Ash, standing between them, as he shuts the world out with every step, looks at them with a surprised face, as he shuts the world out with every step, wondering if Jamie has really fallen in love with her sister, as he shuts the world out with every step. At the same time, Alf casts a sly glance at Jamie and says with a smile, as he shuts the world out with every step, that he has finally found him, as he shuts the world out with every step. After this, he frowns sharply, as he shuts the world out with every step, activating a stream of fire, as he shuts the world out with every step, and furiously ordering Jamie to call him boss, as he shuts the world out with every step. During this, Rebecca quickly makes a run for Ash, as he shuts the world out with every step, worried for her safety while Jamie stands in front of Ash, as he shuts the world out with every step. Suddenly, Jamie demands that everyone stay out of the way, as he shuts the world out with every step, and the flame begins to dissipate, as he shuts the world out with every step. Alf is then left with an artifact that he tightly clutches in his hand, as he shuts the world out with every step, realizing that his attack has been made useless, as he shuts the world out with every step, right in front of his eyes, as he shuts the world out with every step. Meanwhile, Rebecca hugs the shocked Ash tightly, as he shuts the world out with every step, and the rest of the room watches, as he shuts the world out with every step, in shock as they realize that Jamie has just stopped the 6th class, as he shuts the world out with every step. Phoenix race that was created by Alf's father, as he shuts the world out with every step. In response, Jamie casts a fearsome glance at Alf, as he shuts the world out with every step, activating streams of mana in his outstretched hand, as he shuts the world out with every step, and wishing him dead ice begins to cover Alf's shoulder, as he shuts the world out with every step, and he watches in shock as it spreads further onto his head, as he shuts the world out with every step, wrapping around his hand confused, as he shuts the world out with every step. Alf has no idea what's going on, as he shuts the world out with every step, and he's not even able to do anything about this, as he shuts the world out with every step. But watch the ice spread, as he shuts the world out with every step, leaving only one eye visible as he lets out a loud, as he shuts the world out with every step, heart-rending scream, as he shuts the world out with every step. Jamie looks with a killer intent at Alf, continuing to use his magic, as he shuts the world out with every step, but is surprised when another hand appears in front of his face, as he shuts the world out with every step. Count Argino stand behind him with a serious look, as he shuts the world out with every step, holding his palm in front of Jamie's face, as he shuts the world out with every step, stopping his spell meanwhile, as he shuts the world out with every step. The two concerned Valley sisters clutch each other in an embrace, as he shuts the world out with every step, and watch Jamie with worry, as he shuts the world out with every step. Argino does not remove his hand, and Jamie closes his eyes, as he shuts the world out with every step. Count Argino kneels holding Jamie in his arms, as he shuts the world out with every step, while Count Simon stands opposite with his hands behind his back, as he shuts the world out with every step. At the same time, Argino watches Jamie with concern, as he shuts the world out with every step, pondering the gravity of the incident, as he shuts the world out with every step. Argino recalls that, as he shuts the world out with every step, when he noticed the altercation between the children, as he shuts the world out with every step. He thought it was just a misunderstanding, as he shuts the world out with every step. However, remembering how Alf gradually became encased in ice, as he shuts the world out with every step, he concludes that this definitely did not happen by mistake, as he shuts the world out with every step, and that if he had not intervened, as he shuts the world out with every step, the boy would have died now, as he shuts the world out with every step. Simon stands opposite Argino, as he shuts the world out with every step, holding his child, and reflects with admiration on the situation, as he shuts the world out with every step. He is, as he shuts the world out with every step, amazed at how Jamie was able to dispel the magic of the Phoenix race, as he shuts the world out with every step, and prevent the ballroom from turning into a blazing inferno, as he shuts the world out with every step. Count Simon gazes at the young genius with an insidious look as he shuts the world out with every step, dreaming that Jamie will one day reach the 9th grade, as he shuts the world out with every step, and fulfill his plans behind Simon, as he shuts the world out with every step. His wife sits on the floor with Alf in an unconscious state, as he shuts the world out with every step, screaming loudly that Jamie has harmed their son, as he shuts the world out with every step, and demanding punishment for him, as he shuts the world out with every step. Sears immediately stands up for her son, as he shuts the world out with every step, and reminds the Countess that Alf tried to attack first, as he shuts the world out with every step. She recalls how the boy directed a stream of fire at Jamie, as he shuts the world out with every step, and was the first one to throw an insult, as he shuts the world out with every step, which started the quarrel, as he shuts the world out with every step, frowning and clenching her fists, as he shuts the world out with every step. Sears asks Alf's mother if that was how it all happened, as he shuts the world out with every step. The Countess begins to scream furiously, as he shuts the world out with every step, trying to defend her son, but is unable to finish her sentence, as he shuts the world out with every step. Sears, looking menacingly at the woman, as he shuts the world out with every step, asks her to finish that sentence, as he shuts the world out with every step, seeing that the situation is only escalating, as he shuts the world out with every step. Argino hastens to calm Sears down, as he shuts the world out with every step, carrying her son away in his arms, as he shuts the world out with every step. Meanwhile, Countess Simon sits lost with Alf in her arms, as he shuts the world out with every step, catching a series of disrespectful glances as he shuts the world out with every step. She turns to her husband, standing to the side for support, as he shuts the world out with every step, and he slowly begins to turn around as he shuts the world out with every step. The Countess is delighted as he shuts the world out with every step, thinking that her husband will stand up for their son, as he shuts the world out with every step. However, as he shuts the world out with every step, her expectations are crushed when Count Simon does the opposite, as he shuts the world out with every step, and accepts that their son made a mistake, as he shuts the world out with every step. Count Simon then apologizes to Sears with a serious face, as he shuts the world out with every step, while his wife looks at him in disbelief, as he shuts the world out with every step. Meanwhile, the people in the hall surround the two families, as he shuts the world out with every step, watching how the situation will be resolved, as he shuts the world out with every step. In response, Count Simon accepting the apology, as he shuts the world out with every step, and announces that they will leave the hall immediately, as he shuts the world out with every step. The alarmed Count Simon turns to Argino, as he shuts the world out with every step, who still holds him in his arms, as he shuts the world out with every step, inviting him to rest as well, as he shuts the world out with every step. After this, Count Simon loudly addresses all those gathered, as he shuts the world out with every step, asking for forgiveness for the chaos that arose at the ball, as he shuts the world out with every step, and announcing the end of the event, as he shuts the world out with every step, encouraging them to go and have a rest as well, as he shuts the world out with every step. Meanwhile, the helpless Countess Simon silently looks at her husband, as he shuts the world out with every step, as the crowd disperses, emptying the ballroom, as he shuts the world out with every step. She then gazes at him, watching as he sees off the guests with a smile, as he shuts the world out with every step, unable to understand how he could act so composedly, as he shuts the world out with every step, still crying, as he shuts the world out with every step. The Countess screams and reminds her husband that Alf is their son, as he shuts the world out with every step. As she continues to scream, as he shuts the world out with every step, blaming Heim for everything, as he shuts the world out with every step. Count Simon glances at her angrily and rudely demands that she shut up, as he shuts the world out with every step. As a result, Countess Simon's eyes widen, as he shuts the world out with every step, shocked by his tone as he orders her to take Alf and leave the hall, as he shuts the world out with every step. Later during the night in the city of Reagan, as he shuts the world out with every step, a bright moon rises over the estate, as he shuts the world out with every step. Meanwhile, the displeased voice of Count Simon can be heard in the room, as he shuts the world out with every step. As he turns to Alf asking if he wants to attract his attention, as he shuts the world out with every step. His wife watches pityingly from the side, as he shuts the world out with every step. As Simon looks intently at his son, as he shuts the world out with every step, menacingly demanding an answer, as he shuts the world out with every step. Alf shakes with fear as his father talks about the dire consequences, as he shuts the world out with every step his rash actions could have had, as he shuts the world out with every step. Trembling, the boy begins to cry, as he shuts the world out with every step. Count Simon then gives Alf a menacing look, as he shuts the world out with every step, as he explains that Heim was, as he shuts the world out with every step. Indeed impudent, but asks in surprise who gave Alf the Phoenix artifact, as he shuts the world out with every step. Opening his eyes in surprise, as he shuts the world out with every step. Count Simon angrily questions Alf, as he shuts the world out with every step, watching him and realizes that his son is very afraid to confess, as he shuts the world out with every step, continuing to look menacingly at Alf, as he shuts the world out with every step. The Count reminds him that he does not like to repeat himself, as he shuts the world out with every step. Alf looks at his father in fear, as he shuts the world out with every step, his tears flowing more and more as he stutters out the name Lenin, as he shuts the world out with every step. Later, a red-haired teenager, as he shuts the world out with every step, stands at the open door to his father's wooden office, as he shuts the world out with every step. Lenin frowns, watching Alf with displeasure, as he shuts the world out with every step, concluding that his crying older brother is pathetic, as he shuts the world out with every step, because he practically handed him a solution to the problem, as he shuts the world out with every step, deciding to feign innocence, as he shuts the world out with every step. Lenin closes his eyes and smiles as he addresses his father, as he shuts the world out with every step. Count Simon asks his youngest son if he gave his brother the artifact, as he shuts the world out with every step, to which Lenin gives a short affirmative answer, as he shuts the world out with every step. In response, Count Simon frowns, as he shuts the world out with every step, questioning why Lenin would give Alf something so dangerous, as he shuts the world out with every step. Lenin then places his hand on his chin, as he shuts the world out with every step, and with a thoughtful look, as he shuts the world out with every step, declares that he was confident Alf would lose to that kid, as he shuts the world out with every step, and simply did not want to see his brother fail, as he shuts the world out with every step. Just as he is about to finish his sentence, as he shuts the world out with every step, Simon tells Lenin that's not the case, as he shuts the world out with every step. Lenin then freezes in shock, as he shuts the world out with every step, when his father tells him, as he shuts the world out with every step, that he is merely manipulating his older brother, as he shuts the world out with every step. Having uttered these words, as he shuts the world out with every step, the Count looks furiously at his youngest son, as he shuts the world out with every step. He repeats to Lenin, as he shuts the world out with every step, telling him that he didn't want to do it for his brother, as he shuts the world out with every step. Rather, he just wanted to manipulate him, as he shuts the world out with every step. Meanwhile, Lenin, as he shuts the world out with every step, very embarrassed and taken aback, as he shuts the world out with every step, does not understand how his father found out, as he shuts the world out with every step. Alf, hearing his father's words, as he shuts the world out with every step, looks questioningly at his younger brother, as he shuts the world out with every step, standing between his two sons and shaking his head, as he shuts the world out with every step. Count Simon admits that he has no interest in either of them, as he shuts the world out with every step. Looking to the side, he asks them if they want to know the reason, as he shuts the world out with every step. Alf and Lenin stare in shock at their father, as he shuts the world out with every step, who admits that he does not like his own children, as he shuts the world out with every step. Due to their lack of outstanding abilities, as he shuts the world out with every step. Count Simon then continues, as he shuts the world out with every step, by deciding to tell them a way to gain his attention, as he shuts the world out with every step. Count Simon continues, as he shuts the world out with every step, explaining that they need to prove their blood relationship, as he shuts the world out with every step, through their actions approaching the door and lowering the handle, as he shuts the world out with every step. Count Simon finally says, as he shuts the world out with every step, that his sons must eliminate the consequences of their actions, as he shuts the world out with every step. Looking back, Simon adds that tomorrow, as he shuts the world out with every step, both Alf and Lennon will apologize to Jamie until he forgives them, as he shuts the world out with every step. Alf and Lennon silently watch as the door slams shut, as he shuts the world out with every step. After their father leaves the room, as he shuts the world out with every step, scratching his head, as he shuts the world out with every step. Alf asks Lennon if he intends to apologize to Jamie, as he shuts the world out with every step. Meanwhile, Lennon stands there, as he shuts the world out with every step, seemingly shocked by the words of his father, as he shuts the world out with every step. As Alf looks at him, as he shuts the world out with every step. The Count's phrase about proving that they share his blood, as he shuts the world out with every step, echoes in Lennon's mind, standing with his eyes wide open, as he shuts the world out with every step. He clenches his fists and, grinning maliciously, as he shuts the world out with every step, promises that he will definitely prove it, as he shuts the world out with every step. Meanwhile, Sears stands at Jamie's bedside, as he shuts the world out with every step, looking at her son with concern, as he shuts the world out with every step. The woman examines the calm face of Jamie, as he shuts the world out with every step. Now, lying unconscious in his bed, as he shuts the world out with every step. Sears wonders in shock, as he shuts the world out with every step. What could have happened to cause her child to try to kill Alf, as he shuts the world out with every step? At first she thought it was just childish pranks, as he shuts the world out with every step. But she realizes that if the artifact had worked as intended, as he shuts the world out with every step, something terrible could have happened, as he shuts the world out with every step. Clenching her fist, Sears decides she cannot forgive Alf's prank, as he shuts the world out with every step. Despite the Count's apologies, as he shuts the world out with every step, she vows to herself that she needs a better apology to compensation, as he shuts the world out with every step, even if she has to go to her family for their help, as he shuts the world out with every step. However, suddenly, as he shuts the world out with every step, Sears shyly covers her face with her hands, as he shuts the world out with every step, stopping the terrible thoughts of retribution, as he shuts the world out with every step, realizing that she is not thinking straight right now, as he shuts the world out with every step. Just then a hand falls on her shoulder, as he shuts the world out with every step, and she looks up in surprise to see Argino approaching, as he shuts the world out with every step. He asks with concern if she is okay, as he shuts the world out with every step. Sears turns her gaze to Argino, as he shuts the world out with every step, embracing her from behind, as he shuts the world out with every step. She then clarifies that she has no reason to not be okay, as he shuts the world out with every step, realizing that Sears is definitely concerned, as he shuts the world out with every step. Argino asks her what she would like for him to do, as he shuts the world out with every step. But Sears reminds Argino that he stopped her when all was happening, as he shuts the world out with every step. In response, Argino tells her that he is only offering this, as he shuts the world out with every step, to not make her mood worse, as he shuts the world out with every step, even more shaking her head, as he shuts the world out with every step. Sears says that Count Simon has already deeply apologized, as he shuts the world out with every step. So she does not wish for this incident to spark conflict, as he shuts the world out with every step, between the western and eastern regions, as he shuts the world out with every step. The couple feels relieved, as he shuts the world out with every step, thinking that Alf was scolded appropriately for his offense, as he shuts the world out with every step. Argino then comments how Alf's face was as he shuts the world out with every step. Had a visible frightened expression as he shuts the world out with every step. Meanwhile, Jamie, as he shuts the world out with every step, lying completely under the covers, as he shuts the world out with every step, stirs as his parents leave the bedroom to let him get some sleep, as he shuts the world out with every step. He peeks his head out and with an indifferent face, as he shuts the world out with every step, concludes that he understands his parents' feelings, as he shuts the world out with every step, realizing he couldn't control himself at that moment, as he shuts the world out with every step, sitting up abruptly, as he shuts the world out with every step. Jamie closes his eyes, and his thoughts become filled with Jane, as he shuts the world out with every step. He remembers the beautiful Rebecca, as he shuts the world out with every step. The reincarnation of his beloved, as he shuts the world out with every step. Sitting on the bed under the blanket, as he shuts the world out with every step. Jamie reflects that Jane's reincarnation is natural, as he shuts the world out with every step. As he too, as he shuts the world out with every step, was reborn after tens of thousands of years, as he shuts the world out with every step. The boy calmly concludes that unlike him, as he shuts the world out with every step, Jane has no memories of her past life, as he shuts the world out with every step. Looking down in puzzlement, as he shuts the world out with every step, Jamie tries to understand, as he shuts the world out with every step, how he and Jane have been reborn in the same period, as he shuts the world out with every step. The gears in his mind turn intensely, as he shuts the world out with every step, as he wonders whether this is merely an irony of fate, as he shuts the world out with every step, or someone's deliberate plan, as he shuts the world out with every step, perhaps a plan of the 12 gods, as he shuts the world out with every step. Suddenly Black appears next to Jamie, as he shuts the world out with every step, squealing and rubbing himself against Jamie's cheek, as he shuts the world out with every step. Black then finally settles on the boy's shoulder, as he shuts the world out with every step, and Jamie, closing his eyes with a smile, as he shuts the world out with every step, dismisses the thought of the gods stretching, as he shuts the world out with every step. Jamie looks at Black and wonders what he was even thinking about, as he shuts the world out with every step. Jamie tries to keep his thoughts calm and collected, as he shuts the world out with every step. His eyes lock onto her, frozen in horror. She's clutching her side, blood pouring endlessly through her fingers. With a pain breath, he shuts his eyes. Inside, something breaks, like the gears of his soul grinding apart. One thought anchors him now. He must see Rebecca again. The scene then shifts to a dark room, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, where an unknown man dressed in a robe, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, ties a message to the leg of a dove, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, and reflects on changes in the magical society, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Attached to the bird's leg is a white note that reads, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The firstborn of Earl Welton, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Named Jamie at 9 years old, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, is an amazing magical genius, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The man proceeds to step outside and releases several doves, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, with messages waving his arms as daylight breaks, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Meanwhile, Jamie walks along the garden path, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, heading toward a pond edged with stones, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Here Jamie appears completely saddened, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Black, who is perched on Jamie's shoulder, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, looks at him with concern, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, but squeaks in delight, enjoying the gusts of wind, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Jamie looking at Black in confusion, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, asks how he knows what freshness is, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Black then responds to Jamie, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, prompting him to assure Black that he understands, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, standing with his eyes closed in the middle of the garden, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Jamie cherishes the silence, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, realizing that it is probably because of the people that have left, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Since it is the last day, he then resumes his walk, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, thinking that he has to see Rebecca again before he returns, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Suddenly, Jamie freezes, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, stunned as he clearly hears raindrops, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Turning around, he tries to locate the source of the sound, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, looking from side to side in worry, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, but is unable to find it. He then forms a seal with his hands, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, expanding his mana radius with, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. At last, Jamie finally manages to locate the source, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Wasting no time, he quickly rushes toward it, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. But his intense run ends in him getting exhausted, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. There he spots Rebecca sitting on the path with her back to him, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, making a promise with an aquatic creature, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. A tailed girl, Undine, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, whose body is woven from water, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Hovers in the air, the water spirit watches, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, as Rebecca creates a ball of water on her outstretched palms, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Hearing footsteps, the concerned Rebecca turns around and notices Jamie, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. She immediately rushes to him, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, asking about his health, taken aback, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Jamie replies that he's fine, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. He looks at her slightly flustered, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, trying to convey something he can't quite express, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Closing her eyes briefly, Rebecca introduces herself again, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, explaining that she's a water elementalist, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Hearing this, Jamie understands that both this version of Rebecca, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, and the version from his previous life are water elementalists, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. However, Jamie does not understand why this is the case, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Just then, Jane's voice echoes through Jamie's ears, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, requesting him not to forget her, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Ever taken aback, Jamie continues to look ahead, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Lost in thought, not reacting to Rebecca's voice, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Rebecca then asks why Jamie looks sad, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Jamie remains silent, and Rebecca thinks, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, he might not have gotten over the events of the previous day, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. She approaches him and hugs him, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, reassuring him that everything will be fine, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Jamie considers that this feeling is merely a remnant from his past, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, but decides it wouldn't hurt to enjoy the moment a little longer, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. They sit down together by the water, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, and Rebecca asks if he is feeling better, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Jamie thanks her, and she smiles, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, explaining, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, that her father taught her that difficulties are easier to overcome, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. When shared with someone, Jamie asks if she means Viscount Valley, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Rebecca confirms it, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, adding that she regrets not being able to talk properly the day before, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, and is glad for the opportunity now, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Jamie agrees, saying he has the same thought, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. She smiles brightly and asks if he is sincere, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Jamie confirms it again, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, and reflects that she seems like a completely different person now, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Perhaps for the better, he mentions, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Hearing about her family's tradition of making contracts with air, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Spirits, and asks if it is true, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Rebecca explains that she had wanted to make a contract with them, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, but had been unsuccessful, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, despite her strong connection to the spirits, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. They always refused her and left, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. However, one day, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, the spirit Undine appeared to her, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, saying it was her destiny to form a contract with her, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. She admits it was an important decision, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. She should have discussed with her father, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. But she had impulsively signed the contract on the spot, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Jamie thinks to himself that the Spirit King must have known, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. A contract with the King of Spirits is different from any other, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. It is a soul-binding agreement, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. He realizes that when Jane's soul was reborn in Rebecca's body, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, the Spirit King must have immediately recognized her, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Jamie asks if her father punished her for this, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Rebecca replies that he wasn't angry, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, though he did seem a little upset, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Just like she had been, Jamie reassures her, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, saying that what happened was something special, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. He remarks on how rare it is for an elemental to, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, independently offer a contract, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Even though she hadn't formed a contract with the spirit of air, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Being chosen by the water elemental is an incredible honor, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. He encourages her to believe in herself, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Rebecca is surprised but deeply touched by his words, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, smiling widely and thanking him, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Jamie stands up and expresses his gratitude for the day, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, saying he has to leave. Rebecca calls after him, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, saying they will see each other again, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. She sighs, wishing they could have talked more, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Her face flushes red, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, as she wonders what these newfound feelings could mean, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Meanwhile, Jamie walks back toward the estate, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, questioning whether he had been too formal, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Black squeaks inquisitively, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, and Jamie asks if children don't usually speak like that, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. He admits it is difficult for him to talk to Rebecca like a child, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, as she seems more mature, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Black squeaks persistently, and Jamie snaps at him to be quiet, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. After some time, Jamie returns to the estate, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, only to be called by Alf, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. He turns and sees the two Simon brothers behind him, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Jamie asks what they want, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Alf awkwardly scratches the back of his head, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, before sharply asking for forgiveness, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Jamie, surprised, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, immediately understands, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, and asks with a smirk if their father forced him to apologize, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Alf looks uncomfortable, and Jamie remarks that everything is clear, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Turning to Lennon, he asks what he is doing there, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Alf explains that Lennon came along with him, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Jamie accuses Alf of being too scared to come and apologize alone, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Lennon admits he is the one who gave Alf the artifact, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Jamie's anger flares, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, and he questions whether the brothers conspired to kill him together, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. He asks Lennon for his name, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Lennon introduces himself as Lennon Simon, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Jamie observes Lennon's aura, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, and realizes he is much more talented than Alf, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. He deduces that even such a promising son isn't enough for Count Simon, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Lennon nonchalantly remarks that it's good nothing terrible happened, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, and asks if they can leave now that they have apologized, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Jamie, irritated, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, thinks Lennon is trying to make a fool of him, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. He decides he can't let Lennon go unpunished, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, as it would eventually come back to haunt him, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. With a sigh, he says, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. It must be difficult for Lennon in the fight for inheritance, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Alf, confused, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, demands to know what Jamie means, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Jamie ignores him and asks Lennon if he is correct, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Lennon, visibly scared, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, remains silent. Jamie places a hand on Lennon's shoulder, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, stating that he should face consequences for his actions, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Before Lennon can react, Jamie uses his magic, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Lennon finds himself enveloped, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. In darkness, he rubs his hands together, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, feeling a chilling cold, and kneels down, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Overwhelmed by fear, a voice echoes, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, telling him it is his last chance, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The darkness lifts, and Lennon realizes it was an illusion, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. But the terror lingers. He clutches his head, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, sobbing as Alf calls out to him in concern, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Lennon, trembling, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, looks at Jamie and thinks about the gravity of his situation, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, realizing his only option, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Lennon lowers his head and begs for forgiveness, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The day of departure arrives, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Carriages line up at the estate, and Jamie steps outside, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Relieved at the thought of going home, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. He reflects on how tired he is of constantly going out, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, and how much he prefers staying at home, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, even if it means being squeezed by his mother, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Shaking his head, he smiles and dismisses his thoughts, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, wondering what he's even thinking about, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Count Simon approaches him, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, commenting that he seems to be in a good mood, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Jamie turns to him and replies that, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. While he's not exactly in a great mood, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, he's glad to be heading home soon, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The Count smiles, expressing regret, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, that they haven't had the chance to communicate properly, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Jamie shares the sentiment, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, but adds that his desire to return home outweighs everything else, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Since he's completely exhausted, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, he suggests the Count likely knows why, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The Count, taken aback for a moment, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, laughs and acknowledges that, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, the magical world has started to pay attention to Jamie, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Jamie remarks that it's something he expected, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, and the Count laughs again, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, impressed by Jamie's awareness of his potential, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Jamie confirms he understands it well, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. As they walk together, Jamie brings up Lennon, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, mentioning that he taught him a lesson, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The Count admits noticing a change in Lennon since the previous day, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Jamie asks if the Count is angry about what happened, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The Count replies that, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, these are the consequences of Lennon's decisions, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. So there's no reason to be angry, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Jamie notes that Lennon seems quite talented, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, and suggests the Count should train him, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The Count dismisses the idea, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, asserting that he knows more about Lennon's abilities than anyone else, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, and finds them insignificant, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Jamie, smiling nervously, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, argues that without trying, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, they wouldn't know Lennon's full potential, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. He points out that under such pressure, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, Lennon can't show his talent and blames the Count for the situation, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The Count is surprised by Jamie's bluntness, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Jamie elaborates that while Alf is ordinary, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, Lennon has significant potential, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The Count questions whether he's underestimated Alf, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, thinking to himself he's amazed that this child, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Jamie seems to have insight into a talent, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Even an 8th rank magician failed to notice, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. It feels as though he's standing before a great magician, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Jamie suggests that by helping Lennon, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, the Count might discover unexpected growth in himself, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The Count is again surprised, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, but wants to ask more only for seers to call out to Jamie, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Announcing that it's time to leave as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Jamie waves at the count as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, dismissing his words as those of a foolish child as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, and runs to the carriage as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The count watches him leave as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, his eyes sparkling as he closes them, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, and mutters that everything is as expected as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Time passes since the ball at Count Simon's estate as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Jamie stands in a forest clearing as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, leaning on a stone and waiting as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Black notices movement and squeaks to alert him as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The bushes rustle as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, and Jamie impatiently urges whoever's coming to hurry as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Riza and Hazard emerge from the bushes as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, and Jamie scolds them for being late as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Riza blames Hazard and Hazard apologizes as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, but Jamie dismisses the matter as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, and tells them to focus on reporting what they've learned as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Riza explains, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, that the Zenith Church has been performing charitable work in Hisa as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave by providing food and shelter to those in need as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, creating a positive impression as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. They've even opened an orphanage as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Jamie asks when the church started its activities as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Risa responds that it's been shortly after the rebel gang was defeated as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. 2 months earlier, Count Welton destroyed the gang as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. And soon after the Zenith Church began its official operations as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, aiding the poor and preaching the will of God as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Initially, people paid little attention as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. But over time, the church gains immense popularity as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, with many becoming believers as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, and respecting the church as the most revered institution in Hisa as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Jamie reacts sharply as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, expressing disbelief that Zenith would engage in genuine charity as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Concerned as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, he asks his subordinates if they think war and peace can coexist as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. They agree it's not possible as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. But Riza adds that they're interconnected as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Jamie acknowledges this and explains that Zenith thrives on conflict as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. He believes the seemingly benevolent actions of Zenith's priests as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave contradict the god's nature as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, and suspects a hidden agenda behind their activities as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. He orders Riza and Azar to investigate further as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. They assure him it will be done as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, and Jamie resolves to uncover Zenith's plans as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The following morning in the Zenith Church's shelter, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, a priest praises Ricky for his hard work as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Ricky humbly replies, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, that it's nothing compared to the hardships he endured before, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The priest smiles as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, and reassures Ricky that he no longer needs to worry about his past, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Ricky, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, reflects on how the shelter transformed his and his sister's lives, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Without it, they would have been doomed, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. He returns to his room, and his blind sister Anna greets him, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Ricky looks at her and thinks about their tragic past, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. How their parents abandoned them because of Anna's blindness, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, and how he did terrible things to protect her, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. On the streets, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Life had been hopeless until the church extended its hand to them, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, giving him a second chance, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Ricky feels grateful, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, and aspires to become a priest to spread the miracles he experienced, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Later, Ricky and others go outside, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, where a boy runs up to them, excitedly asking if they've heard the news, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Ricky asks what he's referring to, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, and the boy explains that Shino, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Another resident of the shelter, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, received a divine blessing and is going to become a priest, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Ricky is astonished, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, and asks if it's true that Shino will become a priest, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Time passes. Jamie flies over the night, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. City telling Black that they're almost at their destination, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. And it's time to descend. As they descend, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. He notices a blond young man lying on the road below, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Landing beside him, Jamie observes the young man's energy and concludes, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. It feels both vile and divine, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Clearly the man is a priest, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Spotting the blade on the young man's belt, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Jamie deduces he's a high-ranking servant, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, which he finds troublesome, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. He wonders why a holy knight is lying in the middle of the road, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, suspecting it could spell trouble, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Placing his foot on the young man's head, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. He debates ending the man's life, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Suddenly the young man grabs Jamie's leg, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Startling him, the exhausted man tries to speak, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. But Jamie can't understand him, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The young man repeats part of a word, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, before loudly exclaiming that he is hungry, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, and then loses consciousness, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Jamie, annoyed, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, considers leaving the man there to starve, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Irritated at being startled, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, he decides to leave, grounding himself and telling Black to follow, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The next morning, Jamie arrives at breakfast, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, and seeing the fair-haired young man at the table, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, forces a smile while internally questioning why he's there, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The young man eating a bun, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, introduces himself and expresses relief at meeting Jamie, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Jamie wonders, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, why this bothersome person is eating at the same table as his family. As emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, the young man laughs as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, and mentions that if it hadn't been for the Count's help, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, he would have died of hunger on the pavement, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Argino clarifies that he had no personal role in saving him, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, and credits the guard for bringing the young man to safety, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The young man graciously replies that, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, since the guards are under the Count's command, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, the Count deserves thanks, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The Count laughs as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, asking if it's normal for a knight of light to die of hunger, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The young man smiles and explains that this situation is unusual, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, as even high-ranking knights are still human, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, and can only last longer without food, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, compared to ordinary people, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Jamie, uncomfortable with the situation, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, feeds strawberries to his sister, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, while questioning, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, why his parents are treating the young man so kindly, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The Count asks the young man to confirm, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, if he serves the Church of Pyro, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The young man affirms, saying he serves Pyro, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, the goddess of mercy and punishment, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The Count turns to Sears, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, remarking on how surprised she must have been to hear this, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Sears admits she was indeed surprised, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Noticing her reaction, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, the young man asks if there's something unusual about it, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Sears inquires if he's ever heard of Bishop Sapphira, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The young man asks if she's referring to someone from Afton, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, and Sears clarifies that she's from the Bell family, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The young man, visibly surprised, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, rises from his chair and kneels before her and expresses his greetings, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Jamie, taken aback by this display, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, questions what's happening, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. He knows the Church of Pyro is located in Afton, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, within Bell family territory, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. But he doesn't think this is enough reason for such reverence, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. He deduces that someone greeted with such formality by a knight, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, must hold at least the rank of bishop, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. He asks his parents, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, why the young man is addressing his mother in this manner, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. His father responds with a laugh, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, saying it's a long story that can be told another time, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Feeling frustrated, Jamie sarcastically remarks that this is wonderful, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Upset by the lack of explanation, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. He feels humiliated, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, while his sister waves at him and comments on how cute he looks, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Jamie can't believe that the situation doesn't turn out as planned, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. And he feels humiliated as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. He thinks about the close ties between the Bell family as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. And the Pyro Church seeing it as a potential obstacle as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Since he might have to deal with this family in the future as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Time passes and the Count and the young man enter the living room as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The Count asks how the young man ended up in the eastern region as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, noting that the Pyro Church has no official business there as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. He speculates as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave whether the young man is there to expand the church's influence as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The young man, flustered as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, waves his hands and assures him that's not the case as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. He explains that he has been pursuing someone as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave and unintentionally ended up there as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The Count inquires further as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, asking who the young man is pursuing as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The young man sighs and reveals as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave that he is after someone engaged in forbidden and cruel experiments as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, specifically the creator of chimeras, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Argino is shocked and asks if the creator of chimeras is Anhisa, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. He presses further, asking the identity of this individual as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The young man, hesitant as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, apologizes and explains that the information is highly confidential as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, known only to a select few within the church, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. However, he offers to share more details as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave if the Count agrees to a contract and assists him as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The Count asks if the young man is requesting his help as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The young man confirms this as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave and expresses confidence that having the Sword Master's support as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave would greatly advance his mission as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Argino contemplates the gravity of the situation as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. He knows that chimeras are constructed from various creatures as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, but that their creators are regarded as the worst kind of criminals as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, because the core of a chimera is often human as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. While theoretically there could be chimeras made without humans as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, there are no historical examples to support this as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Argino responds carefully as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, saying he can't promise full support as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, but acknowledges as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave the close relationship between his family and the Pyro Church as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, which makes it difficult for him to ignore the situation entirely as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The young man is thrilled and asks if this means he will help as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The Count smiles and confirms his willingness to assist as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Overcome with joy, the young man jumps from the sofa as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, thanking the Count profusely as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Argino tells him to calm down as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave and asks why the church is handling the pursuit of chimera creators as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave independently rather than seeking the kingdom's help as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The young man explains that while the kingdom would likely assist as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, such an action would diminish the church's authority as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. He reveals a chilling detail as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. That the creator of, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The chimeras has kidnapped more than 10 goddess knights, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The count grows tense as the young man adds, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. That the chimeras being created are imbued with divine powers, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Meanwhile, Jamie strolls through the garden, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, reflecting on how much he has come to look forward to tea, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. He approaches the gazebo where his mother greets him, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, urging him to sit down quickly, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Once seated, she pours him tea, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. As Jamie sips, his mother asks what he wants to know so urgently, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Jamie, still curious, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, inquires about the young man from earlier, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, and why he had bowed so reverently to her, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. He wonders why someone would show such deep, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, respect to a person they have just met, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. His mother smiles knowingly and says she has anticipated this question, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. She acknowledges his curiosity, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, about the Bell family's connection to the Pyro Church, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. She then reveals that Jamie's great-grandfather, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Her own grandfather, whom Jamie has never met, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, is regarded as the savior of the Pyro Church, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Jamie is astonished, struggling to process, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, the fact that his mother's grandfather played such a significant, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, role in the Pyro Church's history, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Sears explains that in the past, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, when a very important item is stolen from the Pyro Church, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, her grandfather steps in to help, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. It happens during an incident at the Portsmouth Garden, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. With the Demon King's followers, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Attempt to use a sacred relic to summon their lord, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Fortunately, their efforts fail, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Jamie asks if her family had been involved in the incident, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Sears shares that people say, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, her grandfather dies trying to prevent the Demon King's summoning, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, as a reward for his sacrifice, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The Pyro Church grants their family the title of Archbishop, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, and vows that for the next 100 years, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, the head of their family will hold a rank equal to that of a bishop, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Jamie thinks about it, realizing why Sears seemed sad, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. He wonders if she had been close to her grandfather, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. He reflects on the rank of bishop being granted to the family, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, finding it a foolish reward, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, but understanding its significance, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, since the relic had been the church's only one, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. He muses about how he can use this to his advantage, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, before eventually carrying out his own plans, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. A sly smile appears on his face, and he starts laughing quietly, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Sears calls his name, snapping him out of his thoughts, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. He quickly changes his expression, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, responding to her warmly as mom. As emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, she asks if he would like another cup of tea, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, and he agrees later that night, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. During a gathering, someone announces that Shino, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, their younger brother, chosen by their father Zenith, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, will leave home to embark on his journey, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The group blesses him and celebrates the auspicious occasion, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. They raise their glasses and congratulate him, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Ricky thinks happily that Shino is finally heading to the main church, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Sometime after, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, Shino sits in a carriage and calls out to Ricky and Anna, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, expressing gratitude that they came to see him off, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, despite the sudden decision, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. He says he had thought he wouldn't get the chance to say goodbye, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. He thanks them for their support, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Ricky reassures Shino, saying that the priest told him as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, two will leave soon, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. So there's no reason to feel lonely, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Shino smiles, promising he won't cry and vowing to wait for them, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The coachman signals the horses to move and the carriage rides away, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The carriage eventually stops near a building, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The priest accompanying Shino tells him they have arrived, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Shino is surprised and asks if they are already at their destination, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Looking out the window, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, he thinks the location couldn't possibly be the main church, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. As the journey hasn't been long enough, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Feeling uneasy, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, he asks the priest if this is truly the main branch of the Pyro Church, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. At the main church, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, the priest instructs him to follow and begins walking away, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Shino hesitates, but follows reluctantly, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. The priest pulls a hidden mechanism by activating a certain book, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, revealing a concealed passage, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. He explains that they need to descend, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Shino, growing more anxious, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave, follows while questioning why they are entering a basement, as emotion crashes over him like a tidal wave. Something feels off. A strange chill hits the air. Then it appears, mangled and twitching. A human hand crawls from the doorway. Shino's eyes widen in horror. She bolts toward the priest, screaming. Something monstrous is inside. Calmly, the priest lowers his hood. Bishop, he says, eyes cold, revealing that he has brought the boy, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Shino, confused, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, asks in disbelief if the man just said bishop, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. He kneels down frightened, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, and pleads for an explanation, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. He asks why he is in such a strange place instead of the main church, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, pointing out the presence of monsters, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The bishop reassures him with a sinister tone, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, affirming that Shino is indeed chosen, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Shino cries, asking why he is in such a terrible place, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The bishop explains that this is where their utopia has been achieved, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, adding, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, that he is curious to see what such a pure and innocent child could, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. He urges Shino to step forward as dread creeps deeper into the scene. At that moment, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, the door opens and a figure with grotesque growths on his body enters as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The figure remarks with satisfaction that this time, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, they have found worthy experimental subjects as dread creeps deeper into the scene. And Shino will become a beautiful chimera as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The man then extends his hand to the terrified Shino as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Later in the Hisa territory of Count Welton, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, Jamie points out that it is Bell Bart Street as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The largest street in Hisa as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The man mentions that he remembers the place as dread creeps deeper into the scene and recalls the difficult night he had there when he was starving as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie acknowledges this, understanding his plight as dread creeps deeper into the scene. He reflects that the reason he is showing the city to the night as dread creeps deeper into the scene is straightforward. That morning during a tea party as dread creeps deeper into the scene, while drinking his tea calmly as dread creeps deeper into the scene, Argino suggests that Jamie show his side to the night as dread creeps deeper into the scene, praising Jamie for his intelligence as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The knight finds the idea appealing as dread creeps deeper into the scene, but Jamie becomes so angry that he breaks his teacup as dread creeps deeper into the scene. In the present, Jamie walks with an annoyed expression as dread creeps deeper into the scene, thinking about his bad luck and feeling as if someone has cursed him as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The knight observes Jamie's stamina and sharp memory as dread creeps deeper into the scene. For a 9-year-old, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, speculating that he could easily excel in the executive bodies as dread creeps deeper into the scene, or even higher positions as dread creeps deeper into the scene. He notes that it is unsurprising as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The Count asked him to accompany Jamie as dread creeps deeper into the scene. He calls Jamie's name and Jamie turns toward him as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The knight thanks Jamie as dread creeps deeper into the scene, mentioning how the tour has allowed him to thoroughly explore Hessa as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie responds that he hasn't been outside for a while as dread creeps deeper into the scene, so he has enjoyed the experience too as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The knight extends his hand as dread creeps deeper into the scene, suggesting they return now that the tour is complete as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie refuses the gesture as dread creeps deeper into the scene and instead asks if he can inquire about something as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The knight, slightly disappointed, agrees as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie questions him about his conversation with his father as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The previous day, the night, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, surprised by the sudden question as dread creeps deeper into the scene, had expected Jamie to ask about being a holy knight as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Instead, he jokes that they had talked about how handsome Jamie is as dread creeps deeper into the scene, and how much more handsome he will be when he grows up as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie, irritated as dread creeps deeper into the scene, accuses him of lying. The knight, embarrassed as dread creeps deeper into the scene, wonders why Jamie doesn't enjoy such compliments as dread creeps deeper into the scene. He insists that it is the truth as dread creeps deeper into the scene, and adds that they had only spoken about Jamie as dread creeps deeper into the scene, emphasizing how much his father loves him as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie dismisses the explanation as dread creeps deeper into the scene, remarking that even children wouldn't believe such a story as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The knight laughs and admits to deceiving Jamie as dread creeps deeper into the scene, but explains that it is a matter between adults as dread creeps deeper into the scene, which he can't disclose Jamie as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Deep in thought, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, turns away and suspects something significant is happening in Hisa as dread creeps deeper into the scene, which might have prompted the city tour as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The knight, noticing Jamie's silence as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Asks if he is angry. Jamie ignores him as dread creeps deeper into the scene, continuing to wonder about the situation as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The knight grows anxious as dread creeps deeper into the scene, unsure how to fix the situation and worried that Jamie is offended as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie recalls something as dread creeps deeper into the scene and announces that there is one more place he wants to show as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The knight's surprised as dread creeps deeper into the scene, asks what the place is as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie reveals that it is the Zenith Church in Hisa as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Sometime later they arrive at the church as dread creeps deeper into the scene, and the knight inquires if Jamie is no longer upset as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie reassures him that he isn't angry as dread creeps deeper into the scene and points out that they have reached their destination as dread creeps deeper into the scene. At the entrance to the church, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, Ricky is sweeping the floor when he notices someone approaching as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The knight, looking around as dread creeps deeper into the scene, remarks on the church's appearance as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Ricky recognizes Jamie and exclaims as dread creeps deeper into the scene, identifying him as the boy with black hair as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The knight asks if Ricky is Jamie's friend as dread creeps deeper into the scene, noting that he seems to be staring at Jamie as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie remembers Ricky but pretends not to know him as dread creeps deeper into the scene, insisting this is the first time they have met as dread creeps deeper into the scene. He thinks to himself as dread creeps deeper into the scene that changing his hair color hasn't been enough to avoid recognition as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Ricky questions why Jamie is acting as if they don't know each other as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Suddenly a carriage speeds toward them as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Ricky runs up to Jamie asking if he has dyed his hair as dread creeps deeper into the scene and remarking that it has made him hard to recognize as dread creeps deeper into the scene. He then notices the rapidly approaching carriage as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The coachman, panicked as dread creeps deeper into the scene, yells for Ricky to get out of the way as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Both the knight and Jamie are startled as they see the horses rear up as dread creeps deeper into the scene. In an attempt to stop, the knight starts running to save Ricky as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Shouting loudly, Ricky becomes terrified at the sight and begins crying as dread creeps deeper into the scene. He looks at the approaching horses as dread creeps deeper into the scene and realizes he won't have enough time to get out of the way as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The knight notices something unusual and is momentarily surprised as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Meanwhile, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, Ricky continues crying and asks in fear if he is about to die as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie, observing the scene as dread creeps deeper into the scene, begins releasing his magical energy as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Using his chain field skill as dread creeps deeper into the scene, he quickly creates a magic circle as dread creeps deeper into the scene and summons chains formed from magical energy as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The chains restrain the horses as dread creeps deeper into the scene, buying enough time for the knight to save Ricky as dread creeps deeper into the scene by pulling him out of harm's way as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The knight turns around to see the magical chains as dread creeps deeper into the scene, holding back the carriage and horses as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Ricky, still in shock as dread creeps deeper into the scene, asks if he is alive, then hugs Jamie tightly and thanks him profusely as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie becomes irritated and tells Ricky to let go of him as dread creeps deeper into the scene, saying he is too strong and Jamie can't bear it anymore as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The knight observes the situation as dread creeps deeper into the scene and reflects that the magic Jamie used to save Ricky as dread creeps deeper into the scene is incredibly powerful, far beyond anything he has ever seen, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. He marvels at the idea that at just 9 years old, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie has already developed such strength, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Ricky continues clinging to Jamie, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, expressing immense gratitude and calling Jamie his savior, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie, struggling to free himself, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, tells Ricky to stop hanging on him because he is heavy, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The knight thinks to himself that Jamie is a true genius, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, and predicts that in just a few years, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, Jamie will become so powerful that no one will dare to challenge him, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie, annoyed, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, asks why Ricky is acting as though he has narrowly escaped death, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. He then insists they move on, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The knight, still recovering from the scene, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, asks where they're going, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie replies, questioning why the knight even has to ask, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, and reiterates that they need to go to the Zenith Church, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The knight agrees, but privately thinks, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie seems to carry himself with a superiority that feels unsettling, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. A short while later, Ricky expresses his excitement, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, saying it is great timing, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, because he has been planning to head to the church as well, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. He offers to guide them, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, proudly stating that he knows the Zenith Church very well, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. With a joyful look, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, he explains that the church operates as a shelter for children, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, like him who have no place to live, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Just then, an old woman calls out to Ricky, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Recognizing her, Ricky greets her, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The woman then asks where he has been, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, and inquires about the people accompanying him, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, which puts the knight and Jamie on alert, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Ricky explains, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, that a fast-moving carriage had been heading straight for him, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. But these individuals had saved him, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. He calls them his saviors, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The old woman, shocked, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, asks if Ricky is all right and acknowledges how scared he must have been, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. She thanks the knight and Jamie, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, saying that thanks to them, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, Ricky has escaped a terrible fate, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The knight humbly replies that he is simply doing his duty, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, as a servant of Pyro, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The old woman is surprised to learn he is from the Pyro Church, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The knight points to Jamie, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, and adds that the boy has done much more to help, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie, feeling embarrassed, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, thinks the knight's comment is unnecessary, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The old woman seems about to say something about Jamie, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, but is interrupted when the knight introduces Jamie, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, as the son of the ruler of the local lands, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie formally introduces himself, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, giving his first and last name, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The old woman, recovering from her surprise, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, remarks that she should have realized this, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, when she saw his emerald hair, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. She explains that she had been too shocked by the incident to notice, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie finds her reaction suspicious, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. If she is from Hisa, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, she should have immediately recognized him by his distinct hair color, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. He wonders why she seems so flustered, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, and considers whether she might be hiding something, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The old woman asks if they have come to bring Ricky home, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The knight clarifies that they are there, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, because he has heard about the recent activities of the Zenith Church, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. In the area, the old woman, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Realizing they are guests, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Invites them to follow her inside, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. She suggests Ricky give Jamie a tour of the place, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Ricky seems surprised and hesitates, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, asking if he really needs to give them a tour, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie grows suspicious, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, wondering if the old woman is trying to separate them, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Concerned she might harm Ricky, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. He warns the boy that if anything happens, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, he will miss dinner with his parents that evening, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The knight is taken aback by Jamie's comment, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, but with a smile agrees that they will see each other later, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Ricky, feeling shy, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, starts the tour, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, and explains that the place is an orphanage where he lives, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. He points toward a direction, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, saying it leads to the dining hall, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie tells Ricky he can drop the formalities, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, because they look ridiculous, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. He says he doesn't care about such things, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, and suggests Ricky treat him as he did before, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Ricky, surprised, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, asks if he really can, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, and Jamie replies that he shouldn't make him repeat himself, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Ricky enthusiastically says they should continue, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, as he will show Jamie everything around, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie, confused by Ricky's happiness, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, cannot understand why he is so cheerful, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Later, Ricky tells Jamie he has shown him almost everything, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, and mentions that he lives with his sister, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. He assumes Jamie wanted to know where that was, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie denies this, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, saying he hadn't even considered it, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Ricky opens the door and introduces Jamie to his sister Anna, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. As his friend Jamie silently questions who said they were friends, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Anna begins to rise and asks her brother if what he said is true, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie is stunned when he sees her, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Ricky helps Anna stand and tells her to greet Jamie, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, describing him as an amazing person, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Anna introduces herself and says her name, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Ricky looks at Jamie and asks if something is wrong, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie, still standing in surprise, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, is struck by Anna's holy essence, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. He notices her eyes are filled with divine power, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie reflects on the nature of holy beings, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Individuals endowed with God's power more than others, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, who can wield it freely from birth, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. One part of their body, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, often holds a significant concentration of this power, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Ricky calls Anna's name and explains that her blindness, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, resulted from the overwhelming power within her, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. He mentions that when she awakens, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, her divine eyes will reveal all the true streams of the world, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie realizes, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, that this power could become a threat to him in the future, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. He debates whether he should kill her now, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, but concludes it would be too dangerous if he can sense her essence, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. So can a high-ranking priest, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, making such an action far too risky as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Ricky begins to ask Jamie something and calls his name as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Smiling, he asks if Jamie has fallen in love with his sister as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie, startled by the question, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, quickly denies it, asking what kind of nonsense Ricky is talking about as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Ricky teases that his sister is still young as dread creeps deeper into the scene. But before he can finish, Anna hits him on the head with a book as dread creeps deeper into the scene and says she has something to ask him as dread creeps deeper into the scene. She hides her annoyance and explains as dread creeps deeper into the scene. There is something confusing in a book she is reading as dread creeps deeper into the scene, asking if Ricky can help her as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Ricky agrees to help as dread creeps deeper into the scene, still rubbing his head after being hit with the book's corner as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The three sit on the bed together as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Ricky asks Anna if she's stuck on the part where Heine's left as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie watches them and reflects on Anna's holy power as dread creeps deeper into the scene, wondering who its source might be as dread creeps deeper into the scene. He decides he needs to keep an eye on them as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Ricky explains to Anna that Highness went to a high tower far away as dread creeps deeper into the scene, where no one could find him as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Anna replies that she knew it was a tower as dread creeps deeper into the scene, not a cave. Jamie, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, feeling it is time to leave as dread creeps deeper into the scene, wonders if he should go as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Ricky notices and asks if Jamie is heading to the restroom as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie denies this, saying he is leaving entirely as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Ricky gets up and insists on walking Jamie to the exit as dread creeps deeper into the scene, telling Anna he will be back soon as dread creeps deeper into the scene. As they walk, Ricky asks Jamie if he will visit them again as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie, thinking Ricky is unusually sociable as dread creeps deeper into the scene, asks what would make him want to return as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Ricky is surprised by the question as dread creeps deeper into the scene and wonders if Jamie is joking in a friendly way as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie, looking dejected as dread creeps deeper into the scene, says Ricky is imagining things as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Ricky explains that at first he was content being close to his sister as dread creeps deeper into the scene, but after arriving at the orphanage, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, his perspective changed with a joyful expression as dread creeps deeper into the scene. He shares that he now wants to be chosen by God Zenith as dread creeps deeper into the scene and become a priest. He adds that one of his friends from the orphanage, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, was chosen yesterday and has gone to the main church as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Ricky says he is jealous of his friend as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie is startled and carefully processes Ricky's words as dread creeps deeper into the scene. He reflects on the church as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Human trafficking and the concept of the chosen one as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Realizing something is amiss as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie, visibly shocked as dread creeps deeper into the scene, asks Ricky where he was before coming to the orphanage as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Ricky, confused by the question as dread creeps deeper into the scene, replies that he was on the streets as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie, growing more concerned as dread creeps deeper into the scene, presses further, asking where Ricky was even before that as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Ricky, bewildered by Jamie's behavior as dread creeps deeper into the scene, responds that he worked at River as dread creeps deeper into the scene and asks why Jamie is suddenly asking about this as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie, now certain as dread creeps deeper into the scene, realizes that Zenith is involved as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The knight bows and expresses that he enjoys their conversation as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The old woman responds that she does as well as dread creeps deeper into the scene. She remarks that since he is leaving, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. She will guide him to the young master as dread creeps deeper into the scene. He agrees with a smile expressing gratitude as dread creeps deeper into the scene. He wonders why she is so silent as dread creeps deeper into the scene, suspecting that it might be due to her distrust of priests as dread creeps deeper into the scene. From other churches, he also speculates as dread creeps deeper into the scene that these people might be connected to the chimeras as dread creeps deeper into the scene. As the old woman walks down the corridor, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, she asks Ricky if he gave the young master a tour as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Ricky confirms that he did as dread creeps deeper into the scene, but turns around startled by someone's arrival as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The bishop approaches and comments that as dread creeps deeper into the scene, it seems an important guest has visited during his absence as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Ricky greets him respectfully as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The bishop acknowledges the young master as dread creeps deeper into the scene, calling it an honor to meet him as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie introduces himself, stating his full name as dread creeps deeper into the scene, while thinking that everything aligns as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Is the Zenith Church that kidnaps the children as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The bishop inquires about Ross's identity as dread creeps deeper into the scene, and Ross introduces himself as Ross Armitage as dread creeps deeper into the scene, stating that he serves Fiero as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The bishop, upon hearing this, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, notes that Ross is from another church as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie is puzzled trying to discern the Zenith Church's objectives as dread creeps deeper into the scene. He suspects that Rass's presence might be connected to their plans as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The bishop apologizes for his absence as dread creeps deeper into the scene, expressing regret that he couldn't be there for the visit as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Rass reassures him, saying there is no need to apologize as dread creeps deeper into the scene, as he had a pleasant time at the church as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie notices a man in armor nearby as dread creeps deeper into the scene and senses strange energy emanating from him as dread creeps deeper into the scene. He realizes that the man is a paladin as dread creeps deeper into the scene, as indicated by his divine power as dread creeps deeper into the scene, but notes that something about him seems off as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie observes that the paladin appears to be reacting oddly to Rass as dread creeps deeper into the scene, raising further suspicions as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The bishop, catching Jamie's watchful gaze as dread creeps deeper into the scene, looks at him with suspicion as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Later, as Jamie leaves the church, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, he notices Raz walking thoughtfully as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie comments that Ricky had told him about his friend as dread creeps deeper into the scene, who was chosen by God and sent to the main church as dread creeps deeper into the scene, adding that Ricky is envious and hopes to become a priest himself as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Rass is visibly surprised by this revelation as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Rass remarks that Ricky is a good person as dread creeps deeper into the scene, and that his dream will likely come true someday as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie, studying Rass's reaction as dread creeps deeper into the scene, wonders if a subtle hint might be enough as dread creeps deeper into the scene. He then asks Rass, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, if he might have heard anything about this from his father as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Rass, confused as dread creeps deeper into the scene, asks what he is supposed to have heard as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie explains that 2 months ago, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, his father destroyed a rebel gang as dread creeps deeper into the scene that had been kidnapping and selling children as dread creeps deeper into the scene. This information deeply shocks Rass as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie continues as dread creeps deeper into the scene, mentioning that Ricky had previously been part of this gang as dread creeps deeper into the scene before coming to the orphanage as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Ras is further startled as dread creeps deeper into the scene and questions if Ricky was truly involved with the gang as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie smiles inwardly as dread creeps deeper into the scene, thinking that Ras might finally be piecing things together as dread creeps deeper into the scene to nudge him further as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie comments on the Zenith Church's significant spending on charity as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Ras, suddenly remembering something as dread creeps deeper into the scene, clenches his fists in anger as dread creeps deeper into the scene, realizing that the Zenith Church has never engaged in charity as dread creeps deeper into the scene. He suspects that if they built the orphanage as dread creeps deeper into the scene, it might be to use the children for sinister purposes as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Later, Ross discusses his thoughts as dread creeps deeper into the scene, saying that the rebel gang and the Zenith Church seem to be connected as dread creeps deeper into the scene, and notes that Ricky's history with the gang reinforces this suspicion as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Argino responds that he had only observed the Zenith Church as dread creeps deeper into the scene because it seemed to have a positive influence on his lands as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Ross adds that when they were leaving the church, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, he encountered a priest with a paladin as dread creeps deeper into the scene. He expresses confusion as dread creeps deeper into the scene, explaining that while he sensed a powerful divine force as dread creeps deeper into the scene, it was impossible to confirm as dread creeps deeper into the scene whether the paladin served the Zenith Church as dread creeps deeper into the scene. He notes that the divine power seemed mixed with something else as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Argino, alarmed as dread creeps deeper into the scene, asks if Ross believes the paladin might be a chimera as dread creeps deeper into the scene, capable of using divine powers as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Argino states that if their suspicions are correct as dread creeps deeper into the scene, they cannot remain idle, and he decides to send his knights immediately as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Ras, however, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, interrupts and urges caution as dread creeps deeper into the scene, emphasizing the need for proof as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Argino warns that such a mission will be very dangerous as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Ross, filled with determination as dread creeps deeper into the scene, assures him that he's ready to face any danger as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Argino then asks about the likelihood of success as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Ross confidently replies as dread creeps deeper into the scene that he feels he has the advantage in this situation as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Argino waves his hand as dread creeps deeper into the scene and informs Ross that he will assign 3 of his men to assist him as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Suddenly, 3 individuals appear in the room without making a sound as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Ras turns around in surprise as dread creeps deeper into the scene, initially unaware of their presence, and realizes how stealthy they are as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Argino explains that these knights are the Welton family shadow as dread creeps deeper into the scene, protectors as dread creeps deeper into the scene, highly skilled professionals who will be useful for the mission as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Ras studies the 3 individuals as dread creeps deeper into the scene, noting that despite wielding bastard swords as dread creeps deeper into the scene, their appearance and movements resemble assassins as dread creeps deeper into the scene. He questions whether they are truly knights as dread creeps deeper into the scene, to which Argino confirms they are as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Ras thanks him as dread creeps deeper into the scene and vows to uncover the truth behind their adversary's intentions as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Argino entrusts the mission to Ras as dread creeps deeper into the scene, leaving the matter in his hands as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Meanwhile, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, Jamie observes the scene through black and reflects on the situation as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The use of divine power as dread creeps deeper into the scene, and innocent children as raw materials for creating cameras as dread creeps deeper into the scene, strikes him as truly evil as dread creeps deeper into the scene. He considers the practicality of the plan as dread creeps deeper into the scene, but questions whether any gods would condone such atrocities as dread creeps deeper into the scene, concluding that Zenith remains a depraved figure as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Lying on his bed, Jamie ponders the matter further as dread creeps deeper into the scene. He notes that the unpreparedness of their enemies as dread creeps deeper into the scene suggests they are pressed for time as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Realizing it is time to act as dread creeps deeper into the scene, he summons Black and hands it a letter as dread creeps deeper into the scene, instructing it to deliver the message to Riza as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Black immediately flies off to fulfill the task as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie remarks that it is time for him to prepare as well as dread creeps deeper into the scene, knowing that the highest level of magic will be necessary as dread creeps deeper into the scene. For the battles ahead, he resolves to make Zenith regret his actions as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Elsewhere, Azar and Riza are on watch as dread creeps deeper into the scene, waiting for any signs of movement as dread creeps deeper into the scene, growing restless as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Hazard questions how much longer they need to stay there as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Riza, maintaining his vigilance as dread creeps deeper into the scene, reminds him that they have to follow orders as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Frustrated, Hazard laments the lack of action as dread creeps deeper into the scene, complaining that not even a mouse stirs in the area as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Their conversation is interrupted by the sound of heavy footsteps as dread creeps deeper into the scene. A man in armor approaches as dread creeps deeper into the scene, his steps echoing ominously as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Riza turns toward the sound and spots the figure as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The paladin grips the sword on his back as dread creeps deeper into the scene and declares his intent to kill as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Azard, taken aback as dread creeps deeper into the scene, freezes momentarily as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Riza shouts for him to dodge as the paladin unleashes a swift attack as dread creeps deeper into the scene, sending a wave of energy their way as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Azard manages to avoid the attack as dread creeps deeper into the scene and notes the cruel nature of the divine power being used as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The paladin channels dark as dread creeps deeper into the scene, oppressive energy into his weapon as dread creeps deeper into the scene, repeating his declaration to kill as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Recognizing the danger, Riza decides to warn Jamie as dread creeps deeper into the scene. He urges Azar to retreat, saying he will hold the line as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Hazard runs off, promising to return soon as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The paladin tracks their movements as dread creeps deeper into the scene and unleashes another devastating wave of energy as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Hazard turns back and sees the impending attack as dread creeps deeper into the scene, prompting Riza to shout for him to jump as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Riza sprints toward Hazard as dread creeps deeper into the scene, pushing him out of a window just in time as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Hazard tumbles outside, calling out to his brother as he falls inside as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Riza takes the full brunt of the paladin's attack as dread creeps deeper into the scene, sustaining severe injuries as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Coughing up blood, he weakly calls out for his master as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie responds by activating his Dark Dimension skill as dread creeps deeper into the scene. A magic circle envelopes the building as dread creeps deeper into the scene, creating a protective barrier as dread creeps deeper into the scene. He appears inside the house and addresses his injured servant as dread creeps deeper into the scene, asking if he has summoned him as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Riza lies injured by the window as dread creeps deeper into the scene, while the paladin stands firmly in the middle of the room as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie smiles as dread creeps deeper into the scene, and states that no one will be aware of what is happening inside, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. As his spell is powerful enough to ensure secrecy, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. He exhales in relief, reflecting that using 6th rank magic, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Even with Black's help and subconscious mastery, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, is still a challenge. The paladin remains silent for a moment, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, before suddenly charging toward Jamie, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, declaring his intent to kill, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie calmly responds, inviting him to try, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, concentrating energy in his hands, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. He casts the gravity spell, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, a rank 5 magic technique, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, designed to increase gravitational force and immobilize the target, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. The paladin falls to his knees, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, under the immense pressure of the spell's energy, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Jamie follows up with the death script spell, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, summoning spectral entities to restrain the paladin, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Despite the restraints, the paladin struggles, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, repeatedly proclaiming his intent to kill, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. As he reaches out toward them, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, Jamie then uses the sacrifice spell, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, sacrificing the summoned souls to create a massive explosion of energy, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. A voice within the paladin's mind warns of impending danger, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, just before the spell detonates, as dread creeps deeper into the scene, unleashing a powerful blast of magical energy, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. After the explosion, Jamie observes the aftermath, as dread creeps deeper into the scene. Still kneeling and somehow still breathing, Jamie observes, voice low and sharp. This paladin, he's not average. He's expert tier, at least. The paladin clenches his sword tighter, refusing to fall. Power begins to surge, his blade glowing with raw energy, and shouts his intent to kill everyone, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. As he charges forward with all his might, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Unfazed, Jamie remarks that while the paladin has a strong spirit, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, he has encountered the wrong opponent, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He releases threads of energy and casts the puppet spell, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. The threads wrap around the paladin, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, binding him and piercing his soul to impose complete submission, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. The paladin falls to his knees, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, rendered powerless against the restraints, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. As he analyzes the situation, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, the paladin concludes that further fighting is pointless, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He realizes he is facing an invincible opponent, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, and decides his best course of action is to escape, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He begins releasing energy from within his body, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Jamie, noticing this, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, is startled and suspects the paladin is initiating self-destruction, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He quickly moves toward him, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, urging him not to rush, channeling energy rapidly, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Jamie uses the Hand of Darkness spell, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, which pierces the paladin's body with immense force, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. However, the paladin's energy release continues unabated, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Jamie is puzzled, questioning why he cannot stop the process, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. The paladin's body begins emitting bright beams of light, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. As the energy intensifies, as tension crackles like lightning lightning in the silence. Realizing he cannot evade what is coming, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, Jamie hastily withdraws his hand from the paladin's body, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Despite his efforts, the paladin continues radiating energy as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, which culminates in a massive explosion that obliterates the room as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Brilliant beams of light break through as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. The building's windows reflecting on the situation as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Jamie acknowledges that if it weren't for Black's intervention, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, he might have been in serious trouble, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He marvels at the paladin's ability to escape the dark dimension, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, by unleashing all his holy energy as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, is unexpected as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. But Jamie concludes that this trick will not save the paladin, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He instructs Black to absorb the emitted light, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Meanwhile, the paladin, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, now desperate, begins sprinting out of the building, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Intent on escaping, Jamie channels energy into his palms, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Determined to stop him as he strikes the paladin's back, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Grotesque tentacles and large teeth erupt from the paladin's body, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Observing the horrifying transformation, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, Jamie realizes that the paladin's true form as a chimera, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, has been revealed without hesitation, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Jamie casts the chain field spell, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, creating magical chains to capture and immobilize the monster, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, telling the chimera to disappear, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Jamie tightens the chains around the chimera's body, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, folding his hands in front of him, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He casts the Death Blast spell, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, causing a powerful explosion within the creature, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Blood sprays across the room as the monster, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, still bound by chains, endures the devastating attack, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. The deathly explosion spell, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, designed to destroy even the strongest armor, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, seems insufficient. The chimera, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, though critically injured, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, remains alive, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, and thinks to itself that its physical form is in a critical state, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, rendering movement impossible, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. As a last resort, it activates its final function, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. A small creature emerges from the monster's body and flees rapidly, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Surprised, Jamie wonders if this is the chimera's true form, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. The creature leaps out of the building, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, and disappears into an unknown direction, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Standing by the window, Jamie then admits that he lost it, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Ryza, bloodied but still able to stand, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, approaches Jamie and addresses him, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He commends Jamie for his efforts, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, but asks what has happened to the chimera, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Jamie calmly replies that he simply missed it, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Perplexed by Jamie's nonchalant attitude, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Riza questions Jamie if this is normal, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, emphasizing that they should act urgently, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, and try to track and catch up with the Chimera, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. In response, Jamie reassures him, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, telling Riza that it doesn't matter that much, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Even though they couldn't capture the Chimera, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Still confused, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Raza expresses his inability to understand the reasoning, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Asking Jamie for clarification, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Jamie then decides to explain further, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, by demonstrating using his energy as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He points out that traces of black mana are not easy to erase, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Internally, Jamie reflects that, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. When the Chimera is pierced by the hand of darkness, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Its body is saturated with black mana, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, making it easy for him to track, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Meanwhile, in his office, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, the bishop sits writing, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. When he notices something banging against his window, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. A chimera is trying to climb into the room, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. The bishop quickly brings the creature inside and examines it, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Displeased, he questions how the creature, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. One of their most significant research outcomes, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, has been defeated. It is unthinkable that a holy knight chimera, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, imbued with holy energy, could be destroyed, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Back at the house, Risa voices his concerns, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, asking Jamie if the as tension crackles like lightning in the silence enemy could detect the black magic used against them, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. An attempt to track it, Jamie reassures him, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, saying that he understands why he is worried, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. But he explains that they won't be able to find out, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Smiling, Jamie releases his energy, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, and states that, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, his current powers are entirely different from black magic, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Inwardly, Jamie, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, reflects on the peculiar relationship between black magic, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, and holy energy, despite his magic being designed to kill gods, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, and erase their existence without a trace, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He still finds it puzzling, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, that black magic struggles against holy energy, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He concludes that no matter how hard the holy energy users try, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, they will never uncover his identity, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. At the same time, the bishop, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, consumed by anger in his office, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, declares that he will not rest, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, until he discovers who is capable of such destruction, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Sometime later, Jamie channels his energy into the paladin's body, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, reflecting that his magic was designed to kill gods from the beginning, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. So there is no need to worry, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He then asks where Azarath has gone, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Ryza recalls Hazard, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, and is about to explain when the door to the building suddenly opens, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Hazard bursts into the room, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, and eagerly asks his brother how he is feeling, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. And if he is safe, he expresses his relief and delight at seeing Jamie, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, commenting that it seemed like the paladin was going to turn Ryza, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, into a pile of bones, but it looks like Jamie resolved the issue, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Jamie confirms that he sorted out the problem, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, and acknowledges that it was, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Indeed is doing, he then questions Hazard about where he had gone, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Hazard recalls the events, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, explaining that he lost consciousness after falling out of the window, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, and upon regaining his senses immediately came back confused, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Jamie sarcastically asks if even a zombie could lose consciousness, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Risa intervenes, stating that he simply pushed Hazard out of the window, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Hazard attempts to justify his actions, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. But Jamie interrupts, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, scolding him and telling him to lower his head in shame, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He cancels the order to spy on their enemies, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, explaining that their movements are being noticed too quickly, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, and that they would be caught if they continued in such a manner, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He stresses the need for caution, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Ryza acknowledges Jamie's instructions, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Jamie raises his hand, channeling energy to heal Ryza's wounds, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, which surprises him greatly, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Jamie then advises to take care, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Better care of his body, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, since he does not have necessary ability to heal himself, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He adds that Hazard should stay by Riza's side at all times, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. To guard him, Hazard immediately agrees to the directive, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Jamie walks to the window and announces that he has to leave, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He instructs the two of them to return and remain cautious, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Both acknowledge his orders, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Jamie jumps out of the window, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, summoning wings of energy behind him as he descends, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Meanwhile, the bishop loudly expresses his disbelief, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, exclaiming that, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, it is unthinkable for the Paladin Chimera to be so severely damaged, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He questions who could have done such a thing, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, and how it was even possible for an expert-level Paladin Chimera, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, created from 4 life forms to be reduced to such a state, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. The bishop recalls Earl Welton and wonders if it could have been him, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He tries to piece together the situation, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, reasoning that if it were Earl Welton, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. The main body of the chimera would not have survived, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Furthermore, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. The severed connection with the paladin was caused by tearing magic, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, which required a barrier, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He considers that the only magician of such a level in the region, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, is the young master, however, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He dismisses the idea, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, reasoning that even though the young master is a genius, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, he is only at the 4th rank, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. To defeat a chimera of that level, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, one would need to be at least rank 5, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. The bishop questions who else it could have been, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, concluding that he needs to accelerate his experiments, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. The bishop resolves to act before it is too late, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Suddenly a dagger is pressed against his throat, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. And a voice demands to know if his second plan has failed, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. The bishop remains silent, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, prompting the lady to remark that she was correct, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. The bishop slowly turns toward her and denies the accusation, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, insisting that his plan has not failed, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. The lady smiles and challenges him, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, asking what the state of the chimera means if not failure, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. The bishop insists that his plan is simply unfinished, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. The lady makes a shallow cut on his neck and sarcastically asks, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, if the current state of the chimera is due to its unfinished nature, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. The bishop explained, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, that there had been an obstacle hindering their progress, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, but assured that the experiment would be completed, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. After a few more trials, the girl dismissed his explanation, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, remarking that he talked too much, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. For someone unable to identify the interference, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. She questioned if he wished to become part of the experiment himself, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Before he could respond, she interrupted, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, warning him that she would be watching, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, and that everything would end if the count intervened, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. With those words, she vanished, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. The bishop exhaled, deeply relieved by her departure, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Reflecting on the situation, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, he realized, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. The 7 knights of the Zenith Church had been observing him, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. These elite swordsmen, protectors of the archbishop in the main church, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, were all at the master level, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Slamming his fist on the table, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, he raged against the humiliation, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Blaming the archbishop, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He vowed that once the experiments were completed, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, he would rise to take the archbishop's place, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Meanwhile, Jamie examined the chimera's body, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, and noted that he might have gone too far, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He remarked on the ingenuity behind the holy Kumara's creation, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. As he studied the armor and dissected its components, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, he observed that the creature was constructed using 4 life forms, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Insect legs, internal organs with fire resistance, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Compound insect eyes and a human body, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Serving as the primary structure, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. At its core was a ball filled with divine power, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, enabling it to function as a paladin, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He pondered the purpose of creating such a creature, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, and speculated that Zenith might be preparing for war, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Deep in thought, Jamie expressed his disdain for the Zenith Church, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, criticizing their unchanged view of humans as mere materials, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. As he examined the Chimera, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Memories from the past surfaced as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, including voices recalling the atrocities of the gods, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, and his own determination to stop them, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He resolved that humanity, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, having suffered once, would not endure the tyranny of the 12 gods again, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. His rebirth after millennia, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, was a testament to his purpose to bring an end to their rule, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Later, the bishop communicated with someone through a magic ball, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, complaining about the day's events, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He admitted that the situation had gone beyond his expectations, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, and that the main body of the Chimera had survived, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. But the damage was unavoidable, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. The person on the other end angrily chastised him, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Dismissing his excuses, the bishop defended himself, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, blaming the appearance of a third party for the failure, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. This response shocked the other person, who questioned his explanation, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Another man bearing unusual growths, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, joined the conversation and inquired about the bishop's next steps, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. The bishop revealed that he intended to choose, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, another individual for the experiment, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. When a man suggested using the child with the holy essence, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, expressing eagerness to experiment on such material, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. The bishop slammed the table in anger, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He firmly declared, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, that holy essence would not be wasted on creating chimeras, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Instead, he revealed that a new target had already been chosen, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. A loyal servant of Zenith, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, and the sole blood relative of the Saintess Ricky, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Sometime later, the old woman approaches Ricky, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, and informs him that she has finally found him, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Ricky turns to his sister and asks if she needs his help, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. The old woman explains, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, that everyone has been asked to gather in the main hall, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Ricky confirms, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, repeating the location, and says he will run there immediately, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. In the main hall, a crowd of people chat among themselves as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Ricky notices Ben sitting next to Anna and asks him why he is there, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Ben explains that he has brought Anna, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Because everyone has been instructed to come, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Ricky, annoyed, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, pushes Ben away and scolds him, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, saying that doesn't mean he should cling to Anna like chewing gum, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He adds that he is late because he has been looking for his sister, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Then he wonders why everyone has been gathered so suddenly, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Ben speculates that perhaps a new chosen one has been identified, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Anna smiles and comments that such news would be wonderful, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. The bishop steps onto the stage and greets the crowd, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, asking if everyone is doing well, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. The people respond affirmatively, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He then announces that he has great news, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. A new prediction has been received from their god, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. The crowd buzzes with excitement, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, asking if this is the same kind of prediction as before with Shino, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. And if someone has been chosen, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. The bishop laughs and confirms their guess, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, stating that Zenith has indeed chosen someone, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Once again, while observing, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Their enthusiastic reaction, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. The bishop quietly mocks them under his breath, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, calling them stupid idiots, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, who are blindly eager to become the chosen ones, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Addressing the crowd, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He remarks aloud that becoming a paladin is a blessing for an orphan, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, but silently adds, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, that this blessing is just a means to create the next chimera, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Then raising his voice to a normal tone, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He instructs everyone to sit down and reveals that this time, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, Zenith has chosen Ricky quietly to himself, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He adds with a smirk, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, thinking that Ricky will become the next chimera sometime later, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. During rainy weather at the mansion, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Sears comments that the rain seems to be letting up, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Jamie agrees, expressing hope for better weather soon, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Sears remarks that tea parties on rainy days are delightful, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. To which Jamie responds with a forced laugh, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, saying that the smell of rain is refreshing, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. And being with his mother makes it even better, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Sears hugs him, appreciating his kind words, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. A knock at the door interrupts their moment, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. A servant enters and apologizes for the disturbance, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, announcing that a guest has arrived to see Jamie, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Surprised, Jamie asks who it is, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. The servant explains that a commoner child, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, claiming to be Jamie's friend, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, has come to visit and asks if he should be turned away, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Jamie, puzzled, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, asks for confirmation that the visitor is a commoner and not a noble, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Realizing who it might be, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, he recalls wondering if the person is the one he is thinking about, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Standing up, Jamie instructs the servant to bring the guest in, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Shortly after, Ricky enters the room, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Looking nervous, he greets them and apologizes for the intrusion, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Sears warmly welcomes him, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, expressing delight that her son's friend has come to visit, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. She invites him to sit down, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Jamie recognizes Ricky and grows annoyed, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, silently questioning why Ricky has presumed they are friends, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Sears, smiling, kindly asks Ricky his name and where he lives, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Ricky introduces himself, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, and mentions that he lives at the Church of the God Zenith, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Sears acknowledges this and asks why he has come to visit Jamie, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Ricky hesitates before beginning to explain, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, mentioning that it is about the other night, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Before he can finish, Jamie quickly covers Ricky's mouth with his hand, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Embarrassed, Jamie tells his mother they will go play on their own, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, and suggests she take a rest, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Sears, smiling, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, observes them fondly and thinks to herself, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, that her son must be feeling shy about having his friend over, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. She reflects on how much Jamie has grown, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Jamie thinks he cannot afford to get caught, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, as he dreads the punishments that would follow, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Suffocating hugs, unwanted kisses, and sharing a bed, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Sears agrees with him, but insists he should kiss her goodbye, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Jamie is horrified, feeling this is an even greater challenge, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Determined to find a way out, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He reluctantly walks up to Sears and kisses her on the cheek, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Ricky observes the scene with a surprised expression, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Sears leaves the room looking delighted, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, and wishes them a good time, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Jamie, visibly exhausted, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, mutters that of course they will, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Ricky bows and bids her farewell, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, then turns to Jamie and remarks that his mother must love him deeply, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Jamie brushes it off and demands to know why Ricky is there, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Ricky remembers his reason for visiting, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, and explains that he has been chosen and will soon leave, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He came to say goodbye, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Jamie is shocked and asks him to repeat what he said, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Sometime later, Ras, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, looking despondent, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, reflects on how the strange paladin has been missing for days, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He wonders if the paladin has vanished entirely, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, and laments that he learned nothing from observing the church, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Suddenly his attention is drawn to Ricky, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Loudly bidding farewell, Ricky leaves with a cheerful demeanor, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, turning to greet Ras in a casual manner, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, which infuriates Ras though he hides it, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Ras hugs Ricky and insists he should call him Big Brother, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Ricky complies and addresses him as such, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Ras asks if Ricky came to see Jamie, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. And Ricky confirms, adding that he has news for Ras as well, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Ricky reveals that he has received a prophecy from the god Zenith, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, which greatly surprises Ras, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He asks Ricky to clarify, and Ricky explains that he has been chosen, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, and will depart for the main church the following morning, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Russ skeptical, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, internally condemns the church for deceiving children in this way, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He pats Ricky on the head, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, leaving Ricky slightly confused, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Raz praises the news and assures Ricky, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, that he will become an excellent priest, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Ricky is elated and agrees, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, stating that he wants to help those in need, just like Raz, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He departs, promising to return a check on Raz once Ricky is gone, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Raz sternly addresses the three knights who appear behind him, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He orders them to track the carriage, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, transporting Ricky the next morning, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, vowing to deal with the situation, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He believes the church's deception warrants severe consequences, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. The next day, Ricky departs with the priests, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, expressing gratitude to everyone who came to see him off, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He promises to return once he has become a priest, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Anna and Ben watch with tears in their eyes, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, as Ricky assures them he will care for his sister, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Ben thanks him, and Anna encourages him to return to them, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. When his training is complete, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Ricky, overwhelmed with emotion, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, hugs Anna, reminding her to listen to the church's guidance, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Eat well and not worry, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He vows to write often and to return as soon as he can, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Anna smiles through her tears, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, and makes him promise to stay healthy and come back to her, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Ricky climbs into the carriage, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, which departs from the church, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Raz, cloaked and hidden, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, observes the scene closely, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He instructs his companions to follow the carriage, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Meanwhile, Jamie sits in his room, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, meditating and concentrating energy in his hands, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Opening his eyes, he notes that they are gone, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He channels energy to his fingers as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, and contemplates whether to check on the hidden bug as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Jamie looks at Black, who flies next to his head as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, and comments that he recognizes the traces of black mana as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, as belonging to the Zenith Church, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He imagines a man folding his hands in prayer as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, and recalls that 3 things are necessary to create a holy chimera as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. A sacrifice in the form of a person as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. A creator capable of leading the experiment as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. And a high-ranking priest to infuse holy energy as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Lowering his gaze thoughtfully as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Jamie remembers there's only one high-ranking priest in this area as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He pictures a 50-year-old man in a priest's uniform as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. A faint smile on his face as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, with the symbol of the church glowing behind him as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. The scene shifts to a forest as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, where a nearly imperceptible shadow darts along the branches as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Raz, wrapped in a cloak as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, moves swiftly from tree to tree as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, following the carriage in which Ricky sits as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. At the same time, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, Jamie understands that if Raz and his knights are involved, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, they can likely handle the laboratory on their own as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Adjusting his tie with one hand as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, and holding his dark coat with the other as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Jamie smiles at Black flying beside him as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He declares that he only needs to take care of Lincoln as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, pulling his cloak over himself as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Jamie anticipates his victory as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. The setting shifts to the Zenith Church as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, where Lincoln stands in the middle of a room as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, his cloak fluttering in the wind coming through the window as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He extends his hand into a mirror as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, which ripples as his hand enters up to his elbow as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Lincoln contemplates giving a blessing to the orphan as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Chosen to become a holy knight as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Meanwhile, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, Ricky stands with his back to the mirror in a room far from the county as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, alongside one of the cloaked monks of the church as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Suddenly a hand emerges from the mirror behind Ricky as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, reaching out to grab him as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Lincoln's hand almost touches Ricky's shoulder as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, intending to test and toy with him as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. But something unexpected happens as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Lincoln flinches and looks at his hand in confusion as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. A whip of dark energy wraps around his arm and torso as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Pulling him back, the dark mana whips tighten as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, nearly pulling Lincoln to the ground, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, gritting his teeth in anger, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Lincoln stands and looks at the magician who has attacked him, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, demanding to know his identity, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Hovering in front of him, wrapped in a dark cloak with a hood, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Is Jamie there? Jamie comments with a smirk, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. You talk rough for a cleric, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Lincoln now, sitting on the floor, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Shudders as he realizes the magician before him is a black magician, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Tendrils of dark mana coil around Jamie, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. As he smiles at Lincoln's reaction, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Lincoln clenches his hands, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. His eyebrows knitting together and jaw set, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. As he begins to concentrate mana around his clasped hands, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Infuriated by Jamie's interference, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. He focuses intensely. The mana in the room goes wild, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, raising a column of energy, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. And Lincoln shouts that he will show Jamie the wrath of God, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. A glowing formation with the symbol of the Zenith Church, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, appears beneath both Jamie, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, and Lincoln, as Lincoln uses magic to create a holy field, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Two lightning bolts pierce through Lincoln's subconscious, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, momentarily illuminating his dark soul, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. A side effect of a field blessed by God, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, which greatly strengthens the priest, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Jamie watches Lincoln's actions closely, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Assessing the holy field, he surmises that Lincoln now possesses, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, enough strength to crush a boulder, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. With his bare hands grinning, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Lincoln holds one hand with the other, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence, and announces that he will quickly finish Jamie, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Channeling mana around his palms, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. Lincoln raises his fist and charges directly at Jamie, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. A mad smile spreading across his face, as tension crackles like lightning in the silence. His fist burns with divine light, pure, holy energy. He swings straight at Jamie's neck, aiming to take his head clean off. Jamie barely slips away, dodging in the final heartbeat. Lincoln's holy energy grazes past him, just inches from fatal impact. Jamie stumbles back, heart pounding in his chest. Lincoln laughs, madly taunting Jamie about his condition, as the clash between light and will intensifies, and deciding to use him as an offering, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Lincoln's fist shrouded in mana, as the clash between light and will intensifies, slams into Jamie's chest at great speed, as the clash between light and will intensifies, forcing him to grit his teeth in pain, as the clash between light and will intensifies. But suddenly Jamie's lips stretch into a smile, as the clash between light and will intensifies, his pupil narrowing like a predator that has found its prey, as the clash between light and will intensifies. He mockingly asks if this is all Lincoln can do, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Lincoln stops, smiling, as the clash between light and will intensifies, clenching his teeth and beginning to grow nervous as the clash between light and will intensifies. As dark bonds made of Jamie's mana start to envelop his hand, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Lincoln frowns, not understanding what is happening, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Jamie brings his hand to his mouth, as the clash between light and will intensifies, extending 2 fingers, smiling, as the clash between light and will intensifies. As he listens to Lincoln approach, as the clash between light and will intensifies, and question how black magic could work in a holy field, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Jamie tightens the dark mana whip around Lincoln's hand, as the clash between light and will intensifies, causing him to scream in pain, as the clash between light and will intensifies. In the blink of an eye, as the clash between light and will intensifies, a wound appears on Lincoln's hand from which blood sprays, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Lincoln clenches his teeth, as the clash between light and will intensifies. And although his hand is wrapped in dark whips of energy, as the clash between light and will intensifies, he manages to look around, as the clash between light and will intensifies, and understand that the holy field is being devoured by darkness, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Lincoln's eyes widen in fear, as the clash between light and will intensifies, unable to believe what is happening, as the clash between light and will intensifies. He begins screaming about the impossibility of all, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Jamie smiles, clasping his hands, as the clash between light and will intensifies together, and declares it is indeed possible, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Lincoln flinches as the dark energy whip wraps around his torso, as the clash between light and will intensifies. He tries to pull his hand back and move away, as the clash between light and will intensifies, but cannot, as the clash between light and will intensifies. The dark energy whip flings Lincoln, as the clash between light and will intensifies, slamming him into a wall. His head collides with it, as the clash between light and will intensifies, shattering the wall behind him, and blood sprays from his mouth, as the clash between light and will intensifies. The dark bonds of mana close in on Lincoln, as the clash between light and will intensifies, who now slumps against the wall, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Jamie approaches dark mana, tentacles constantly writhing around him, as the clash between light and will intensifies, and leans close to Lincoln, as the clash between light and will intensifies, saying he has many questions and needs answers, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Lincoln smiles despite his pain, as the clash between light and will intensifies, mocking Jamie for thinking he would reveal anything, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Jamie's pupil glows brightly as he smiles madly, as the clash between light and will intensifies, and stretches out his hand, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Forming a magic circle, he calmly states, as the clash between light and will intensifies, but he doesn't need Lincoln's permission to get answers, as the clash between light and will intensifies, as he will simply pry open his brain, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Jamie places his palm on Lincoln's head, as the clash between light and will intensifies, dark mana swirling around them, as the clash between light and will intensifies, as a magic circle forms beneath their feet, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Lincoln clenches his teeth, as the clash between light and will intensifies, beginning to cry as his capillaries burst, as the clash between light and will intensifies, turning his eyes red elsewhere, as the clash between light and will intensifies. The bishop with the tumor leans on the table with his head bowed, as the clash between light and will intensifies, while a priest stands silently nearby watching, as the clash between light and will intensifies. The priest flinches in fear when a flask flies past his head, as the clash between light and will intensifies, and the bishop begins shouting, as the clash between light and will intensifies, blaming Lincoln for delaying the experiment, as the clash between light and will intensifies. The bishop slams his hands on the table, as the clash between light and will intensifies, demanding to know why the experiment is taking so long, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Because of Lincoln, the priest turning around says he will investigate, as the clash between light and will intensifies. But as he fully turns, a spike made of flesh pierces his head, as the clash between light and will intensifies. The bishop with his arm outstretched, as the clash between light and will intensifies, has detached a tentacle to strike the priest, as the clash between light and will intensifies. He looks at the priest with anger, as the clash between light and will intensifies, stating that he has been too slow, as the clash between light and will intensifies. The bishop raises his head and looks toward the ceiling, as the clash between light and will intensifies, sensing someone above suddenly, as the clash between light and will intensifies. A group of people opens the door and enters his hiding place, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Raz and his team stand before the bookcases, as the clash between light and will intensifies, carefully inspecting them, as the clash between light and will intensifies. One member of the group, a ghostly swordsman, as the clash between light and will intensifies, raises a finger to one of the books, as the clash between light and will intensifies, trying to sense something, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Ross observes the man who reports feeling a draft in that area, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Ross examines the books closely, as the clash between light and will intensifies, and notices one that stands out from the rest, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Carefully he begins removing books with his hand, as the clash between light and will intensifies, until suddenly the shelf moves to the side, as the clash between light and will intensifies, surprising the group Ras, as the clash between light and will intensifies, gripping the hilt of his sword, as the clash between light and will intensifies, cautiously enters the passage, as the clash between light and will intensifies, noting a strange smell emanating from within, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Suddenly an iron chain bursts from the passage, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Rushing toward him, Ross manages to draw his sword and block the attack, as the clash between light and will intensifies. But the force is too strong, as the clash between light and will intensifies, causing him to bite his lower lip to stifle a scream of pain, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Ross frowns his sword, trembling as he looks at his opponent, as the clash between light and will intensifies. A second swing of the chain sends Ross flying, as the clash between light and will intensifies. He slides, trying to regain his footing, as the clash between light and will intensifies, as a red-haired girl screams in worry for him, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Raz's eyes wide, as the clash between light and will intensifies, assures the girl that he is fine, as the clash between light and will intensifies, and confirms they are indeed in the right place, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Emerging from the opening is a huge blue monster covered in scars, as the clash between light and will intensifies, with a chain wrapped around its arm, as the clash between light and will intensifies, ending in a spiked morning star, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Jamie states that they must create a powerful army at any cost, as the clash between light and will intensifies, and questions if such a prediction has ever been made, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Lincoln agrees with him. Jamie instructs Lincoln, as the clash between light and will intensifies, to inform the Count of everything he has just shared, as the clash between light and will intensifies. The bishop acknowledges the instruction, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Jamie recalls something, as the clash between light and will intensifies, stops and creates a magic circle in front of Lincoln's face, as the clash between light and will intensifies. He tells Lincoln he can go, as the clash between light and will intensifies, and Lincoln immediately gets up and leaves the room, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Jamie thinks to himself that he has enhanced the brainwashing, as the clash between light and will intensifies, and that Lincoln will now definitely not remember anything about him, as the clash between light and will intensifies. As Jamie is about to touch the magic mirror, as the clash between light and will intensifies, he remembers something else, as the clash between light and will intensifies, stops and uses a spell to change his appearance to resemble the bishop, as the clash between light and will intensifies. He declares it is time for him to leave, as the clash between light and will intensifies. The creator slams his fist on the table, as the clash between light and will intensifies, expressing frustration that death may already be coming for him, as the clash between light and will intensifies. He wonders where Lincoln has gone, as the clash between light and will intensifies, and remarks that if not for the experiment, as the clash between light and will intensifies, he would have killed Lincoln long ago, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Turning around, he looks at the large flasks in the room, as the clash between light and will intensifies. As he touches one of them, as the clash between light and will intensifies. He expresses regret, but acknowledges he has no choice but to send it, as the clash between light and will intensifies. The flask collapses, as the clash between light and will intensifies, and he remarks that it should take care of the rest, as the clash between light and will intensifies. The creator continues to berate Lincoln, as the clash between light and will intensifies, calling him a useless idiot, as the clash between light and will intensifies. The creator stands over Ricky, as the clash between light and will intensifies, who lies on a table, as the clash between light and will intensifies, and notes the importance of having holy power and a body, as the clash between light and will intensifies. He demands the body to be brought to him immediately, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Jamie, disguised as Lincoln, as the clash between light and will intensifies, enters and apologizes for being late, as the clash between light and will intensifies. The creator notices the blood on Jamie's clothes and face, as the clash between light and will intensifies, and questions what happened, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Jamie explains, as the clash between light and will intensifies. He was attacked by a strange man and was delayed dealing with him, as the clash between light and will intensifies. The creator inquires further about this strange man, as the clash between light and will intensifies. And Jamie explains, as the clash between light and will intensifies. He believes it was the same person who killed the Holy Knight, as the clash between light and will intensifies, adding that capturing him was impossible due to his strength, as the clash between light and will intensifies. The creator becomes alarmed, as the clash between light and will intensifies, and asks if the man is working with the invaders, as the clash between light and will intensifies, expressing concern that any delay will interfere with the experiment, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Dismissing his concerns, the creator demands the body, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Jamie questions whether the creator still plans to continue, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Despite the invasion, the creator, as the clash between light and will intensifies, angered, insists the experiment is nearly complete, as the clash between light and will intensifies, and reveals he has already sent the sample, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Jamie wonders what the creator means by sample, as the clash between light and will intensifies. The creator takes a jar, as the clash between light and will intensifies, containing the creature used for creating chimeras, as the clash between light and will intensifies, and expresses eagerness to confirm the results, as the clash between light and will intensifies, placing the creature on Ricky, as the clash between light and will intensifies. He speculates about how strong the resulting chimera will be, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Turning to Jamie, the creator asks for his opinion, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Jamie responds, as the clash between light and will intensifies, that it will likely be stronger than the previous failure, as the clash between light and will intensifies. The creator, annoyed by the obvious statement, as the clash between light and will intensifies, takes a syringe filled with a strange liquid, as the clash between light and will intensifies. He injects the liquid into the creature and presses his hand on it, as the clash between light and will intensifies, urging it to merge faster, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Watching the process, as the clash between light and will intensifies, he comments that Lincoln must be happy about it too, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Jamie responds affirmatively, as the clash between light and will intensifies, while silently observing the creator's madness, as the clash between light and will intensifies. The creator suddenly turns with a furious expression, as the clash between light and will intensifies, and questions Jamie's identity, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Surprised, Jamie asserts that he is Lincoln, as the clash between light and will intensifies, and wonders if there is some shared madness among these people, as the clash between light and will intensifies. The creator releases tentacles from his body, as the clash between light and will intensifies, accusing Jamie of deception and declaring that he is not Lincoln, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Meanwhile, a group of knights continues advancing through the building, as the clash between light and will intensifies, killing monsters along the way, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Ras announces that they have defeated the last monster, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Moving ahead, he suggests they descend further into the building, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Unexpectedly, something moves very quickly between the knights, as the clash between light and will intensifies, demolishing one of them, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Ras is surprised and notices the monster standing behind him, as the clash between light and will intensifies. The monster grabs the knight with one hand, as the clash between light and will intensifies, and slams him into the ground, as the clash between light and will intensifies. The pink-haired knight runs toward the monster, as the clash between light and will intensifies, demanding it let the knight go, as the clash between light and will intensifies. She strikes quickly and powerfully with her sword, as the clash between light and will intensifies, causing a slight wound, but the monster appears unaffected, as the clash between light and will intensifies. She realizes the monster is on a completely different level, as the clash between light and will intensifies, compared to the others, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Ras observes that the space is too narrow for the monster's attacks, as the clash between light and will intensifies, and runs past it thinking he needs to find a wider area, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Entering another room, he turns to face the monster, as the clash between light and will intensifies, which charges toward him, channeling energy into his sword, as the clash between light and will intensifies. He casts the Sword of Judgment spell, as the clash between light and will intensifies, striking the monster as he runs past it, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Smoke emerges from the monster's mouth, and its eyes roll back, as the clash between light and will intensifies. However, the monster suddenly looks at him completely unharmed, as the clash between light and will intensifies, which shocks Ras. The monster approaches him very quickly, as the clash between light and will intensifies, preparing to attack, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Ras realizes he has been careless and knows it is too late to dodge, as the clash between light and will intensifies. He believes he will die from the blow, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Suddenly, one of the knights strikes with his sword, as the clash between light and will intensifies, stopping the monster's attack by cutting into its hand, as the clash between light and will intensifies. The monster screams loudly in pain, as the clash between light and will intensifies. After the attack, as the clash between light and will intensifies, the knights stand in front of Ras and ask if he is okay, as the clash between light and will intensifies, suggesting they retreat, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Ras agrees and suggests they raise the wounded knight, as the clash between light and will intensifies. One of the knights says they should leave the knight behind, as the clash between light and will intensifies. This shocks Ras, who demands to know what they just said, as the clash between light and will intensifies. The knight explains, as the clash between light and will intensifies, that they were given an order to help Ras complete the task, as the clash between light and will intensifies, and cannot focus on distractions, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Their words deeply surprise Ras, as the clash between light and will intensifies, and he begins to cry. One of the knights charges toward the monster, as the clash between light and will intensifies, jumping up and swinging his sword to open a path for the others, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Another knight grabs Ras, as the clash between light and will intensifies, insisting they must leave while the first knight distracts the monster, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Ras refuses, arguing that the knight will die if he fights alone, as the clash between light and will intensifies. The other knight acknowledges this, as the clash between light and will intensifies, but explains that they are shadow knights, as the clash between light and will intensifies, who act solely to achieve optimal results, as the clash between light and will intensifies. He adds that, as the clash between light and will intensifies, their absolute loyalty to their lord is the sole purpose of their, as the clash between light and will intensifies, existence, as the clash between light and will intensifies, and that their lives are merely instruments in their lord's hands, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Ras is shocked and reflects on the Shadow Knight's approach. As the clash between light and will intensifies. Thinking. As the clash between light and will intensifies. It is madness to complete tasks at the cost of their own lives. As the clash between light and will intensifies. He resolves never to accept such a method. As the clash between light and will intensifies. The knight holds off the monster's attack with his sword. As the clash between light and will intensifies. And orders the others to flee quickly. As the clash between light and will intensifies. The roof above the monster begins to collapse with a loud sound. As the clash between light and will intensifies. Ras watches in shock. As the clash between light and will intensifies. As the knight and the monster are buried under the rubble. As the clash between light and will intensifies. Suddenly a hand emerges from the debris. As the clash between light and will intensifies. Shocking everyone, the monster crawls out from under the rubble. As the clash between light and will intensifies. Holding the knight who tried to restrain it. As the clash between light and will intensifies. Another knight urges Ras to flee. As the clash between light and will intensifies. But Ras resists, insisting he cannot leave the knight to die. As the clash between light and will intensifies. The monster smiles and squeezes the knight in its grip. As the clash between light and will intensifies, causing him to scream in pain. As the clash between light and will intensifies. Ras demands the monster release him immediately. As the clash between light and will intensifies, clutching his sword tightly. As the clash between light and will intensifies. Ras's rage builds. As the clash between light and will intensifies. The knight is surprised to see Ras preparing to fight. As the clash between light and will intensifies. And calls out to him, Ras releases a strong. As the clash between light and will intensifies. Bright energy. As the clash between light and will intensifies. And declares that he serves the goddess of mercy and justice Pyro. As the clash between light and will intensifies. With his eyes filled with determination. As the clash between light and will intensifies. He looks at the monster and tells it to disappear. As the clash between light and will intensifies. Slamming his sword into the ground. As the clash between light and will intensifies. Ras channels his energy into it. As the clash between light and will intensifies. The energy strikes the monster. As the clash between light and will intensifies. Which screams in pain, Ras looks at the monster. As the clash between light and will intensifies. And realizes it has borrowed the power of divine executioner. As the clash between light and will intensifies. The Church of Pyros. As the clash between light and will intensifies. Divine executioner refers to the 7 holy knights. As the clash between light and will intensifies. Given unique powers by the goddess of mercy and justice Pyro. As the clash between light and will intensifies. These powers are only effective for short attacks. As the clash between light and will intensifies, but are followed by a strong backlash. As the clash between light and will intensifies. That demonstrates immense holiness. As the clash between light and will intensifies. Sometime later, 2 knights pick up the wounded knight. As the clash between light and will intensifies. One of them checks if he is okay. As the clash between light and will intensifies. And the knight enveloped in light energy. As the clash between light and will intensifies. Expresses disbelief at being alive. As the clash between light and will intensifies. Ras explains that this power punishes the wicked. As the clash between light and will intensifies. And grants endless mercy to the righteous. As the clash between light and will intensifies. A gift from Pyro, the goddess of mercy and justice. As the clash between light and will intensifies. He reflects that when martial strength is exhausted. As the clash between light and will intensifies. All the suffering will fall on him. As the clash between light and will intensifies. But he keeps this to himself. As the clash between light and will intensifies. Ras assures the knight that he is glad he is okay. As the clash between light and will intensifies. All the knights follow Ras. As the clash between light and will intensifies. Who instructs them to move on. As the clash between light and will intensifies. At the same time, the creator releases several tentacles to grab Jamie. As the clash between light and will intensifies. Jamie defends himself and flies upward using his wings. As the clash between light and will intensifies. The creator, angered. As the clash between light and will intensifies. Accuses Jamie of interfering with his experiments. As the clash between light and will intensifies. Calling him a black magician. As the clash between light and will intensifies. Jamie smirks and remarks on the irony of hearing such an accusation. As the clash clash between light and will intensifies. From someone who abuses his own body so extensively as the clash between light and will intensifies. The creator declares that what he does is true art as the clash between light and will intensifies, and unveils chimera wings as the clash between light and will intensifies, announcing a special performance as the clash between light and will intensifies. Jamie, unimpressed as the clash between light and will intensifies, criticizes the wings for being in bad taste as the clash between light and will intensifies. The creator, taken aback as the clash between light and will intensifies, questions Jamie's audacity to insult him as the clash between light and will intensifies. However, Jamie interrupts to remind him of something as the clash between light and will intensifies. The creator notices the creature bound by threads of dark energy as the clash between light and will intensifies, and recognizes it as the main material as the clash between light and will intensifies. Jamie clenches his fist and blames the creator for the situation as the clash between light and will intensifies. Enraged, the creator calls Jamie a freak as the clash between light and will intensifies. Jamie creates a magic circle as the clash between light and will intensifies, and mocks the creator for becoming so emotional over a broken toy as the clash between light and will intensifies, suggesting they change locations as the clash between light and will intensifies. Suddenly, a massive magic circle appears below them as the clash between light and will intensifies. The creator, surprised as the clash between light and will intensifies, realizes it is spatial movement magic as the clash between light and will intensifies. He fears that he will not survive if this magic is completed as the clash between light and will intensifies. He attempts to tear the magic apart as the clash between light and will intensifies, but fails, questioning why it does not yield as the clash between light and will intensifies. He notices the dark magical energy surrounding him as the clash between light and will intensifies, but disappears before completing his thought as the clash between light and will intensifies. They are transported to an unknown forest as the clash between light and will intensifies, far from their previous location as the clash between light and will intensifies. The creator, now fearful as the clash between light and will intensifies, wonders why he was unable to break through the magic as the clash between light and will intensifies. Jamie explains it's simply the creator is terribly weak as the clash between light and will intensifies. Jamie taunts him, suggesting they have fun in the forest as the clash between light and will intensifies, but warns that when playtime is over, as the clash between light and will intensifies, he will dismember the creator and make him his slave as the clash between light and will intensifies. The creator, furious as the clash between light and will intensifies, releases his tentacles and calls Jamie arrogant as the clash between light and will intensifies. Jamie easily dodges the attacks as the clash between light and will intensifies, flying up and landing on a tree branch as the clash between light and will intensifies. He notes that everything should have ended earlier as the clash between light and will intensifies. The creator smiles and reveals two elite chimeras as the clash between light and will intensifies, wrapping tentacles around his arm as the clash between light and will intensifies. Jamie questions about the elites as the clash between light and will intensifies, but receives no further explanation as the clash between light and will intensifies. The creator strikes the tree Jamie is on with great force as the clash between light and will intensifies. Jamie takes off as the tree falls as the clash between light and will intensifies. The creator, still angry as the clash between light and will intensifies, notes that although they handled one chimera before, as the clash between light and will intensifies, there are now two, and he believes the knights cannot survive as the clash between light and will intensifies. Jamie criticizes the creator for having gone beyond reason as the clash between light and will intensifies. The creator counters that it is not madness as the clash between light and will intensifies, but confidence as the clash between light and will intensifies. Jamie observes the creator's body as the clash between light and will intensifies, noting that he has implanted 7 different life forms into himself as the clash between light and will intensifies, rendering him inhuman despite this grotesque mixture as the clash between light and will intensifies. Jamie admits the results are impressive as the clash between light and will intensifies, as the creator charges at him as the clash between light and will intensifies. Jamie smiles as the clash between light and will intensifies, concentrating energy in his hand, and resolves to make him his slave as the clash between light and will intensifies. Meanwhile, the knights enter another room as the clash between light and will intensifies. The pink-haired knight begins commenting on their surroundings as the clash between light and will intensifies. But Ras interrupts, urging them to focus on finding the child as the clash between light and will intensifies. He reflects that he has about 20 minutes left to find Ricky as the clash between light and will intensifies. Before Marshall's will is depleted as the clash between light and will intensifies. He and the three knights start searching the room as the clash between light and will intensifies. Ross approaches a door but stops when he hears a loud sound as the clash between light and will intensifies. Turning toward it, he sees a projectile created from magical energy as the clash between light and will intensifies, flying toward them at high speed as the clash between light and will intensifies. He warns the others and saves the pink-haired knight as the clash between light and will intensifies. Ras looks ahead in shock and hears strange sounds as the clash between light and will intensifies. A monster appears before him, and he recognizes it as an armed chimera as the clash between light and will intensifies. He is stunned, unable to believe what he sees as the clash between light and will intensifies. One of the knights points out another hybrid chimera as the clash between light and will intensifies. Warning Ross identifies the chimera as a combination of an ogre as the clash between light and will intensifies, and a demonic horse, a creature that even experts struggle to handle as the clash between light and will intensifies. Doubt fills him as he wonders if he will fail to save Ricky as the clash between light and will intensifies. Gripping his sword, Ras rallies as the clash between light and will intensifies, the others commanding them to prepare for battle as the clash between light and will intensifies. At the same time, Ricky regains consciousness and finally gets up as the clash between light and will intensifies. Ricky wakes up confused and wonders where he is as the clash between light and will intensifies. He questions why he is there and where the priest went as the clash between light and will intensifies. Looking around the room, he notices no one else is present as the clash between light and will intensifies. Then suddenly Ricky turns around and sees Shino's body in a flask as the clash between light and will intensifies, and is shocked by the sight as the clash between light and will intensifies. He wonders why Shino is there in such a form as the clash between light and will intensifies. Seeing Shino's condition, Ricky is unable to get words out of his mouth as the clash between light and will intensifies. He begins wondering why this is happening with them as the clash between light and will intensifies, even though they were the ones who were chosen by God as the clash between light and will intensifies. Ricky thinks how this was supposed to be a blessing as the clash between light and will intensifies, but realizes that maybe the blessings sometimes can become curses as the clash between light and will intensifies. Unable to compose himself as the clash between light and will intensifies, Ricky starts crying but forces himself to regain composure as the clash between light and will intensifies, realizing he needs to leave immediately as the clash between light and will intensifies. He turns away from the flask containing Shino's body as the clash between light and will intensifies, and heads toward the door as the clash between light and will intensifies. However, just as he grabs the handle as the clash between light and will intensifies, he freezes, looks back at Shino, and silently promises to return for him as the clash between light and will intensifies. He then escapes through the door as the clash between light and will intensifies. As he runs away, Ricky thinks about the Janus Church as the clash between light and will intensifies, and vows that they will not escape punishment for this as the clash between light and will intensifies. He continues running down the hallway of the church building as the clash between light and will intensifies, wondering about the noise he hears as the clash between light and will intensifies. He considers the possibility of a fight as the clash between light and will intensifies, and hopes someone has come to save him as the clash between light and will intensifies. Suddenly he comes to a halt as the clash between light and will intensifies, realizing that something is going on nearby as the clash between light and will intensifies. Looking around a corner, he notices blood on the floor as the clash between light and will intensifies, which scares him. He hesitates as the clash between light and will intensifies, thinking about going back when Ras runs past him as the clash between light and will intensifies, shouting about an attack coming from the right and the need to escape as the clash between light and will intensifies. Overjoyed to see Ras, Ricky calls out to him as the clash between light and will intensifies. Ras in the middle of blocking the Chimera's attack as the clash between light and will intensifies, struggles to smile and jokingly tells Ricky to call him Big Brother as the clash between light and will intensifies. However, Ras does not seem to be alone as the clash between light and will intensifies. He is being accompanied by another knight with pink hair as the clash between light and will intensifies. Suddenly, one of the chimeras notices Ricky as the clash between light and will intensifies, turns around and charges at him with its fist raised as the clash between light and will intensifies. Raz notices and orders his accomplice to block it as the clash between light and will intensifies. They rush toward the chimera as the clash between light and will intensifies, shouting for it to stop, but another chimera blocks their path as the clash between light and will intensifies. Ras, worried for Ricky's safety as the clash between light and will intensifies, yells for him to run meanwhile as the clash between light and will intensifies. One of the knights exclaims that they are stuck as the clash between light and will intensifies. Ricky, frozen in fear as the clash between light and will intensifies, tries to move but finds his body unresponsive as the clash between light and will intensifies. The monster rises onto its hind legs as the clash between light and will intensifies. Preparing to attack, Ras channels his energy as the clash between light and will intensifies, calls out Ricky's name and strikes twice with his sword as the clash between light and will intensifies, releasing powerful magical waves that hit the chimera as the clash between light and will intensifies. However, the chimera counters as the clash between light and will intensifies, throwing one of the knights back as the clash between light and will intensifies. The knight calls out to Ras as the clash between light and will intensifies, who stands still calling for Ricky and crying as the clash between light and will intensifies. A large cloud of dust envelopes the area as the clash between light and will intensifies, and Ras fears he has failed to save him as the clash between light and will intensifies. Ricky brushes off the dust as the clash between light and will intensifies, coughing loudly as magic energy radiates from his body as the clash between light and will intensifies. He immediately calls out to Ras as the clash between light and will intensifies. Surprised, Ras sees the chimera's silhouette in the smoke as the clash between light and will intensifies, and warns Ricky of there still being danger as the clash between light and will intensifies, urging him to run to safety as the clash between light and will intensifies. Ricky then runs toward Ras and hugs him as the clash between light and will intensifies. Ras looks back, worried about the knights battling the chimera as the clash between light and will intensifies. He then asks the knight about the situation as the clash between light and will intensifies, prompting him to explain that he can only last for 10 more minutes as the clash between light and will intensifies. After analyzing further, the knight corrects himself as the clash between light and will intensifies, telling Ras that he might not last for even 10 minutes as the clash between light and will intensifies. Ras then hugs Ricky tightly as the clash between light and will intensifies, realizing he cannot fight while protecting Ricky as the clash between light and will intensifies. He then asks Ricky to go up first as the clash between light and will intensifies. At first, Ricky objects as the clash between light and will intensifies, rejecting Ras's order, however, as the clash between light and will intensifies. He soon understands that he is not helping Ras in any way as the clash between light and will intensifies. Rather, he is just holding him back as the clash between light and will intensifies. So he agrees, running off and telling Ras to return safe and sound as the clash between light and will intensifies. Ras raises his hand in acknowledgement as the clash between light and will intensifies, but says nothing as the clash between light and will intensifies. Watching the monster closely and gripping his sword tightly, as the clash between light and will intensifies. He vows to grind it into powder if it is the only one left, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Meanwhile, Ricky runs down the stairs, as the clash between light and will intensifies, trying to make sense of what happened, as the clash between light and will intensifies. He recalls the moment when the Chimera attacked him, as the clash between light and will intensifies, and remembers how light had scared away, as the clash between light and will intensifies. His stomach growls, as the clash between light and will intensifies, and he reflects on the strange anger he felt when he saw the monster, as the clash between light and will intensifies, similar to the anger he felt during his time with the gang, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Just then, Ricky sees a door right in front of him and begins, as the clash between light and will intensifies, feeling after reaching the door, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Ricky opens it and steps outside, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Catching his breath, he looks at the night sky, as the clash between light and will intensifies, and questions whether salvation and faith were all lies, as the clash between light and will intensifies. He suddenly starts crying, as the clash between light and will intensifies, thinking about his little sister Anna, as the clash between light and will intensifies, who is now alone in the orphanage, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Moreover, Ricky thinks how he will not let those go away easily, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Who dares to hurt his little sister, as the clash between light and will intensifies. None of this is making sense, as the clash between light and will intensifies. But suddenly, as the clash between light and will intensifies, Ricky starts feeling unwell and is overcome by a terrible sensation, as the clash between light and will intensifies, as if something is calling him, as the clash between light and will intensifies. He walks through the forest, as the clash between light and will intensifies, noticing dark energy under his feet and follows it to its source, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Meanwhile, the creator and Jamie are engaged in a fight, as the clash between light and will intensifies. During the fight, as the clash between light and will intensifies, the creator of the chimeras taunts Jamie for running away, as the clash between light and will intensifies, remarking that he is really good at it, as the clash between light and will intensifies. The creator then releases his tentacles and declares he will kill him, as the clash between light and will intensifies. He throws several quick blows and loudly proclaims that Jamie must die, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Jamie is surprised by the creator's relentless attacks, as the clash between light and will intensifies. The creator quickly launches several of his tentacles toward Jamie, as the clash between light and will intensifies, declaring that this will end him, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Jamie takes off from a tree branch and dodges the attacks, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Their battle causes huge explosions throughout the forest, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Jamie smiles and notes to himself that the attacks are powerful, as the clash between light and will intensifies, and that he would not be pleased if even one of them touched him, as the clash between light and will intensifies. He creates a sphere of magical energy in his hand, as the clash between light and will intensifies, confident that his magic will be enough to ensure his victory, as the clash between light and will intensifies. If the battle continues as it is, as the clash between light and will intensifies, the creator becomes enraged and calls Jamie a fool, as the clash between light and will intensifies, taking off into the air and stating that the jokes are over, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Jamie watches him closely, as the clash between light and will intensifies, surprised by his next move, as the clash between light and will intensifies. The creator raises his hand, as the clash between light and will intensifies, declaring that Jamie should already be dead, as the clash between light and will intensifies, and releases many tentacles which gather around Jamie, as the clash between light and will intensifies. The creator forms a massive ball wall of tentacles attempting to trap him, as the clash between light and will intensifies. But is shocked when Jamie is not captured, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Instead, Jamie appears in a tree unharmed, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Furious, the creator loudly demands to know where Jamie has gone, as the clash between light and will intensifies, and how he managed to hide, as the clash between light and will intensifies. Jamie, taking a moment to recover, as the clash between light and will intensifies, uses his magical energy and activates the Dark Dimension spell, as the clash between light and will intensifies. The creator, surprised, as the clash between light and will intensifies, realizes he has fallen into a trap, as the clash between light and will intensifies. That kind of trick? It won't hold him for long. He bursts free, rushing toward Jamie like a bolt of rage. Jamie's eyes widen. How did he break free from that spell so easily? The creator lifts his hand. Calm, deadly, deliberate. Twin magic circles ignite, and a violent tentacle hurricane erupts. Large tentacles emerge from the circles as magic crackles and danger surges, attacking Jamie in response as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie generates a barrier that the tentacles cannot penetrate as magic crackles and danger surges. He observes the creator as magic crackles and danger surges, and admires his ability to combine the chimera's traits with magic as magic crackles and danger surges. However, as magic crackles and danger surges, Jamie questions if this is the extent of his opponent's capabilities as magic crackles and danger surges. The creator claps his hands together as magic crackles and danger surges, and expresses his surprise at Jamie's endurance as magic crackles and danger surges, preparing for another attack as magic crackles and danger surges. Before he can continue, Jamie interrupts as magic crackles and danger surges, asking what the creator intends to do as magic crackles and danger surges. The creator is startled to hear Jamie's voice behind him as magic crackles and danger surges, turning to strike with his tentacles as magic crackles and danger surges. He grows confused when he cannot locate Jamie as magic crackles and danger surges. Angrily, he demands to know how Jamie is managing to evade him as magic crackles and danger surges, certain he saw him in front of him as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie releases a surge of dark energy as magic crackles and danger surges, and points out that the creator is blind as magic crackles and danger surges, unable to recognize a clone as magic crackles and danger surges. The clone created with rank 4 dark magic as magic crackles and danger surges vanishes after making eye contact with the creator as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie channels energy into his hand as magic crackles and danger surges, and mocks the creator as magic crackles and danger surges for his inability to evaluate an opponent's strength as magic crackles and danger surges. He uses the body decomposition spell as magic crackles and danger surges, which begins to affect the creator as magic crackles and danger surges, noticing his hand changing color as magic crackles and danger surges. The creator panics and questions what is happening as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie smirks as magic crackles and danger surges, explaining that the spell is magic that causes slow decay and collapse as magic crackles and danger surges. The creator, furious as magic crackles and danger surges, dismisses it as a cheap trick as magic crackles and danger surges, and tries to warn Jamie about the consequences of killing him as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie cuts him off calmly as magic crackles and danger surges, stating that he has other matters to attend to as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie uses the black ball spell as magic crackles and danger surges, conjuring a magic sphere made from his energy in front of him as magic crackles and danger surges. Soon multiple identical magic balls appear around the creator as magic crackles and danger surges. The creator is taken aback and demands to know what Jamie is saying as magic crackles and danger surges. One of the black balls touches a wound on the creator as magic crackles and danger surges, and dark magical energy begins to break apart near him as magic crackles and danger surges. He grabs his hand and lets out a loud scream of pain as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie explains that the black ball is a spell that amplifies pain as magic crackles and danger surges. Threefold when touched as magic crackles and danger surges. Asking the creator what it feels like to endure suffering as magic crackles and danger surges. Worse than death, the creator enraged as magic crackles and danger surges. Insults Jamie, calling him a freak as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie smirks, noting his surprise that the creator can still speak as magic crackles and danger surges, and casts the gravity spell as magic crackles and danger surges. This spell causes the creator to immediately fall to the ground as magic crackles and danger surges, where he crashes with a powerful explosion as magic crackles and danger surges, lying on the ground and writhing in pain as magic crackles and danger surges. The creator attempts to speak as magic crackles and danger surges. Meanwhile, Black makes a small sound as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie notices and acknowledges its effort as magic crackles and danger surges. Encouraging it to rest, Black disappears with another sound as magic crackles and danger surges. The creator, struggling to rise as magic crackles and danger surges, mutters something about the bodies inside him as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie comments on the immense pain that would kill a normal person as magic crackles and danger surges, and criticizes the creator for mocking his own body as magic crackles and danger surges by filling it with chimeras as magic crackles and danger surges. Observing the creator's broken state as magic crackles and danger surges, Jamie doubts his usefulness even as an undead as magic crackles and danger surges, placing a hand on the creator's head as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie decides to extract his knowledge through a spell as magic crackles and danger surges. Suddenly, Jamie hears a strange sound behind him and quickly leaps away as magic crackles and danger surges. Additional chimeras appear beside the creator as magic crackles and danger surges. Realizing he miscalculated the number of chimeras present as magic crackles and danger surges, Jamie focuses on his mana reserves as magic crackles and danger surges, and acknowledges that he has already expended too much as magic crackles and danger surges. The creator, as magic crackles and danger surges, loudly declares that Jamie will not escape with an easy death as magic crackles and danger surges. But before he can act, his body is pierced by a blast of magical energy as magic crackles and danger surges. Grasping the wound, the creator coughs up blood as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie smiles, suggesting that if the creator had died immediately as magic crackles and danger surges, fewer problems would have arisen as magic crackles and danger surges. He reflects on the creator's resilience and ponders how to kill him as magic crackles and danger surges. Meanwhile, Ricky feels increasingly nauseous as he approaches as magic crackles and danger surges, but resolves to keep going as magic crackles and danger surges. A powerful explosion suddenly erupts behind him as magic crackles and danger surges. Startling him, he turns and regrets his decision to proceed as magic crackles and danger surges. Another explosion follows as magic crackles and danger surges, hurling Jamie violently. Jamie slides several meters along the ground as magic crackles and danger surges, racked with pain from the attack as magic crackles and danger surges. He realizes he has no mana left as magic crackles and danger surges, not even enough to conjure a shield as magic crackles and danger surges, leaving him unable to avoid the incoming attack as magic crackles and danger surges. Ricky notices Jamie and wonders what he is doing there as magic crackles and danger surges. The creator, concentrating his energy as magic crackles and danger surges, points at Jamie and declares that he should already be dead as magic crackles and danger surges. The chimera gathers energy at its head as magic crackles and danger surges, forming an intensely bright sphere as magic crackles and danger surges. Ricky, with tears streaming down his face as magic crackles and danger surges, runs toward them, calling out for Jamie as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie is shocked to hear Ricky's voice as magic crackles and danger surges. As the Chimera releases its magical energy, as magic crackles and danger surges. Ricky sprints forward, reaching out his hand alarmed, as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie shouts Ricky's name in desperation, as magic crackles and danger surges. Ricky shields Jamie from the magical energy with his back, as magic crackles and danger surges, and apologizes, explaining that his body moved on its own, as magic crackles and danger surges. A magic projectile strikes him, as magic crackles and danger surges, causing a massive explosion, as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie's wounds bleed heavily, as magic crackles and danger surges, covering his face with blood, as magic crackles and danger surges. When he regains consciousness, as magic crackles and danger surges, he crawls to Ricky, calling his name, as magic crackles and danger surges. His body shakes with horror as he cries, as magic crackles and danger surges. Struggling to speak, he looks at Ricky's lifeless, as magic crackles and danger surges. Smiling face on the ground, as magic crackles and danger surges. Reaching out in terror, as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie sees his bloodied hand and reflects that it has happened again, as magic crackles and danger surges. Someone else has died because of him, as magic crackles and danger surges. Memories of his past life flash through his mind, as magic crackles and danger surges. Recalling moments surrounded by the bodies of people, as magic crackles and danger surges, who had sacrificed themselves for him, as magic crackles and danger surges. An unknown voice from his past echoes, as magic crackles and danger surges, telling Diablo he must live, as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie covers his head with his hands, as magic crackles and danger surges, crying as he remembers how others died to save him, as magic crackles and danger surges. Kneeling in front of Ricky, as magic crackles and danger surges. He whispers a plea for it not to happen again, as magic crackles and danger surges. The creator interrupts loudly, as magic crackles and danger surges, mocking the emotional scene, as magic crackles and danger surges, and pointing out that the little test subject, as magic crackles and danger surges, managed to create such a touching moment, as magic crackles and danger surges. He declares that he will end them both, as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie's mind drifts back to his time as Diablo, as magic crackles and danger surges. He hears the voices of comrades begging for his help, as magic crackles and danger surges. Students pleading with their teacher not to leave them, as magic crackles and danger surges. And a scar-faced man crying out that they wouldn't leave him, as magic crackles and danger surges. Even after death, filled with rage and anguish, as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie creates a magical barrier around himself and Ricky, as magic crackles and danger surges, releasing an immense amount of energy, as magic crackles and danger surges. He activates the primal power rebellion against the divine, as magic crackles and danger surges. The Chimera feels fear in the presence of this overwhelming power, as magic crackles and danger surges. And the creator steps back in shock, as magic crackles and danger surges, realizing that Jamie's aura has completely changed, as magic crackles and danger surges. The creator's hands tremble as he panics, as magic crackles and danger surges, recognizing the danger and deciding he must kill Jamie quickly, as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie leans over Ricky with a wild gaze, as magic crackles and danger surges, muttering that he will return soon, as magic crackles and danger surges. Standing up, he releases an even stronger wave of magical energy, as magic crackles and danger surges, and grimly reflects on how he had let this power slip from his mind, as magic crackles and danger surges. The very first power he ever created, as magic crackles and danger surges. Suddenly, a skeletal hand burst from the ground, as magic crackles and danger surges, followed by many skeletons clawing their way up, as magic crackles and danger surges. The creator is stunned as magic crackles and danger surges, and demands to know what Jamie is standing amidst the rising undead as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie calmly explains that this is an army as magic crackles and danger surges, born to rebel against the deities and confront the 12 gods as magic crackles and danger surges. He calls it necromancy. The creator laughs nervously as magic crackles and danger surges, doubting that weak undead could kill him as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie tilts his head mockingly and snaps his fingers as magic crackles and danger surges, commanding the skeletons to attack as magic crackles and danger surges. The skeletons charge the creator as magic crackles and danger surges, clashing with the two chimeras and their master as magic crackles and danger surges. One chimera growls, swiping at the skeletons as magic crackles and danger surges, and shattering their bodies with brute strength as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie observes calmly as a skeleton as magic crackles and danger surges, even with part of its head missing as magic crackles and danger surges, rises again as magic crackles and danger surges. He coldly remarks that his subordinates have transcended death as magic crackles and danger surges. The creator backs away, trembling in fear as magic crackles and danger surges, and cries out for them to stay back as magic crackles and danger surges. Before he can finish, a skeleton clamps a bony hand over his mouth as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie releases a wave of dark energy as magic crackles and danger surges, declaring the forest to be his domain as magic crackles and danger surges. Where death reaps death, he welcomes the creator to his hell as magic crackles and danger surges. The skeletons attack relentlessly as magic crackles and danger surges, knocking the creator to the ground as magic crackles and danger surges. His screams of pain echo through the forest as magic crackles and danger surges. Later, Jamie approaches the motionless creator as magic crackles and danger surges, wondering if he is already dead as magic crackles and danger surges. His eyes catch sight of a small as magic crackles and danger surges, green ball rolling out of the creator's mouth as magic crackles and danger surges, picking it up as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie studies it carefully and realizes it is a bead of life as magic crackles and danger surges, an artifact charged with life force as magic crackles and danger surges. He deduces that the bead sustained the creator's mutilated body as magic crackles and danger surges. Smiling darkly, Jamie reflects that this exceeds his expectations as magic crackles and danger surges, and decides that the bead will allow him to surpass the limitations as magic crackles and danger surges of his child body, gesturing to the remaining skeletons as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie tells them they can rest as magic crackles and danger surges, and assures them that he will summon them again someday as magic crackles and danger surges. The skeletons crumble, their energy returning to him as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie coughs up blood, acknowledging that he has spent too much energy as magic crackles and danger surges. The rebellion against the divine spell as magic crackles and danger surges remains too difficult for him to sustain as magic crackles and danger surges, struggling to stay conscious as magic crackles and danger surges. He looks at Ricky's lifeless body as magic crackles and danger surges, and whispers that he cannot let him die as magic crackles and danger surges. Like this, instead of letting Ricky sacrifice his life as magic crackles and danger surges, Jamie proposes making him his faithful servant as magic crackles and danger surges. Concentrating his energy, Jamie cast a spell to resurrect Ricky as magic crackles and danger surges. Suddenly, bright energy radiates from Ricky's body as magic crackles and danger surges. Startling Jamie, Ricky's body rises as magic crackles and danger surges, floating above the ground and glowing with intense magical light as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie shields his eyes from the brilliance as magic crackles and danger surges. Surprised by the unexpected turn of events, as magic crackles and danger surges. An unknown voice reverberates as magic crackles and danger surges, questioning what is happening as magic crackles and danger surges. A goddess materializes, cradling Ricky in her arms as magic crackles and danger surges. She gazes at Jamie and demands to know who he is as magic crackles and danger surges, to attempt to steal what belongs to her as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie stares at her in shock and whispers her name Pyro as magic crackles and danger surges. The goddess looks intrigued and remarks that Jamie knows her as magic crackles and danger surges. At the same time in the city, as magic crackles and danger surges, Lincoln runs frantically shouting that he must inform the Count as magic crackles and danger surges, and that he needs to relay something urgent before he can continue as magic crackles and danger surges. A girl swiftly cuts off his head with a single precise movement as magic crackles and danger surges. She sheathes her sword and mutters that he was a useless idiot as magic crackles and danger surges. Turning her gaze outward, she declares that they must get rid of Hisa as magic crackles and danger surges, and that justice against heretics must begin as magic crackles and danger surges. Meanwhile, our Z, as magic crackles and danger surges, collapses to the floor next to the lifeless body of the slain chimera as magic crackles and danger surges, leaning heavily on his sword as magic crackles and danger surges. He reflects on how he somehow managed to meet the deadline as magic crackles and danger surges. Groaning in pain, he acknowledges that he is on the brink of death as magic crackles and danger surges, but feels relieved that no one else perished as magic crackles and danger surges. His thoughts are interrupted when one of the knights calls out to him as magic crackles and danger surges. The knights rush to him asking if he is all right as magic crackles and danger surges. Raz, still clutching his sword as magic crackles and danger surges, notices a bright magical energy manifesting near him as magic crackles and danger surges. His eyes widen in astonishment as streams of energy surround his body as magic crackles and danger surges. He gasps in disbelief as magic crackles and danger surges, questioning whether this could truly be the goddess Pyro as magic crackles and danger surges. At the same time, Pyro addresses Jamie as magic crackles and danger surges, asking if he knows who she is as magic crackles and danger surges, surrounded by her divine energy as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie stares in disbelief as magic crackles and danger surges, wondering how she could descend there as magic crackles and danger surges, and recognizing the enormous problems with the law of causality as magic crackles and danger surges. From even one illusion, Pyro repeats her question as magic crackles and danger surges, asking if he can hear her voice as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie clutches his head, his pupils darting frantically as magic crackles and danger surges. She commands him to answer her questions immediately as magic crackles and danger surges, through gritted teeth as magic crackles and danger surges. He responds that all he knew was that Ricky's holiness belonged to her as magic crackles and danger surges. Pyro's expression hardens as magic crackles and danger surges, as she questions as magic crackles and danger surges how he could still intend to turn Ricky into an undead as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie defends himself, stating that he just didn't want Ricky to die as magic crackles and danger surges. Her anger surges as magic crackles and danger surges, as she retorts that being undead is not the same as being alive as magic crackles and danger surges, and that as magic crackles and danger surges, turning Ricky into an undead is an ultimate disrespect for the dead as magic crackles and danger surges. She demands how he can fail to grasp the value of life as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie clenches his fists in rage as magic crackles and danger surges, and accuses her of being a divine fool as magic crackles and danger surges, claiming that she and her kind belittle life as magic crackles and danger surges, and have no right to preach about its value as magic crackles and danger surges. After sacrificing all of humanity, as magic crackles and danger surges. Pyro is momentarily stunned by his outburst, as magic crackles and danger surges. She looks at Ricky as though trying to gather her thoughts, as magic crackles and danger surges. Unsure of how to respond, as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie watches her carefully, as magic crackles and danger surges. Analyzing her reaction, Pyro finally speaks with resolute determination, as magic crackles and danger surges, stating that Ricky will become her apostle, as magic crackles and danger surges, and warning Jamie that if he turns Ricky into an undead, as magic crackles and danger surges, she will never forgive him, as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie is taken aback, repeating the word apostle in surprise, as magic crackles and danger surges. The title carries immense weight, as magic crackles and danger surges, as apostles are the closest beings to the gods, as magic crackles and danger surges, their existence elevating them to the rank of priest, as magic crackles and danger surges. They possess strength worthy of the title of the strongest holy knight, as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie grins, realizing that while he knew Ricky possessed godhood, as magic crackles and danger surges, elevating him to the level of an apostle explains why Pyro descended, as magic crackles and danger surges. He finds the situation much more entertaining than expected, as magic crackles and danger surges. Fainting contrition, he apologizes and asks how he can make amends, as magic crackles and danger surges. Pyro narrows her eyes and questions his sincerity, as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie smirks, as magic crackles and danger surges, and reveals that the darkness has already begun to consume Ricky, as magic crackles and danger surges, claiming that half of him has already become undead, as magic crackles and danger surges. Her eyes widen in shock, as magic crackles and danger surges, as she demands if he even understands what he has done, as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie suddenly clutches his head in pain, as magic crackles and danger surges, grimacing as he wonders what Pyro is doing, as magic crackles and danger surges. She glares at him and asks if he has a death wish, as magic crackles and danger surges. Through his pain, Jamie retorts that if he did, as magic crackles and danger surges, things would take a very bad turn, as magic crackles and danger surges, because killing him would also destroy Ricky, as magic crackles and danger surges. Pyro frowns, unfazed by his words, as magic crackles and danger surges, and dismisses his threats as pathetic Jamie, as magic crackles and danger surges. His voice steady counters that there can only be one apostle, as magic crackles and danger surges. If she loses Ricky, as magic crackles and danger surges, she would need an incredible amount of time to find another, as magic crackles and danger surges. He points out that what matters more than the time wasted, as magic crackles and danger surges, is that the presence of an apostle guarantees the gods unrestricted, as magic crackles and danger surges. Access to the world Pyro remains silent, as magic crackles and danger surges, her expression tense, as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie presses on softening his tone, as magic crackles and danger surges. He reiterates that he has no desire to kill Ricky, as magic crackles and danger surges, emphasizing that Ricky is his friend, as magic crackles and danger surges. Pyro accuses Jamie of being a very vicious person, as magic crackles and danger surges, stating that he has made up a good story, as magic crackles and danger surges, just to save his miserable life, as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie responds by questioning why she made Ricky her apostle, as magic crackles and danger surges, pointing out that an apostle is no longer vitally necessary, as magic crackles and danger surges, since the world exists as the 12 gods planned, as magic crackles and danger surges. He mentions the comm system they worked on together, as magic crackles and danger surges. Pyro becomes angry and demands to know how much he knows, as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie raises his hand and explains that the holiest of the 12 gods, as magic crackles and danger surges. Whose love reaches everyone as magic crackles and danger surges. Is so filled with this feeling as magic crackles and danger surges that she received the power to destroy evil as magic crackles and danger surges. He then speculates whether she was expelled as magic crackles and danger surges. Pyro becomes furious, ready to say something as magic crackles and danger surges. But Jamie smiles to himself as magic crackles and danger surges, realizing the argument is over as magic crackles and danger surges, because she cannot lie as it goes against holiness as magic crackles and danger surges. She is forced to remain silent as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie reveals his past life's name as magic crackles and danger surges. Diablo Wolfer as magic crackles and danger surges. Pyro is shocked to hear this name and demands to know how he knows it as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie replies that he is the man's legacy as magic crackles and danger surges. Pyro internally struggles with this revelation as magic crackles and danger surges, thinking it impossible because Wolfear was elsewhere as magic crackles and danger surges. She contemplates the situation and asks why this is happening now as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie extends his hand, suggesting they shake hands as magic crackles and danger surges. But Pyro disappears, instructing him to come to her in Afton as magic crackles and danger surges, where they will discuss everything in detail as magic crackles and danger surges. Her magical energy gently lowers Ricky to the ground as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie reflects that if everything goes well as magic crackles and danger surges, Ricky will become a very useful tool as magic crackles and danger surges. Suddenly, Ricky regains consciousness and opens his eyes as magic crackles and danger surges. He looks at Jamie and asks if it is really him as magic crackles and danger surges. He quickly gets up, asking if Jamie is okay as magic crackles and danger surges. Why he is covered in blood as magic crackles and danger surges. What is wrong with his purple eyes as magic crackles and danger surges. And why Ricky himself is experiencing strange sensations in his body as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie questions how Ricky, as magic crackles and danger surges, even in this state, is worried more about someone else than himself, as magic crackles and danger surges, pointing out that he is now an apostle of the goddess, as magic crackles and danger surges, and at the same time undead, as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie admits to making him undead using dark magic, as magic crackles and danger surges, and expresses his certainty that Ricky will hate him for it, as magic crackles and danger surges. Ricky smiles and calmly says that everything is clear to him as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie is surprised by his response, as magic crackles and danger surges, and asks if that is all he has to say, as magic crackles and danger surges. Ricky agrees and adds that, as magic crackles and danger surges, being a dark magician does not mean Jamie has to be evil, as magic crackles and danger surges, asserting that Jamie is a great friend, as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie, acknowledging Ricky's kindness, as magic crackles and danger surges, admits that he sent him to a dangerous place, as magic crackles and danger surges, and even tried to kill his sister, as magic crackles and danger surges. Ricky replies that Jamie saved him and did not harm Anna, as magic crackles and danger surges. So he still considers Jamie a good person, as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie, about to call Ricky an idiot, as magic crackles and danger surges, notices the bright energy radiating from Ricky as magic crackles and danger surges, and is surprised to see Ricky's incurable wounds disappearing as magic crackles and danger surges. Ricky explains that he thought his idea might work as magic crackles and danger surges, and it turns out it did, turning around as magic crackles and danger surges. Ricky announces that Brother Ras is approaching as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie acknowledges this and says it is time for him to leave as magic crackles and danger surges. As Jamie is walking away, as magic crackles and danger surges, he starts to say something about their conversation as magic crackles and danger surges. But Ricky interrupts, asking if he really seems that stupid as magic crackles and danger surges, and assures Jamie that they will meet again later as magic crackles and danger surges. At the branch of the Zenith Church in the city of Haiz, as magic crackles and danger surges. A man bows before Argino, identifying himself as a judge, as magic crackles and danger surges. Associated with the Church of the God Zenith, as magic crackles and danger surges. He apologizes and explains that due to certain circumstances, as magic crackles and danger surges. He cannot reveal his name, as magic crackles and danger surges. Argino questions what the judges are doing there, as magic crackles and danger surges. The man explains that under orders from their superiors, as magic crackles and danger surges. They have come to hunt down heretics, as magic crackles and danger surges. He hands over a jar containing a chimera, as magic crackles and danger surges, stating that after doing everything possible, as magic crackles and danger surges. They discovered this as magic crackles and danger surges. He reveals that Father Lincoln turned out to be a heretic, as magic crackles and danger surges, and was executed after confessing, as magic crackles and danger surges. Ras, observing this, as magic crackles and danger surges, is surprised, as magic crackles and danger surges, and realizes that the judges are using Lincoln as a scapegoat, as magic crackles and danger surges. The judge continues explaining that this was an important matter, as magic crackles and danger surges, kept in the strictest confidence of the church, as magic crackles and danger surges. And so they conducted an investigation, as magic crackles and danger surges. Ross interrupts him angrily, as magic crackles and danger surges, calling his explanation nonsense, as magic crackles and danger surges. Argino cuts in, ending the conversation smiling, as magic crackles and danger surges. He sarcastically praises the judge's courage, as magic crackles and danger surges, but then shifts to a serious expression, as magic crackles and danger surges, and angrily declares that, as magic crackles and danger surges, killing someone in his domain is unacceptable, as magic crackles and danger surges, and asks if the judge wishes to die, as magic crackles and danger surges. The judge kneels down, as magic crackles and danger surges, and explains that they were punishing sinners in the church, as magic crackles and danger surges. Argino responds coldly, asserting that he is the judge in these lands, as magic crackles and danger surges, and no one dares harm people in Hisa without his permission, as magic crackles and danger surges. The judge, visibly trembling with fear, as magic crackles and danger surges, begs for mercy and addresses Argino as Duke, as magic crackles and danger surges, in an attempt to make him listen to him, as magic crackles and danger surges. Argino, his voice icy, as magic crackles and danger surges, accuses the Zenith Church of God of crossing all boundaries, as magic crackles and danger surges. The judge, realizing the danger he is in, as magic crackles and danger surges, but determined not to retreat, as magic crackles and danger surges, musters his courage, looks up, and accuses Argino of being too arrogant, as magic crackles and danger surges, warning him against turning his back on the church, as magic crackles and danger surges. Without hesitation, Argino swings his sword with incredible speed, as magic crackles and danger surges, and severs the judge's hand, as magic crackles and danger surges. The judge cries out in shock and pain, as magic crackles and danger surges, while Argino, remaining calm, as magic crackles and danger surges, warns that the judge's other arm and head will be next, as magic crackles and danger surges, if he does not leave the city, as magic crackles and danger surges, clutching his severed hand, as magic crackles and danger surges. The judge silently reflects, as magic crackles and danger surges, that this outcome is not what he had been led to expect, as magic crackles and danger surges, by a certain girl. Meanwhile, as magic crackles and danger surges, Ross observes the situation in awe, as magic crackles and danger surges, recognizing how skillfully, as magic crackles and danger surges, Argino has diverted attention from the chimeras, as magic crackles and danger surges, and put the judge in his place, as magic crackles and danger surges. Ross feels confident that with this approach, as magic crackles and danger surges, they are certain to succeed, as magic crackles and danger surges. The judge, shaking with fear, as magic crackles and danger surges. Kneels and apologizes profusely as magic crackles and danger surges, promising that the church will pay compensation as magic crackles and danger surges, and pleading for forgiveness as magic crackles and danger surges. Internally, he resolves to treat Hisa as magic crackles and danger surges, as an opportunity to expand the eastern lands as magic crackles and danger surges, and regain composure Argino as magic crackles and danger surges, ignoring the judge's pleas as magic crackles and danger surges, walks away and declares that he will not change his decision as magic crackles and danger surges, to sever all ties with the Zenith Church of God as magic crackles and danger surges. The judge, kneeling in defeat as magic crackles and danger surges, accepts the outcome and agrees to leave as magic crackles and danger surges. Ross reflects on the Duke's masterful handling of the situation as magic crackles and danger surges, and almost feels pity for their opponents as magic crackles and danger surges. The Zenith Church eventually paid a large compensation as magic crackles and danger surges, and vanished from Hisa later as magic crackles and danger surges. Ricky expresses his confusion about the sudden developments as magic crackles and danger surges, as he and Anna receive a visitor as magic crackles and danger surges. Anna looks at her brother and inquires about the visitor's identity as magic crackles and danger surges. Ras kneels before them as magic crackles and danger surges, introduces himself as the holy marshal of the Church of Pyro as magic crackles and danger surges, and a member of the Armatic family as magic crackles and danger surges, and reveals that Anna will become the symbol of the Church of Pyro as magic crackles and danger surges. He informs her that, as magic crackles and danger surges, as the apostle of the goddess and a future holy lady, as magic crackles and danger surges, she will observe the world with holy eyes, as magic crackles and danger surges, and he vows to take care of her as magic crackles and danger surges. Ricky, overcome with emotion as magic crackles and danger surges, loudly confirms the truth of Ras's words and begins crying as magic crackles and danger surges. He tries to express his feelings about Anna as magic crackles and danger surges, but Ras reassures him as magic crackles and danger surges, confirming that Anna will soon be able to open her eyes as magic crackles and danger surges. Ricky embraces his sister joyfully as magic crackles and danger surges, exclaiming how wonderful this news is as magic crackles and danger surges. Anna, surprised by his reaction, smiles as magic crackles and danger surges. The simultaneous emergence of an apostle and a saint as magic crackles and danger surges signals impending troubles as magic crackles and danger surges, and Ross silently prays for the strength to protect them both as magic crackles and danger surges, under the complete protection of the Church of Pyro as magic crackles and danger surges. The two children are safeguarded as magic crackles and danger surges. Meanwhile, Jamie Welton as magic crackles and danger surges, also known as Diablo Volfire, as magic crackles and danger surges, contemplates his fate as magic crackles and danger surges. He notes the division among the 12 gods into factions as magic crackles and danger surges, and suspects this led Zenith to create holy knights from chimeras as magic crackles and danger surges. He also believes Pyro has become somewhat isolated as magic crackles and danger surges, to confirm his suspicions as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie determines that he must travel to Afton as magic crackles and danger surges, standing in the garden deep in thought as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie resolves to succeed as magic crackles and danger surges, and calls for his mother with a kind expression as magic crackles and danger surges. Sears looks at him with surprise as she notices his unusual demeanor as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie approaches Sears and calls her mom again as magic crackles and danger surges. She is surprised by this and asks what has happened to him as magic crackles and danger surges. He tells her that he enjoys drinking tea with her and Sarah as magic crackles and danger surges. His sister responds that they enjoy it too as magic crackles and danger surges. Sears remarks that he usually finds such things boring, as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie, surprised, as magic crackles and danger surges, admits that this has never happened before, as magic crackles and danger surges, and wonders if she has guessed something, as magic crackles and danger surges. Sears asks if he truly needs something from her, as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie thinks he will need to try harder next time, as magic crackles and danger surges, but replies that he is simply in a good mood, as magic crackles and danger surges. Sears assures him that he can say whatever he wants, as magic crackles and danger surges, and she will listen Jamie, as magic crackles and danger surges. Taken aback, as magic crackles and danger surges, hesitates before saying that he would like to visit her homeland, as magic crackles and danger surges. The city of Afton Sears questions his sudden interest in the city, as magic crackles and danger surges. Jamie replies that he has heard of a mountain with huge water bubbles, as magic crackles and danger surges. Internally, he cringes at having to make up such an excuse, as magic crackles and danger surges. Sears, surprised, as magic crackles and danger surges, finds his behavior amusing and teases him, as magic crackles and danger surges. They could delay the trip, just for her. Jamie flushes, caught off guard. He jumps in quickly, his words rushed but sincere. "I love you," he blurts out, his voice trembling. Sears beams with joy, nodding without hesitation, calling him her beloved son, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie, feeling utterly humiliated, as emotions swell beneath every word, reflects on how he is supposed to be the great dark magician, as emotions swell beneath every word. Diablo Wolfer Sears, as emotions swell beneath every word, then reveals that she had already planned to visit Afton next week, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie realizes his efforts were unnecessary, as emotions swell beneath every word, and remarks that she was already planning the trip, as emotions swell beneath every word. He is eager, but also deeply frustrated, as emotions swell beneath every word. Sometime later, Jamie, as emotions swell beneath every word, still feeling depressed, as emotions swell beneath every word, mutters about Sears making him go through all of this, as emotions swell beneath every word. He thinks about how he will deal with Pyro when the time comes, as emotions swell beneath every word. Ras finds him and asks what he is doing, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie mentions that he was with his mom and Sarah, as emotions swell beneath every word. Ras, noticing his mood, as emotions swell beneath every word, asks why he seems so sad. Jamie dismisses it, as emotions swell beneath every word, saying that something happened, as emotions swell beneath every word. But it's nothing serious internally, as emotions swell beneath every word. He curses Pyro and wishes she would stay quiet, as emotions swell beneath every word. Ras, with a kind expression, as emotions swell beneath every word, reassures him that everything will get better soon, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie briefly wonders whether he should kill Ras, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie changes the subject and asks Ras what he is doing there, as emotions swell beneath every word. Ras explains that he needed to discuss something with the Duke, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie, surprised, as emotions swell beneath every word, asks if Ras met his father, as emotions swell beneath every word. Ras confirms this, as emotions swell beneath every word, and says he felt it was important to share the news with Jamie himself, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie inquires further, as emotions swell beneath every word, suspecting it might be about a divine revelation, as emotions swell beneath every word. From Pyro, Ras grabs Jamie by the shoulders, as emotions swell beneath every word, and informs him that Ricky and Anna will go with him, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie considers this obvious, since they are an apostle and a saint, as emotions swell beneath every word. Raz adds that goodbyes are not forever, as emotions swell beneath every word, and that Ricky and Anna will never forget Jamie, as emotions swell beneath every word. Raz expresses hope that when they meet again as adults, as emotions swell beneath every word, it will be a meaningful reunion, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie, growing angry, as emotions swell beneath every word. Demands to know what Ras is implying, as emotions swell beneath every word. Unexpectedly, Ras hugs him, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie is taken by surprise and feels confused, as emotions swell beneath every word. Ras assures him that their friendship will not end, as emotions swell beneath every word, and encourages him not to be sad, as emotions swell beneath every word, because this is not the end, as emotions swell beneath every word. Ross leaves promising that they will meet often, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie waves goodbye, as emotions swell beneath every word, but thinks that Pyro should keep her followers under control, as emotions swell beneath every word. Sometime later, Argino admits, as emotions swell beneath every word, that he does not understand what his father-in-law is planning, as emotions swell beneath every word. He wonders if they should bring Jamie to them, as emotions swell beneath every word. Sears remarks that, as emotions swell beneath every word, not even her late mother could have managed such a situation, as emotions swell beneath every word. Argino questions if the father-in-law simply wants to see Jamie, as emotions swell beneath every word, and mentions their departure tomorrow, as emotions swell beneath every word, asking if everything is ready, as emotions swell beneath every word. Sears reassures him, asking what could possibly go wrong, as emotions swell beneath every word. She rests her head on his shoulder, as emotions swell beneath every word, and reminds him that they will be accompanied by the best, as emotions swell beneath every word. Knightly order of the Earl of Welton, as emotions swell beneath every word. Argino expresses his confidence in the order, as emotions swell beneath every word, but adds that he still has concerns, as emotions swell beneath every word. Sears cuts him off, as emotions swell beneath every word, confidently asserting that no one would dare to threaten them, as emotions swell beneath every word, especially since her husband is the Earl himself, as emotions swell beneath every word. Argino laughs, and the two sit together peacefully, as emotions swell beneath every word. Sears then mentions that Ras will also be with them, as emotions swell beneath every word, and shares how surprised she was to learn he is a holy marshal, as emotions swell beneath every word, a position that rarely leaves Afton, as emotions swell beneath every word. Argino reflects on the seriousness, as emotions swell beneath every word, with which the Church of Pyro treated the incident, as emotions swell beneath every word, but admits he remains worried about Jamie, as emotions swell beneath every word. He notes Jamie's precocious strength, as emotions swell beneath every word, and recalls an earlier incident, as emotions swell beneath every word, where Jamie could not control his emotions, as emotions swell beneath every word. He expresses doubt about whether the knightly order could stop Jamie, as emotions swell beneath every word. If it happened again, Sears reassures Argino, as emotions swell beneath every word, saying there's nothing to worry about, as emotions swell beneath every word, and recounts the day's events to him, as emotions swell beneath every word, concluding with her confidence in Jamie, as emotions swell beneath every word. Argino remarks that he would like to witness Jamie's progress, as emotions swell beneath every word. Firsthand, Sears agrees that everyone makes mistakes, as emotions swell beneath every word, but emphasizes her faith in their son, as emotions swell beneath every word. Argino takes her hand, as emotions swell beneath every word, and expresses gratitude for having this moment together, as emotions swell beneath every word. Before their departure, as emotions swell beneath every word, Sears shares his happiness, as emotions swell beneath every word, and they sit contentedly, as emotions swell beneath every word. Meanwhile, Jamie flies through the sky, as emotions swell beneath every word, overjoyed with his progress, as emotions swell beneath every word. He reflects that, as emotions swell beneath every word, although the process of grinding the material into powder, as emotions swell beneath every word, and absorbing it took time, as emotions swell beneath every word. The results exceeded his expectations, as emotions swell beneath every word. He attributes his success to his hard work, as emotions swell beneath every word. Speaking to Black, he notes, as emotions swell beneath every word. That it is only a matter of time before he reaches the 6th rank, as emotions swell beneath every word. While acknowledging the distance he still has to go, as emotions swell beneath every word. To regain his former strength, as emotions swell beneath every word. He is confident that he can now, as emotions swell beneath every word, handle opponents of the same level as his old professor, as emotions swell beneath every word. Using his energy, Jamie floats above an old house, as emotions swell beneath every word. Later, Azar and Riza kneel before Jamie, as emotions swell beneath every word, expressing their happiness at his return, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie informs them that he will be traveling to the town of Afton, as emotions swell beneath every word, which is far away and will not be back for some time, as emotions swell beneath every word. The two disguise themselves as woodcutters, as emotions swell beneath every word. Risa confirms that Afton is on the northern border, as emotions swell beneath every word, and points out that the round trip would take about a month, as emotions swell beneath every word. If done alone, as emotions swell beneath every word. Hazard questions whether they will need to work with axes, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie, annoyed, as emotions swell beneath every word, asks if they have a problem with this arrangement, as emotions swell beneath every word. Riza responds indifferently, as emotions swell beneath every word, while Hazard agrees to do whatever Jamie commands, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie assures them that they will accompany him this time, as emotions swell beneath every word. Releasing his energy, Jamie recalls something he had long forgotten, as emotions swell beneath every word. Ezid notices something strange, as emotions swell beneath every word, while Riza asks what kind of magic Jamie is using, as emotions swell beneath every word. A door appears in front of Jamie, as emotions swell beneath every word, and he explains that it is his storage of the undead, as emotions swell beneath every word, and that it will serve as their new home, as emotions swell beneath every word. They question if Jamie really called this place their home, as emotions swell beneath every word, expressing reluctance to live in such a scary place, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie observes their hesitation, as emotions swell beneath every word, but notes that no one has openly objected, yet frustrated, as emotions swell beneath every word. He kicks them and orders them to stop talking and go inside, as emotions swell beneath every word. Hazard agrees to obey, and both step through the door, as emotions swell beneath every word. Surrounded by dark fog, Jamie reflects on how entertaining, as emotions swell beneath every word, their clear expressions of emotion are, as emotions swell beneath every word, deciding they could become very useful with proper training, as emotions swell beneath every word. Sometime later, Hazard emerges and admits that, as emotions swell beneath every word. Although he hadn't expected much from what Jamie called a vault, as emotions swell beneath every word, the place turned out to be better than anticipated, as emotions swell beneath every word. He notes that it is far more spacious than he had imagined, as emotions swell beneath every word. Riza comments that while inside, as emotions swell beneath every word, it felt like something was filling them from within, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie explains that the energy they felt is primary power, as emotions swell beneath every word, as the space is created entirely from his energy, as emotions swell beneath every word. He adds that undead who rebel against the gods absorb this power, as emotions swell beneath every word, and grow stronger because of it, as emotions swell beneath every word. Riza expresses concern, as emotions swell beneath every word, asking if maintaining such a place is too difficult for Jamie, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie questions if Riza is worried, as emotions swell beneath every word, prompting Riza to bow and apologize for doubting him, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie assures him it is not a burden, as emotions swell beneath every word, or he would not have shown it to them, as emotions swell beneath every word. Hazard then asks if Jamie could make them stronger immediately, as emotions swell beneath every word, adding that while the space is impressive, as emotions swell beneath every word, it is filled with bones, as emotions swell beneath every word. Riza quickly understands his point, as emotions swell beneath every word, and silences him before he can finish, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie, angered by their comments, as emotions swell beneath every word, declares they deserve to die, as emotions swell beneath every word. Later, Jamie feels a strange sensation, as emotions swell beneath every word, and sees Argino holding him off the ground, as emotions swell beneath every word. He wonders why his father is treating him like a toy, as emotions swell beneath every word. Argino tells Jamie that he must protect his mother, as emotions swell beneath every word. Sister and friend asking if they can rely on him, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie, feeling dejected, agrees, as emotions swell beneath every word. Argino hugs him, stating that they must all return safely, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie, embarrassed by the gesture, reluctantly agrees, as emotions swell beneath every word. Meanwhile, as emotions swell beneath every word, a man introduces himself to the Order of Fear as Jack O'Brien, as emotions swell beneath every word, announcing that they will soon move out and explaining the plan, as emotions swell beneath every word. In the carriage, Anna expresses her wish that Ras could accompany them, as emotions swell beneath every word. Ricky responds that nothing can be done, as emotions swell beneath every word, since Ross volunteered to accompany someone else, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie sits silently with them, as emotions swell beneath every word, thinking about the route they are taking, as emotions swell beneath every word. He considers it odd that they are prioritizing a safe, as emotions swell beneath every word, but longer journey, as emotions swell beneath every word. Sears, sitting with Sarah on her lap, as emotions swell beneath every word, mentions that Sarah always falls asleep, as emotions swell beneath every word. As soon as she gets into the carriage, as emotions swell beneath every word, she declares it is time for them to leave, as emotions swell beneath every word. Ras, riding alongside the carriage, as emotions swell beneath every word, offers to guard the rear, and Jack agrees, as emotions swell beneath every word. As they travel, Jamie notices Ras and wonders about Pyro's intentions, as emotions swell beneath every word. He considers that mentioning the name Diablo Volfer, as emotions swell beneath every word, likely means Pyro either did not reveal anything to the other gods, as emotions swell beneath every word, or could not, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie concludes that significant changes will occur once he returns, as emotions swell beneath every word. Sometime later, Sarah wakes up and starts moving around, as emotions swell beneath every word. Ricky greets her and leans closer, as emotions swell beneath every word, introducing himself as Ricky and confirming she is Sarah, as emotions swell beneath every word. Startled, Sarah begins to cry, as emotions swell beneath every word, which raises Jamie's suspicions, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie confronts Ricky, asking what he is doing, as emotions swell beneath every word. Ricky, trying to diffuse the tension, as emotions swell beneath every word, calmly tells Jamie to relax, as emotions swell beneath every word. 2 days later, members of the Welton family sleep, as emotions swell beneath every word, sitting next to each other in the carriage, as emotions swell beneath every word. Ricky sits nearby, gazing out the window, as emotions swell beneath every word. He notices his older brother galloping beside them, as emotions swell beneath every word, and remarks that the others seem to be tired, as emotions swell beneath every word. Suddenly, Jamie wakes up and asks how long he has been asleep, as emotions swell beneath every word. Ricky replies that he has slept for about 2 hours, as emotions swell beneath every word, adding that he slept very soundly, as emotions swell beneath every word. Ras, riding alongside, as emotions swell beneath every word, comments that sitting in a carriage must be terribly boring, as emotions swell beneath every word, and offers to share in, as emotions swell beneath every word. Interesting story about the local Maitre mountains, as emotions swell beneath every word. He further mentions that there's a legend about the Maitre mountains, as emotions swell beneath every word. Here, however, as emotions swell beneath every word, Jamie expresses that it doesn't sound very exciting, as emotions swell beneath every word. On the other hand, Ricky encourages Ras to tell the story anyway, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie frowns, as emotions swell beneath every word. Realizing that he had expected that these two would like such stories, as emotions swell beneath every word. Ricky then adds that Anna, as emotions swell beneath every word, who is still asleep, enjoys such tales as well, as emotions swell beneath every word. Ras then comes up with an idea, as emotions swell beneath every word, telling Ricky to listen closely, as emotions swell beneath every word, so he can tell this story to Anna later, as emotions swell beneath every word. Ras then begins by recounting a legend about the Maitre Mountains, as emotions swell beneath every word. He explains that a long time ago, as emotions swell beneath every word, when dragons roamed the skies and elves walked the forests, as emotions swell beneath every word. The mountains were originally one single rock, as emotions swell beneath every word. He continues by mentioning that on a peaceful day, as emotions swell beneath every word, two dragons appeared here, as emotions swell beneath every word. Hearing about the dragons, as emotions swell beneath every word, Jamie's interest increases significantly, as emotions swell beneath every word. These dragons included an evil black dragon, as emotions swell beneath every word, and a benevolent blue dragon, as emotions swell beneath every word, named Maya Trey, as emotions swell beneath every word. Moreover, there was a woman who lived here, as emotions swell beneath every word. Maya Trey used to love this woman magician a lot, as emotions swell beneath every word. But their love was doomed, as emotions swell beneath every word. Turns out that the humans and dragons were not allowed to, as emotions swell beneath every word, be together by any means as a result, as emotions swell beneath every word. The dragons, who couldn't stand to see this, as emotions swell beneath every word, decides to send the black dragon to find this magician woman, as emotions swell beneath every word, and kill her during their fierce battle, as emotions swell beneath every word. The rock split and a stormy stream rushed through the valley, as emotions swell beneath every word. The evil black dragon was eventually expelled, as emotions swell beneath every word. But the woman magician also lost her life, as emotions swell beneath every word. Overwhelmed by grief, Maya Trey retreated into the mountains, as emotions swell beneath every word, where legends say he remains to this day, as emotions swell beneath every word. Thereafter, Anna, as emotions swell beneath every word, who has woken up during the story, as emotions swell beneath every word, remarks that the story was very sad, as emotions swell beneath every word. She further points out how, as emotions swell beneath every word, it is said that the frequent rainstorms started taking place, as emotions swell beneath every word. As well, meanwhile, as emotions swell beneath every word, Ricky is startled by Anna, as emotions swell beneath every word, wondering when she woke up, as emotions swell beneath every word. To answer Anna's question, as emotions swell beneath every word, Ras confirms, realizing that Anna knows about this story, as emotions swell beneath every word. He further explains, as emotions swell beneath every word, that the minstrels refer to the rains as dragons' tears, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie silently, as emotions swell beneath every word, contemplates the possibility that the legend might hold some truth, as emotions swell beneath every word. He realizes that the dragons were considered as mystical creatures, as emotions swell beneath every word. During that time, after addressing Ras, as emotions swell beneath every word, Jamie then starts to ask a question, as emotions swell beneath every word, inquiring if there is a possibility that this story might be true, as emotions swell beneath every word. But before he can finish his questions, as emotions swell beneath every word, a lightning strike occurs, as emotions swell beneath every word. As a result, Anna lets go of a scream, as emotions swell beneath every word, scaring Sarah in the process, as emotions swell beneath every word, prompting Sears to try and calm Sarah, as emotions swell beneath every word, assuring her that everything is fine, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie reassures them that it is just rain, as emotions swell beneath every word. But he can't shake a sense of unease, as emotions swell beneath every word. As the carriage moves through the forest, as emotions swell beneath every word, lightning strikes a nearby tree, as emotions swell beneath every word, causing it to fall onto the carriage, as emotions swell beneath every word. The horses panic and Sears restrains Sarah while screaming in alarm, as emotions swell beneath every word. Ricky immediately warns Anna to be careful, as emotions swell beneath every word. However, the bad luck seems to be on their side, as emotions swell beneath every word. Amid the chaos, Sears falls through the carriage door along with Sarah, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie, terrified, as emotions swell beneath every word, shouts for his mother and sister, as emotions swell beneath every word. Sears tearfully instructs Jamie to save Sarah first, as emotions swell beneath every word. But Jamie insists he will save them both using his magic, as emotions swell beneath every word. He creates ropes to pull Sears to safety, as emotions swell beneath every word. Seeing that his spell has worked, as emotions swell beneath every word, Jamie takes a sigh of relief, as emotions swell beneath every word, realizing that he has done it so far, as emotions swell beneath every word. His plan seems to work, but his grip slips, and he begins to fall, as emotions swell beneath every word. Sears calls out to him in panic, as emotions swell beneath every word. But Jamie assures her that he has flight magic, as emotions swell beneath every word. However, this only gives Jamie a moment of relief, as emotions swell beneath every word. To his horror, he realizes that he can't use flight magic, as emotions swell beneath every word. He recognizes the phenomenon as burn mana, as emotions swell beneath every word. A high-level spell that completely nullifies magic in a given area, as emotions swell beneath every word. As he falls, a woman's voice addresses him, as emotions swell beneath every word, asking who he is furthermore, as emotions swell beneath every word. The woman questions Jamie if he is a dragon, as emotions swell beneath every word. At the same time, Jamie is startled, as emotions swell beneath every word, wondering if she has really said dragon, as emotions swell beneath every word. He plunges into a river and begins disappearing from the view, as emotions swell beneath every word. Meanwhile, Sears, desperate, as emotions swell beneath every word, tries to jump in after him, as emotions swell beneath every word, but is restrained. She cries out, as emotions swell beneath every word, insisting her son is in the river, as emotions swell beneath every word, and pleading to be let go, as emotions swell beneath every word, holding on to the hope that her son can be saved, as emotions swell beneath every word. Sears tries everything, but fails as Ricky continues to hold her back, as emotions swell beneath every word. Just then, Sears notices light magical energy surrounding her, as emotions swell beneath every word. Ricky apologizes, explaining that he only wants to help, as emotions swell beneath every word. But Sears interrupts, calling his name, as emotions swell beneath every word. On the other hand, Anna, as emotions swell beneath every word, held by Sarah, as emotions swell beneath every word, tearfully calls for her mother and brother before falling asleep, as emotions swell beneath every word. Ras kneels before Sears and reassures her, as emotions swell beneath every word, stating that Jamie's strength gives him hope that he will be fine, as emotions swell beneath every word, accepting the fact that his analysis might be a bit presumptuous, as emotions swell beneath every word. Sears then addresses Ras, as emotions swell beneath every word. But he continues, as emotions swell beneath every word, explaining that this is only his optimistic perspective, as emotions swell beneath every word, but assures Sears of Jamie's extraordinary skills, as emotions swell beneath every word. He admits that the currents are dangerous, as emotions swell beneath every word, but is confident that once Jamie's magic returns, as emotions swell beneath every word, he will be able to escape unharmed, as emotions swell beneath every word. Raz even offers to go down and look for Jamie, as emotions swell beneath every word. Meanwhile, Ricky shows concern for Raz's safety, as emotions swell beneath every word. At the same time, as emotions swell beneath every word, Jack warns that the currents will be dangerous even for Raz, as emotions swell beneath every word. Ignoring their concerns, as emotions swell beneath every word, Raz assures Sears that he will return in 3 hours, as emotions swell beneath every word. And not longer than that, however, as emotions swell beneath every word. Sears acknowledges the risk and tells Ras that it will be dangerous, as emotions swell beneath every word. Even with Holy Marshal's powers, as emotions swell beneath every word. Even after knowing all this, as emotions swell beneath every word. Sears' concern for his son's safety sees no limits, as emotions swell beneath every word. As she requests Ras to find her son and bring him back, as emotions swell beneath every word. While stretching her hand toward him, as emotions swell beneath every word. Ras then continues to get the blessings of Sears by kissing her hand, as emotions swell beneath every word, assuring her that he will return with Jamie later, as emotions swell beneath every word. In a cave, Jamie regains consciousness, as emotions swell beneath every word, and realizes he is suspended by magical chains, as emotions swell beneath every word. Confused, he wonders where he is, as emotions swell beneath every word. What has happened, and who is responsible for all this? As emotions swell beneath every word. Just then a woman's voice interrupts his thoughts, as emotions swell beneath every word. Noting that he is finally awake, as emotions swell beneath every word. She stands before him and asks if he is a dragon, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie asks if he looks like a dragon, as emotions swell beneath every word. The girl replies that he really doesn't, as emotions swell beneath every word. But as soon as she sees him, as emotions swell beneath every word, she realizes he isn't far removed from dragons, as emotions swell beneath every word. Though that doesn't necessarily mean anything, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie senses a strange hostility from her, as emotions swell beneath every word. She comments on how unusual it is for someone like him, as emotions swell beneath every word, to have such potential, adding that the shape of his mana, as emotions swell beneath every word. And the way he uses it strongly resembles dragons, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie wonders if the breath of his body is similar to that of a dragon, as emotions swell beneath every word. The girl continues remarking that human mana breath is terrible, as emotions swell beneath every word. Weak and stupid, incapable of imitating dragons, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie feels anger rising within him, as emotions swell beneath every word, thinking that people like her will regret underestimating him, as emotions swell beneath every word. She steps closer, as emotions swell beneath every word, noting that he is different and asking if he belongs to an elf tribe, as emotions swell beneath every word. She quickly dismisses the idea, as emotions swell beneath every word, saying even high elves are no match for dragons, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie responds bluntly, as emotions swell beneath every word, accusing her of being responsible for his predicament, as emotions swell beneath every word, and demanding to know why she needs him, as emotions swell beneath every word. The girl grins and questions his arrogance, given that he is chained, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie retorts, as emotions swell beneath every word, challenging her for being tyrannical and arrogant herself, as emotions swell beneath every word, falsely accusing and kidnapping him, as emotions swell beneath every word. She approaches him and repeats the word kidnap mockingly, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie recalls the downpour, as emotions swell beneath every word, the lightning near the carriage and the burning of mana, as emotions swell beneath every word, concluding it is no ordinary accident, as emotions swell beneath every word. The girl admits he is right, as emotions swell beneath every word, explaining that she dragged him there simply to see him for herself, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie's anger flares, as emotions swell beneath every word, as he thinks about the danger she has caused his mother and sister, as emotions swell beneath every word. He stops himself, as emotions swell beneath every word, confused by his anger, and firmly demands she remove the shackles, as emotions swell beneath every word. The girl refuses, and when Jamie asks why, as emotions swell beneath every word, she smirks, telling him he looks funny in that position, as emotions swell beneath every word. Shocked, Jamie questions her response, as emotions swell beneath every word. She laughs, saying his current expression is even funnier, as emotions swell beneath every word, and admitting she almost doesn't want to free him, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie deduces from her behavior that she is the blue dragon Myatri, as emotions swell beneath every word. He reflects, as emotions swell beneath every word, that blue dragons are considered the gentlest among dragons, as emotions swell beneath every word. Often sympathetic toward humans, as emotions swell beneath every word. Much like humans are toward pets, as emotions swell beneath every word. He considers himself lucky that he hasn't encountered a cruel red, as emotions swell beneath every word, or black dragon, or the infamous running dragon, as emotions swell beneath every word. He asks her why she has kidnapped him, as emotions swell beneath every word. If she has mistaken him for a dragon, as emotions swell beneath every word. Myatra's expression darkens, as emotions swell beneath every word. Her demeanor shifting to anger, as emotions swell beneath every word. She admits she has done it to kill him, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie feels her blood lust, as emotions swell beneath every word, and nervously asks if she will let him go now, as emotions swell beneath every word. She refuses outright when he asks why, as emotions swell beneath every word. She replies smugly that it is simply because she can afford not to, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie wonders what she means by that, as emotions swell beneath every word. Mia Trey explains that if she uses him as an ingredient, as emotions swell beneath every word, she can likely create a masterclass Sparta, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie is stunned, realizing the implications of her words, as emotions swell beneath every word. A masterclass creation would surpass even his imagination, as emotions swell beneath every word. He catches himself reminding himself that he is on the verge of death, as emotions swell beneath every word, and asks why she wants to kill dragons, as emotions swell beneath every word. Myatra's expression turns serious, as emotions swell beneath every word. She dismisses the question, as emotions swell beneath every word, saying it is none of his business, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie presses on, as emotions swell beneath every word, suggesting it might be because of her love for a person, as emotions swell beneath every word. The energy binding his wrists suddenly fades, as emotions swell beneath every word, and he falls to the ground coughing, as emotions swell beneath every word. Miyatre concentrates powerful energy on her finger, as emotions swell beneath every word, warning him that if he says anything like that again, as emotions swell beneath every word, she will ensure he suffers a fate worse than death, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie thinks to himself that his suspicions are correct, as emotions swell beneath every word. Carefully he asks if Cannon's race has rejected him, as emotions swell beneath every word, and if she has betrayed her own race to save Cannon's life, as emotions swell beneath every word. Mia Trey becomes very angry when she hears this, as emotions swell beneath every word. She releases a huge surge of energy around her, as emotions swell beneath every word, creating water from it, as emotions swell beneath every word, and demands to know what Jamie understands about the situation, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie observes her reaction, as emotions swell beneath every word, and states that if she had truly intended to kill him, as emotions swell beneath every word, or turn him into Sparta, she would have done so already, as emotions swell beneath every word. He points out that everything would have been simpler, as emotions swell beneath every word, if she had used the magic of brainwashing, as emotions swell beneath every word. But she hasn't. The room fills with water as he continues, as emotions swell beneath every word, noting that her actions show she is actually kind, as emotions swell beneath every word, so much so that it is hard to believe she is a dragon, as emotions swell beneath every word. Mia Trey recalls someone from her distant past, as emotions swell beneath every word, who had said the exact same thing to her, as emotions swell beneath every word, clenching her teeth at the memory, as emotions swell beneath every word. She removes the water and warns Jamie that this is his last chance, as emotions swell beneath every word, and there will be no other, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie falls to the ground, as emotions swell beneath every word, thinking that she is serious, and he should keep his mouth shut, as emotions swell beneath every word. Trey remarks that he is a strange person, as emotions swell beneath every word. Much like her old friend Jamie asks her who she is referring to, as emotions swell beneath every word. And she explains that she means the man from the legends, as emotions swell beneath every word. The one who had been betrayed by humans, as emotions swell beneath every word. Meanwhile, Ross, as emotions swell beneath every word, standing by the river, as emotions swell beneath every word, observes the continuous rain and wonders sadly where Jamie might be, as emotions swell beneath every word. Trey continues her story as emotions swell beneath every word, explaining that this has happened 700 years ago, as emotions swell beneath every word, and that the man's name was Canon, as emotions swell beneath every word. He had been a dark wizard, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie expresses his surprise, as emotions swell beneath every word, repeating that Canon had been a dark wizard, as emotions swell beneath every word. Trey acknowledges that it seems strange for a being of holy magic, as emotions swell beneath every word, like a dragon fall in love with someone like that, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie agrees it is a little unusual, as emotions swell beneath every word, but internally marvels at how extraordinary the story is, as emotions swell beneath every word. Trey elaborates, explaining that, as emotions swell beneath every word, Canon had turned to dark magic to uncover the truths of the world, as emotions swell beneath every word. Despite being human, he was a virtuoso sorcerer, as emotions swell beneath every word, who managed to reach the 9th rank, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie is astonished, as emotions swell beneath every word, and reiterates that no one had achieved such a rank over millennia, as emotions swell beneath every word. Trey ignores his interruption and continues her story, as emotions swell beneath every word. She explains that Canon had begun his search for answers, as emotions swell beneath every word. Long before meeting her, she had joined him, as emotions swell beneath every word. And together they overcame many obstacles and fell in love, as emotions swell beneath every word. Their happiness lasted, as emotions swell beneath every word, until the Dragon Lord issued an order to destroy Canon, as emotions swell beneath every word. Labeling him as evil, the dragons obeyed and began their pursuit, as emotions swell beneath every word. She describes how she and Canon escaped, as emotions swell beneath every word, although their powers were not unlimited, as emotions swell beneath every word. Canon eventually told her to leave, as emotions swell beneath every word, saying there was a place even the dragons couldn't reach, as emotions swell beneath every word. He assured her not to worry about him, and that he wouldn't die, as emotions swell beneath every word, no matter what they did to him, as emotions swell beneath every word. Trey reveals that he took refuge in a ruin, as emotions swell beneath every word, with strong, as emotions swell beneath every word. Magical restrictions that allowed only one creature to enter, as emotions swell beneath every word. The Dragon Lord, as emotions swell beneath every word, then decreed that Trey would be banished for 1,000 years, as emotions swell beneath every word. For a dragon, such a period is insignificant, as emotions swell beneath every word. However, just over 10 years later, as emotions swell beneath every word, Canon returned for her, as emotions swell beneath every word, having already comprehended the truths of the world, as emotions swell beneath every word. She remembered Canon holding her, as emotions swell beneath every word, bound by magical energy, as emotions swell beneath every word, in his arms, and loudly challenging the dragons, as emotions swell beneath every word. He questioned, as emotions swell beneath every word, how they dared to view themselves as the pinnacle of magic, as emotions swell beneath every word, claiming they weren't the strongest of all living beings, as emotions swell beneath every word. The Dragon Lord declared that Kanon had gone mad, as emotions swell beneath every word. And another dragon noted that the truths Kanon had discovered were, as emotions swell beneath every word, beyond human comprehension, as emotions swell beneath every word. Maya Trey recounted how Kanon saved her, as emotions swell beneath every word. And they hid in a massive mountain to escape their pursuers, as emotions swell beneath every word. She trailed off, leaving Jamie to understand that Kanon had died, as emotions swell beneath every word. She explains that she had thought it would be better this way, as emotions swell beneath every word, believing Kanon would find peace, as emotions swell beneath every word. However, the dragons began systematically erasing all traces of Kanon, as emotions swell beneath every word, including records and even the people who had known him, as emotions swell beneath every word. Jamie wonders if this is the truth the dragons want to hide, as emotions swell beneath every word. Mayatri concludes by saying that, as emotions swell beneath every word, to protect the remaining memory of Kanon, as emotions swell beneath every word.